from Belgium, the number 10, is going to come out of the final quarter and become the 2025 Micromax champion this season.
Het was wel zwaar aan mijn hand, maar het was fijn. Dit jaar was het goed, ik heb een Golden Trophy gewonnen. Nederlands kampioen natuurlijk.
Comes out of the final quarter and becomes the 2025 Mini Max champion.
Heel blij mee natuurlijk. In de finale mooi afgerond met een P1. Mijn rivaal is helaas uitgevallen, maar mooi afgerond met een P1.
Ja, ik had het eigenlijk niet verwacht. Ja, we gingen op regenbanden en vanaf het begin wist ik al dat dat niet handig zou zijn geweest. Ik heb volgens mij nog maar 1 punt gewonnen. Ik ben er super blij mee.
Maximov, who becomes your 2025 Chrono Karting Junior Rotax champion.
Nou ja, het was heel spannend, want er zat maar 3 punten verschil tussen mij en Max. En ik heb me uiteindelijk weten koel te houden. Mijn teamgenoot die lag eerst, maar die had een 3 seconden penalty. Dus daarom heb ik bewust niet aangevallen en gewoon rustig gebleven. En is het allemaal op zijn plek gevallen.
there is your 2025 Chrono Karting Senior Rotax Champion, Devian Rost.
Ja, een goed jaar. We zaten er altijd bij, altijd snel. Ja, dat eigenlijk. Het is natuurlijk altijd leuk om met de Nederlandse vlag te rijden als je Nederlands kampioen bent. Dat voelt altijd wel tof natuurlijk.
Plumes of spray from the back axle of every single kart as everyone heads into turn 1. Final corner, Van Kerkhoffen holds on and wins the final. Wout Kirstens and Wim Boulot are your 2025 champions here for Chrono Karting.
Ja, super. Ik kan het niet geloven. Ik heb het ook zo koud. Niet normaal in één keer een hoosbui, geen regenpak bij dus. Maar we zijn er, gelukkig.
Victory for this man to remember. Sam Clays wins the final race of the championship season. Jeroen Bos in fourth, just edging out Glenn Vandenhoek. Is your 2025 Chrono Karting KZ2 Masters Champion.
Ja, heerlijk. We hebben best wel tegenslag dit jaar gehad, maar om er dan toch als winnaar naar boven te komen voelt wel heel erg goed, moet ik zeggen. Ja, heerlijk is dat. Donuts maken is altijd leuk, dus ja, om het er zo af te maken waar familie en vrienden bij zijn, dan ja, is gewoon heerlijk.
Kevin Stayhauer wins the final race of the championship season here in KZ2.
Number 104, Nick Clinkers.
Hello everybody and welcome along to the world famous home of champions Karting Genk as a new era of competition within Rotax within the Benelux region is now here front and centre. December 2025 saw the big announcement that the United Karting Series would come into prominence, and here we are over the first finish line to get to this stage. Hello everybody, Alex Goldschmidt here with you for the majority of the season, as we have 7 rounds that will take us on the road to the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals for all our Rotax competitors, which takes place at the Cartódromo Internacional do Algarve in Portimão in Portugal between the 21st and the 28th of November. Not only will I be around for the majority of the season, however, Dan Pepples, the voice of Next Gen Cup, will be our commentator for rounds 2 and also round 5 later on this season. So what is UKS, as the acronym goes? Well, it provides the start of a new championship between the RMC Netherlands through Chrono Karting and, of course, Rotax Belgium Max Challenge. A race that brings people together to have a strong and fair racing environment. We have 3 championships within a series. We have an overall championship for the UKS, and there is also a separate championship for the Rotax Netherlands and Rotax Belgian drivers. So that are the drivers licensed under KNAF and the RACB. They collect the points for the tickets for the grand finals. Before a little bit of further explanation on how the tickets are going to be awarded this season, we have to say a big thank you to our two sponsors of the live stream, VAG Technique, who are the specialists in chip tuning, maintenance and engine overhaul for your engine. And they are passionate about delivering high-quality technical solutions that improve your driving experience and optimize the performance of your vehicle. They're a market leader in chip tuning, and they offer tailor-made tuning solutions, maximize the power, torque, and efficiency of the engine in your road car. Also, I have to say a big thank you to Van Verven, who is a versatile service provider in the field of infrastructure and recycling. They work daily on sustainable infrastructure, circular economy recycling, and fertile soil. Challenged by society and our clients, we have been seeking and finding new connections for almost 80 years. And as always, if you want a nice cup of coffee, head to Van Tijnen Coffee Machines from Zeeland. They've been the coffee supplier par excellence for over 40 years. So if you want a good service, the right coffee machine, and a tasty cup of coffee itself, visit their websites at www.vantijnen.nl. So we have 181 drivers here over the respective classes. So we have Micro, Mini, Junior, Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters, and of course shifter action with KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. The Grand Finals tickets for the KNAF registered drivers, that is the ASN through the FIA for the Netherlands. There is going to be an open ticket available in the Micromax division, 2 for Minimax, 1 for Junior Max, 2 for Seniors, 2 for DD2 and 1 for DD2 Masters. For those drivers that will be the highest of the point scorers in the RACB, there will be 1 ticket apiece for Minimax, Junior Max, Senior Max and DD2. And all respective drivers wanting to go for those tickets have to compete in all 7 rounds. We start here at Karting Genk, then we go to Marienburg on the 11th and 12th of April. Circuit de Lansard, just outside of Eindhoven, will be round 3, 16th and 17th of May. Circuit Park Berghem will have 2 visits to this season, the first of which will be the 6th and 7th of June. Then we'll head over to Germany to the Eflandring at Kartbahn Kerpen, 11th to the 12th of July. Berghem back on the calendar for the 5th and 6th of September, and then we head back here to the home of champions on the 31st of October and the 1st of November to decide who will be the respective title winners. 22 races here as the fog is starting to lift. We did have to delay the timetable by 10 minutes this morning for morning warm-up. So there you see the racing that will take us through to about 3 p.m. local time. We'll be running all the way through until about 20 past 6 this evening. And with regards to sunset getting a little bit later, sunset predicted at about 6:30 p.m. local time. So we might be having the floodlights on probably for the podiums later on today. Qualifying took place yesterday afternoon, and some great performances from all our respective competitors here this weekend. Some able to secure their first pole positions of the season in the United Karting Series. And a big welcome to everyone watching on the Chrono Karting YouTube channel. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe and hit that notification bell. You can also follow us on our respective social media channels at Chrono Karting on both Facebook and on Instagram. For further information, you can head to our website at chrono.nl for all the regulations, calendars, etc. All the information you need is on one particular website. So there is, with the low-lying mist that was quite significant when I left the Ibis staying just at hotel just outside of Maastricht this morning. It was very, very foggy at about 8 o'clock. And it has taken a little while to clear, which was why it was decided to push back the warm-up sessions by around about 10 minutes. It's a very, very busy day for everyone involved. And for those wondering, live timing link is pinned in the YouTube chat, and also the timetable, which has been updated. You can find that in the description down below on the YouTube channel itself. Now, just a little bit of a reminder of the format for today. We will have 2 heats for all classes, apart from seniors, where we have over 40 drivers. KZ2 and KZ2 Masters look as strong as ever. That is Boris Verhaag and Vince van der Halle, 2 of the drivers from Bouvin Power. They've got a big squad here this weekend. There's going to be a lot of the drivers moving on from here to Cremona in Italy for the upcoming round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. And then the week after that, the B&L Karting Series kickstarts its first round out of 4, heading to Racing Kart JPR in Austricourt in France. But great to see the paddock this weekend, a hive and throng of activity. So we will be able to give you some, some shots courtesy of our walking camera operated by Yildiz. He'll be able to give us some really, really lovely shots down in Parc Fermé, the dummy grid, and also just off of the final corner, turn 11, as you see on your screens at home. And every single one of the race meetings on Sunday will be broadcasted live. Once again, it's a real pleasure to have the team at Camp Company GmbH providing the live stream along with race control. Also, a big thank you to our Orange Army out on the circuit. Big thank you to the men and women out there. And of course, there are so many strong individuals, strong women that are part and parcel within the motorsport fabric. So firstly, on behalf of the whole team at Chrono Karting, we'd like to say Happy International Women's Day here on March the 8th. But all heats will take place over 9 minutes plus 1 additional lap. The finals over 14 minutes plus 1 additional lap. So, for our first race of the 2026 United Karting Series season opener, it's Senior Rotax. Heat 1, Groups B and C. Here is your starting grid. On pole position, the 345 of Vince van der Halle will be joined by Boris Verhaag on the front row. Bos Maximov, Jorn Jelle Bremer, Robbie Stodder and Mick Vandenhout complete the top 3 rows. Lucas Stodder, Miel Hendricks, Sverre Ubben and Jur Valkenhaals round out your top 10. Ruben Verheyen and Vic van Kampenhout round out row 6. Mitch Haynert and Tristan Shays row 7. Jay Zerveld and Koen Willems row 8. Flynn Fitters, Raymer van Beek, Kaz Boshuis and Jake Benton round out your top 20. 28 drivers in total with Rein van der Meer, Kyle Hulmans, Kai van der Werf, Nick Sudon, Robert Serraris, Olivier Lemmens, Brent Spijpen and Fabien Galou rounding out the grid. So the mist that is, well, it's been more than mist. It's been very, very dense, low-lying fog all morning so far. So the for those wondering, the Senior Rotax division run with the numbers 301 to 399. Minimum weight requirement, including driver and kart, 162 kilos. They'll be running on the Mojo D5 CIK FIA homologated tyres in the dry and the W5 CIKs in the wet. And all drivers are 14 years and above. But also you can start at when you're 13 on the year of your 14th birthday as of 2026. So we have had drivers move up the order in terms of class progression from mini to junior, from junior to senior, and also senior to DD2. So the drivers now for the first of 3 senior Rotax heats. The top 36 will head into the final at 5 p.m. local time, as we are going to get ready to go racing for the first time in the new chapter that is the United Karting Series here for 2026. Van der Halle and Verhaag on the front row. Red lights on the gantry as they field their way through the 11th and final corner here at this 1,360-metre circuit. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, lights are out, and we are underway here in 2026. And Van der Halle sweeps across the nose of Boris Verhaag as the lights went out for the first time. Some drivers able to use the runoff area to hold position. Bit of joculation, including the likes of Lucas Torder, who was running as a junior last year, moves up with brother Robbie to seniors. He's in the middle part of the battle pack roundabout in the lower part of the top 15. Change for second position. And it is a little bit difficult at the moment to try and pick out the numbers, but I think that might have been Boaz Maximov that has got his way up into second position. Yes, that is now confirmed, as he started on the inside of row number 2. Jorn Jelle Bremer has dropped a little bit further back to around about 5th position. Dive bomb and then some from Lucas Torder. I think that was on Miel Hendricks as we complete the opening lap. Van der Halle has a lead of over 5.5 tenths of a second with Maximov, Verhaag, Robbie Stordern, Jorn Jelle Bremer, Lucas Torder, Miel Hendricks, Jurval Canals, Ruben Verheyen, and Sverre Ubben. Vic van Kampenhout on the fraction, on the cusp of getting into the top 10. But everyone has made it through so far. Olivier Lemmens, who started down in 26, has now made up 3 positions. Kyle Hulmans in the number 354, along with Kaz Boshouse in the 363, have both made up 5 places apiece. Boshouse now up into 14th position. So the leaders making their way into turn number 11. The circuit that was originally founded by the Lemmens family in the mid-1980s. Got a major refresh in 2000 to the circuit that we have here now that has hosted international, European and World Championship events. First 2 minutes are in the books, and Van der Halle continuing to stretch a slight lead. But Boris Verhaag in 3rd position has just put in the fastest lap of the race on lap 2, 54.540. So at the moment, it is going to be the case that Vince van der Halle is starting to stamp his authority on this race. And when you think about it, Van der Halle, Maximov, Verhaag and Robbie Stordeur, that is a top 4 lockout by Bouvin Power. And Jorn Jelle Bremer in the 347 is the next driver that might have an opportunity to move up the order. Boris Verhaag is closing in on Boaz Maximov. They come out of turn 5 on the Europolan. Down the back straightaway they go. Verhaag does not decide to dive bomb on his teammates. So I know for a fact that Birger Bouvin's ears are probably burning right now whilst I'm saying that. But Robbie Stordeur being closed in on by Jorn Jelle Bremer and also Lucas Stordeur. Sverre Ubben now up 2 positions, the man from GKS. New overalls, it looks like, for the team for 2026. Nice little bit of a differentiation from the chassis, which still has the famed Belgian colours on it. But we are getting closer and closer to the halfway point of this race. And we've already had one retirement, I'm afraid. That's from TB Kart Netherlands. Mitch Hainert has retired on lap 3. Meantime, Boris Verhaag gets through on Boaz Maximov. That's for 2nd position. That was through at turn 5. And here comes Robbie Stordeur with a big lick of speed. Now you can battle your teammates. Here he goes, up the inside and through for 3rd position. goes Robbie Storder on Boaz Maximov in the 358, who's also going to be running in multiple other championships, including part of the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, which gets underway very, very soon in the United Kingdom. But after lap 5, the lead between Vince van der Halle and Boris van Haag now stretches to just shy of 1.1 seconds. And he is clearly pulling a gap. And he's not hanging about whilst doing it either. So currently air temperature 6 degrees centigrade. Northwesterly wind to the tune of 4 kilometers an hour. 75% cloud cover. It's more like 90% with regards to the visibility. However, Sverre Ubben has got through on Jon Jelle Bremer. That was for P6. Nice move by the 399 for GKS Levens Power at turn 10. Or turn 9, effectively. So through they go. 3.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And you can see the grandstand just off of the a la carte brasserie, the restaurant helping to provide sustenance and hydration to the families and the mechanics and the teams here at the circuit, along with the drivers themselves in full prominence. So great to see that shot where everyone has got very, very focused eyes on what is happening with either stopwatches or mobile phones with the live timing in hand. So we head down to the final 2 3/4 minutes in this opening race of the United Karting Series for 2026. Vince van der Halle continues to move his way forward, but there has been a change, and that is for second position. Robbie Storder through on Boris van Haag for second position. As they make their way through onto the Europalaan, then into turn 6 at the chicane. However, things are closing up between the quartet, and they have left Sverre Ubben in their wake quite clearly. But there has been a change a little bit further back because Sverre Ubben has lost out to Emil Hendricks, and now there's the internal team squabble happening as the 332 of Lucas Dorder gets through on Boaz Maximov, the 358. That was for 4th on the road. And van der Halle now 1.4 seconds, and climbing is his advantage in the race lead. It's like a flying formation, like the Mighty Ducks. The karting equivalent of the Mighty Ducks at the moment, with the quintet of Bouvin power drivers leading the way. But whilst the 4 behind Vince van der Halle are jockeying for position, van der Halle is able to break away. Lap 9 in the books, 2 laps to go. 1.5 seconds is the 345's advantage as the field makes its way through into turn 1 here on what is now lap 10 out of 11. So with the timer counting down, there is always that sense of inevitability. However, what was not inevitable there was Lucas Dorder diving up the inside of Boris van Haag at turn number 8. Mounted the curb with the left side Mojo D5s, took a little bit more, and then managed to get through with keeping the overtake with 2 wheels on track limits. Last lap underway, and it's 1.8 seconds between Vince van der Halle and Robbie Storder. Here comes Boris van Haag, returns the favour, to Lucas Stoddard, who now drops down into 4th position with Boris Maximov right on his rear bumper. Top 10 rounded out by Hendricks, Ubben, Vic van Kampenhout now up 4 spots into 8th position. Ruben Verheyen and Mick van den Hout rounding out your top 10, covered by just under 8 seconds. Our leader now makes his way through turn 8 for the final time. And Vince van der Halle has started off his UKS campaign with a bang here in the opening race out of the season opener. So, to the final corner, and it's lights out to checkered flag. Vince van der Halle becomes the first winner of UKS in its new chapter here in 2026 by 1.5 seconds, ahead of Robbie Stoddard, Boris Verhaag, Lucas Stoddard, and Boris Maximov rounding out your top 5, all Bouvard power drivers. Miel Hendricks, Sverre Ubben, Vic van Kampenhout, Ruben Verheyen, and Kaz Boshuis round out your top 10. Mick van den Hout, Koen Willems, Flynn Fitters, Jur Valkenhaals, Jon Jelle Bremer, Jay Zurveld, Jake Menton, Raymer van Beek, Rein van der Meer, and Robert Serraris rounding out your top 20. Tristan Shays, Kai van der Werf, Karl Hulmans, Olivier Lemons, Nick Sudan, Brent Spijpen, and Fabien Galou round out your finishers. 27 out of the 28 drivers making it to the checkered. And unfortunately for TB Kart Netherlands, Mitch Hainert, his race came to an abrupt end on lap 3. But Van der Halle victorious in the first of the 3 senior Rotax heats here on round 1. And there we see our race winner of Senior Rotax Heat number 1, B versus C, Vince van der Halle. So we'll have hopefully met the minimum weight requirement of 162 kilos. There is Robbie Stoddard. And great insight we got via our mobile camera. As you can see, the drivers' engines are switched off. Some of the drivers, including Kaz Boshuis, wearing his Team Netherlands race suit from the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Round Finals that took place amidst the sands of the Persian Gulf last December at the Bahrain International Karting Circuit. And over the course of my career in commentary, I've had the opportunity to be a part of 4 Rotax Grand Finals, the first of which was 2019 in Sarno. And then 2 trips to Bahrain, 1 trip to Portimao. We have to say a big thank you to the team down in Parc Fermé Scrutineering and Tyre Park for their assistance. There's a lot of drivers to get through this weekend. So for those watching on the Chrono Karting YouTube channel, thank you very much for joining us at this point in the early part of the season, but more to the point that we will be going for pretty much the best part of 8 months this year. So there is the timetable and new graphics for 2026 as well. So Micromax will be up next in a couple of moments' time, then Minimax, Junior Max, DD2 and DD2 Masters, a total of 31 combined drivers in that one. KZ2 with 22 drivers, KZ2 Masters 25. And then we will have, after Senior Rotax Heat 2, A versus B. Oh, right, Mario Kart. there's Mario. And I think, yeah, I see Yoshi in the background there as well. So we go from one of the most competitive classes within the Rotax racing family to the youngest drivers, who will be running on the Mojo C2s, and only 2-digit numbers at maximum. So anywhere between number 1 and number 99. Minimum weight requirement of 105 kilos. They will be running on the Mojo C2 CIK FIA homologated tyres, and they'll be running on the CW CIKs in the wet. For the micros, it's on the year of their 7th birthday, up to and including 11 years of age. So 1 minute board being shown to the drivers. Now on to race 2 of the meeting, the first of 2 heats for our Micromax drivers. And after qualifying yesterday, it was Quinten Cranes that took pole position ahead of Amisio Zani. Henry Moyat and Ian Halfer from Belgium and Germany respectively round out row number 2. Evert van Middeldorp in the number 4 will be joined on row 3 by Aidan Zanders. Jeff Gainens and Ertugrul Yilmaz will be on row 4. Hossein Al-Husseini and Germany's Lennon Marks round out your top 10. And then after that, Sven Borgesius, Kenji Schreurs, and Germany's Marlon Wutzkowski round out your 13 strong drivers. So our Micromax drivers now go on to their official formation lap. So just hearing from Park Fermé that weighing for all drivers is all okay in the first Senior Rotax Heats, but 5 drivers have been hit with front bumper penalties. So as my good friend, Mr. Henry Baudet would say, the iPad of Doom has already started being put into operation. So the field starts getting into order ahead of their first of two 9-minute plus an additional lap heats. It's Quentin Krains and Amisio Zani. Now, Kenji Schreuer's transponder has not crossed the start-finish line, so I would imagine it's either going to be a technical issue or he's going to have to start from the dummy grid. Out of the final corner, revs up, lights on, lights are out first time, and Henry Moyer might have been out of formation at that point, possibly. But they come through into turn number one. And some early battling side by side through out of turn number two and into three. And Henry Moyer trying to go for a move on the inside. Meantime, a slowing number 9. Jeff Keenan's not having the greatest start to a opening race lap of the year. But now we're going to see a move to the inside. Amisio Zani through on Ian Halfer. That was for second position. And that was going through at turn 9. Looks like Ian Halfer might have lost another position as they will come across the line to complete the opening lap. And Quentin Krains, Amisio Zani, Henry Moyer diving to the inside of the number 22 on the Praga. Into turn 1. Can't quite get the window of opportunity to come his way in the number 19 kart. Ian Halfer and Turgul Yilmaz. There's a little bit of argy-bargy between the top two. And Amisio Zani looking to get through on Quentin Krains. Here comes Henry Moyer with a big lick of speed down into turn 6 off of the Europalan and unable to facilitate the manoeuvre. So the top 4 last time around after the opening lap were covered by 7/10. Henry Moyer, that was a great little move through at turn 10 on Amisio Zani for second position. Quentin Krains continues to lead the way as we cross the line. Lap 2 in the books, and Henry Moyer to the outside here at turn number 1. And that's opened the door for Amisio Zani, who gets through for second, but Moyer able to return through on the inside at turn number 2 to retake second position off of the number 22. So a great little bit of a duel starting to showcase itself front and centre. Quentin Krains defends to the inside at turn 6 off of the Europalan. Zani nearly stuck his nose up the inside of Moyer for P2. But the number 22 from the Netherlands unable to make the opportunity present itself or give himself a chance to just be a little bit later on the brakes. But that is easier said than done. Moyer, however, trying to go to the outside here on Quentin Krains through into turn 1. And that's opened the door for Amisio Zani again. But here comes Ian Halfer trying to get through at turn 2. The number 28 from Germany, unable to facilitate the chance of going through at the second corner out of 11. So some nice little dueling between our leading quartet as things stand right now. But we still have just over 5 minutes and 10 seconds remaining, plus an additional lap on the counter. Right, karts 9 and 10 have just received a 3-second penalty. Reference the starting procedure, so they have broken formation. So that is Jeff Gainans and Marlon Witkowski as Moyer again trying to get through. And now it's a 10-second penalty. Oh dear. Sven Borgesius and also our second place runner, number 19, Henry Moyer, has got a 10-second time penalty for the starting procedure. So Moya, who has got the race lead, now needs to get away for the next 4.5 minutes plus an additional lap. If he can build a gap of 10 seconds, he will get the get out of jail free card, as the sunshine is now starting to bring its warmth through the fog that is lifting. You can see a little bit of the sunshine starting to hit at around about Marshall Post 7 off of turn 11. But there is still plenty of time left in this race to go. And as always, there is that unpredictability factor of the world of karting. So Kenji Ströers did not start the race, so we have only got 12 runners in this. But we have got just under 3.5 minutes to go. So 2 drivers hit with a 3-second post-race time penalty, 2 of which include our leader, Henry Moya, have a 10-second time penalty for breaking formation completely. As Henry Moya, I did notice he was center of the, he was in between the corridors on the starts, and straight away that showcases that race control have to be very much spot on, and they will provide up-to-date information on the live timing. As I said, you can click on that on the pinned link in the chat. But at the front end of the field, how much further away has Henry Moya got from Amizio Zani? Across the line we go to complete lap 6. Gap is now 0.94 of a second. And a nice little dive there by Ian Halfer on Quentin Krains. Tugrul Yilmaz is starting to close in on the top 4. Now, with a 10-second time penalty, if the race finished as it does now, Henry Moya will be down in 10th after his post-race penalty of 10 seconds. But more to the point, Amizio Zani is keeping pace with Henry Moya for the race lead. The gap last time around was just under 9.5 tenths of a second. Hossein Al-Husseini in the number 6 has made up 3 positions, as this quintet of drivers come out of the final corner, being led by a Birlot, and I would imagine that's probably, let's have a look who that is. That's going to be the number 4 of Evert van Middeldorp, who has just been overtaken by Hossein Al-Husseini on the Birl. So a change for position. Oh, a little bit of a bump and a push. That was the number 3, the Haas chassis of Aiden Zanders, as more pumping and jockeying for position, which includes Leonard Marks, the number 73. As we do have the MTech Praga team here with us this weekend. We are coming down to what will be the penultimate lap of this race. Henry Moya continues to lead the way, but how big is that gap? It's, well, the thing is that Amizio Zani has not really let go and has kept the number 19 from Belgium very, very honest indeed. Turgo Yilmaz in the number 7, who's made up 4 spots so far. Hardest charger of the race. Just put in the fastest lap of 1:02.735. Timer has expired. And Henry Moya at the moment, well, with a 10-second time penalty, that will put him 6th. And that will be just in front of Hossein Al-Husseini. If Al-Husseini can close that gap to around about 9.9 seconds, that will be a position that Henry Moya will not be able to claw back. 1 lap remains here in the opening race of the season for our Micromax drivers. as Yilmaz trying to close in on Halfa. Last lap underway. So 3-second time penalty for kart 11. That's a total of 13 seconds post-race added penalties for Sven Borgesius. So 13 seconds of penalty time as we see Yilmaz closing in on Ian Halfa. Yilmaz to the inside, down the Europola, on goes the number 7, and through goes Ertugrul. Of course, that name is more Turkish in its nomenclature. But here comes Amizio Zani into Cafe Corner at turn 9 for the last time here on lap number 10. Zani trying to do the old Nigel Mansell dummy that Il Leone was famous for in the 1990s in Formula 1, but out of the final corner. On the road, it will be Henry Meyer, but it will be Amizio Zani that will pick up the win post-race after a 10-second penalty is applied. Ertugrul Yilmaz will finish in second on the road, ahead of the number 28 of Ian Halfa. And, well, Hossein Al-Husseini has been given a 3-second time penalty post-race for dangerous driving. So, before the results are amended, Henry Meyer wins on the road, but will end up in 5th position. And that will be behind race winner Amizio Zani, Ertugrul Yilmaz, and Ian Halfa, who will round out the top 3. Quentin Krein's 4th. Henry Meyer will be demoted down to 5th, ahead of Aidan Zanders. Evert van Middeldorp, Leonard Marks. Then we have a 3-second time penalty for our driver finishing in 9th place. Marlon Wutzkowski from Germany, Jeff Gainens, Hossein Al-Husseini, and Sven Borgesius rounding out the 12 finishers. Kenji Schreurs, a non-starter, but Amizio Zani will be promoted to race victory in Micromax Heat number 1. So with race 2 out of 22 completed, we move from Micro to Minimax, the second youngest contingent of drivers here this weekend. Minimum weight requirement of 115 kilos. And that is from ages 10 up to the year in, well, that's on the year of your 10th birthday. So if you're 9 years old and you're turning 10 in 2026, you can move from Micro to Mini. That's up to and including 13 years of age. They'll be running with the numbers between 101 and 199. They'll also be running on the same tyres as our Micromax drivers, the Mojo C2 CIK FIA homologated slick tyres. And for wets, it will be the Mojo CW CIKs that they'll be using if the weather decides to have the heavens open. And, well, that's a very, very bright livery on the 112 of Noah Stayhouder. There's the 170 and the 117. Great to see the drivers. So Xavier de Decker, 170, Lawrence van Vlaanderen. Ryan Rampadanath in the 132 SP Motorsport. There's the 105, Julian Janssen. Oh, okay, right. So in Micromax Heat 1, weight for all drivers all okay. 2 front fairing penalties. Oh, that is going to be a big, big hit for the likes of Henry Moyat. And also the number 10 of Marlon Wódzkowski. There's Dejan Habits in the 131, running on the Lando Norris chassis for Dams Racing. Winner of the recent Champions Winter Trophy, hosted at this circuit a few weeks ago, I might add. 3 weeks to be precise. 19 drivers set to take part in this first of 2 respective heats, with representation from Belgium, the Netherlands, Ireland, and Germany. And a few of the drivers that have raced over here in recent years that have taken the spoils of either a ticket to the grand finals. I still remember when Rory Armstrong, the young man from County Down in Northern Ireland, went to take the ticket in the B&L karting series, then went on to Bahrain that year and won the grand finals. Jacob Ashcroft, Max Swiderski, even... If people might remember their B&L karting series history, Max Verstappen took the Minimax B&L title in its opening 2 seasons in 2008 and 2009. And it was at this very circuit. Let's not forget that Max Verstappen was born in Hasselt, which, funny enough, is not that far away from this circuit here. Let's take you through the starting grid for Minimax Heat number 1 for UKS 2026. Starting from pole position, it will be the 156 of Louis Letauers, who took pole position by 1/100th of a second yesterday. Noah Stayhouder lines up on the outside of the front row, with Dejan Habits and Lawrence van Vlaanderen rounding out the top 2 rows on the grid. Tristan Abiels and Xavier de Decker round out your top 3 rows. Arno Hodstra and Ryan Rampadanath row 4. Danny van der Molen and Mille de Kalsmaker round out the top 10, with Nicky Naruhito Tomasi and Julian Janssen rounding out the next row. Dean Berger, Theo Freher, Flynn Locker, Dan Hillen, Matthäus Clever, Lassie van der Wede and Livia Ploch round out your grid. So it will be 9 minutes plus an additional lap for all the heats this morning before we go to the customary lunch break. So the drivers now head onto their official formation lap. So 19 drivers, 9.5 rows of competitors. The red lights are on the starting gantry, ready to kickstart this third race out of 22 today. 7 of which will make up the finals a little bit later on this afternoon. Now it's time to get themselves ready and focused. Through into the 11th and final corner go our drivers. Into the tram lines, revs up, lights on. Lights are out, we're green and racing here in the first Mini-Max Heat of the weekend. And a good start by Louis Letowers, being closely followed by DN Habits. As there's going to be a little bit of battling for position. Lawrence van Vlaanderen has lost a handful of places. I count at least 4 off of the opening exchange. He started from 4th position, so the outside of row number 2. I think that currently 7th position that the 170 is running in at the minute. Into turn 8. Well, into turn 7, effectively, for the first time. Now into turn 8. Possible exchange for second here. Noah Stayhouder versus Tristan Abeels as Day and Habits closing in. Oh, and a dive and a half there from Lawrence van Vlaanderen. Well, it might have been Xavier Decker in the 117, trying to get a little bit aggressive, and has gotten through. Looks like Tristan Abeels going to lose at least another couple of positions. And it's 3 wide, just outside of the top 4, going into turn 1. This could be very, very close indeed between all 3 drivers, and they make it through expediently. However, Day and Habits leads the way. Second, Louis Letowers. Third will be Noah Stayhouder. 4th, Xavier Decker. 5th, Arno Hardstra. The latter 2 drivers I've just mentioned have made up 2 places apiece. Tristan Abeels P6, down 1 place. Lawrence van Vlaanderen down 3 places and currently sits in 7th. Behind Danny van der Molen and Melinda Karlsmaker. Ryan Rampadarath has dropped 2 places and rounds out the top 10. But as things stand at the moment, keep your eyes on Noah Stayhouder, looking very, very racy. Behind Louis Letowers, gets the side draft as the 1-1-2 and will have the inside line for the opening corner out of 11. Stayhouder neat and precise, but Letowers tries to return the favour through at turn 2, gets caught up over the curbing, and Xavier Decker is on his back bumper, but there goes Arno Halster to the inside of the 117. They are wheel to wheel coming down the Europlan for P4, and it is going to be Decker that is going to slot back into that place. Nice and neat exchange between the young Mini-Max drivers. They always put on a heck of a show. And there's always that running gag that normally happens, is that the younger drivers show up the older drivers in how to do an overtake. And that does happen quite a bit when it gets mentioned. But still, here goes Hardstra on the inside of Decker through the final corner, and will now take P4. And it's just pointing forwards, saying to Xavier Decker and Lawrence van Vlaanderen, right, stop battling with me. We need to catch those in front. Here comes Lawrence van Vlaanderen to the inside of the briefest of moments at turn 3 on Xavier Decker, but unable to capitalise. Mila de Karlsmaker, in the meantime, has dropped down from 10th position all the way back to 19th and last, I'm afraid. And it looks like de Karlsmaker, running with Jan Dams's crew, has just crossed the line and is the best part of 3/4 of a lap adrift of the leader. Meantime, Habits leads. Stayhouder, Letowers, Hardstra, Decker, Van Vlaanderen, Rampadarath. Then we got the 155 of Theo Freher from Ireland. The youngster has done a great job so far, up to 8th, having started 14th on the grid. Nicky Naruhito Tomasi and Flynn Locker currently round out your top 10. Okay, first penalty issued, and that is to the 177 of Livia Ploch, who started last. She's currently up to 14th spot, a 3-second time penalty for breaking formation as we head into the final 4 minutes plus an additional lap. So, Livia Ploch, if she can move up the order, she might have gotten through on Julian Janssen, but we got a bit of a dogfight here between Rampa Darath, Radeka, who's Piggy in the middle, and the 170, Laurens van Vlaanderen. That is a battle for position. More importantly, that is P5. Olivia Ploch at the moment has just got through on Julian Janssen. So the young driver from Germany, she's making some great inroads at the moment. But Xavi Radeka has got Laurens van Vlaanderen in his crosshairs. Into turn 11 they go. You can just see how close they are running. Radeka sticks his nose out to van Vlaanderen. Rampa Darath waiting for his opportunity to strike. So there is going to be a lot of juxtaposing for position between that quartet. Rampa Darath is probably doing a very, very solid job there of holding position, waiting for the opportunity to present itself. And sometimes there is always that question that people want answering. What's the risk versus reward on making a move around here at Karting Genk? Well, you've got to know where to pick your spots. Turn 1, easy slingshot pass. Turn 6 off of the Uniplan. That's even more difficult because you're going into a flick-flack chicane. But as now more sun starts to beat down on the majority of the third sector of the circuit and up to as far as the start-finish line, the visibility is getting better. The drivers are feeling a bit more confident with the karts underneath them. As we head into the final minutes and a half, we are currently on lap number 8 of this race. Day and Habits has slightly cleared off into the distance to the tune of a lead of around about 1 second for the 131 for Dams Racing. And that might further evolve. Day and Habits with the fastest lap of the race on lap 6. That was a 59.802 from the young Belgian. So we are on the cusp. I think we might have, at a push, 3 laps to go. But maybe using discretion, a little bit of part of valor here, Alex. It's more than likely probably going to be 2. But that depends on how quick Day and Habits is around this circuit. And he's just done on lap 8 a 59.736. And looking at the top 7, the only person that hasn't gone under 60 seconds in this race is Arno Hartstar, currently running in the 115 in 5th position, in front of Xavier Radeka, ahead of Ryan Rampa Darath. As you can see, Laurens van Vlaanderen jumping up and down, bunny hopping in the seat. We are going to be tight on time as Day and Habits comes out of the final corner. Last lap. So we were pretty much on schedule. And his lead is nearly 1.7 seconds ahead of Noah Stayhouder. Radeka to the inside of Arno Hardstar, gets through. That's 5th position for the 117. Used the slipstream perfectly. And I think what Ryan Rampa Darath is doing, this could be classed as a very, very good lesson in how to overtake. As now it's changing again. Hardstra through on Redeka. Redeka to the outside at turn number 6. But in the meantime, Dayan Habits, who started from the inside of row number 2, is away and comfortably clear. Through into Cafe Corner. Now into the left-hander here at turn 10. One more corner remains. Dayan Habits, the youngster from Dams Racing, and the 131 comes out of the final corner and will win Minimax Heat 1 here in the first round of UKS 2026. His winning margin ahead of Louis Lataras was 2.3 seconds. Noah Stayhounder rounds out your top 3 ahead of Lawrence van Vlaanderen, Arno Hardstra, Xavier Redeka, Ryan Rampadanath, Niki Naruhito Tomase, Theo Freher, who was one of the 3 hard chargers in this race, along with Flynn Locker. Those two picked up 5 places apiece. Dean Berger and Parabéns, Mateus Clever, of course, Mateus, and Dad Ivan running with the TB kart squad, as they always have done. Mateus has Brazilian history, so family lineage, let's say. So I'm sure that hopefully it's not too early in the morning and say, let's say Curitiba, Sao Paulo, places like that. Rounding out the finishing order, Dan Hillen, Danny van der Molen, Livia Ploch, demoted to 15th after a 3-second time penalty for breaking formation. And then finishes ahead of Julian Janssen, Lasse van der Weide, Tristan Abiels, and Milo de Gaalsmaker ending up starting 10th and finishes at the end of the field. But Dayan Habits continues his winning ways here in Heat 1. Now we head to the next class in this particular series. We head from Minimax to Junior Max, aged anywhere from the ages of 12 and up to the year of their 15th birthday. Minimum weight, 145 kilos, running with the number 2 at the beginning of their treble numbers. Running on the Mojo D2 double X's in the dry and the W5s in the wet. Here is your starting grid. Lieke van Berkel took pole position ahead of Trent van Melk yesterday in time qualifying. And they start on the front row. Leon Herbos and João Pereira rounding out your top 2 rows. Matthias Verreken, Justin Fonk, Klaus Hans, Jur Drent, Dimitar Lazarov and Jente Moonen round out your top 10. Conor Halford, Didi Dadala, Jara Kiewitzbosch, Dion Brakke, James van der Poel, Jesse Andringa, Kimi Mai, Julian Dumas, Devrim Yater and Augustin Hanik round out your top 20. Rounding out the 29-strong grid will be Tygo Holthausen, Olivier Mazurkiewicz, Sasha Al-Jabrail, Lionel Munguia, Pelle van Echtelt, Milano Shiphorst, Liam Hauger, Aidan Beekman, and from the United States, rounding out 29th and last, Kai Abelera. So last year, Boris Maximov was the, he took his final junior Rotax title before going to the Golden Trophy as a senior. And AJ Berggraf took the Chrono Karting Junior rookie title last season for SP Motorsport. So this is going to be a very, very feisty first race for these junior Rotax drivers. Representation from the Netherlands, Belgium, Portugal, Latvia, Germany, France, and the United States of America. The paddock, as I said earlier, is absolutely heaving with so many people that have come here to this world-renowned circuit, now into its 5th decade of operation. Well into its 5th decade of operation, I might say. But the red lights are on the gantry. It's Van Berkel and Van Melk on the all-Dutch front row with Belgium and Portugal right behind them on row number 2. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines, revs up, lights on, and as the sun blazes down here, and a big melee in the middle, it's caused a multi-cart incident straight off the bat. Oh my goodness me, I have never seen anything like that, and I've been commentating it. Oh, we've got we got another incident here at turn 2, and we've got a red flag straight away with 16 seconds elapsed. Red flag straight away has been brandished. 2 rapid-fire incidents, and the first one taking the majority of the second half of the field off of the circuit. It was just a case of one wrong move by one individual, and it was like literally straight after lights out. But Lieke van Berkel is going to bring the field that is able to make it round into turn 8. They're going to stop them before turn 9. So we have our first red flag stoppage in UKS 2026. 2 big incidents, the biggest of which I have never seen that at Karting Genk, and I've been commentating here since April of 2018. But, oh, that was a scary one, folks. But the main thing is, from what I can see, 4 carts are, well, at least 3 have been pulled out of the way. So Lionel Munguia out. Julian, I think there might be, yeah, I'm looking down. Kimi Mai. So I can see 3 drivers on the start-finish straight. There were another couple of drivers involved on an incident off of turn 2. So that just goes to show that one wrong thing happening But the main thing is that all three drivers, one of which is Redeka Kart Racing Team's Lionel Munguia, who's had some really good qualifying this year in earlier events, such as the Karting Champions League, which had its second and final round last week at Karting Genk, Marienborg. Lionel's on his feet. I would imagine that but a big, big incident as we are currently under red flag stoppage after 16 seconds on the opening heat of Junior Rotax here on round 1 of the season. So just keeping an eye on what's just happened as the scene of the incident on the start-finish straight has been cleared. A big, big thank you to all the team that have just managed to get those barriers off of the start-finish straight back into their usual formation. They were a complete mess, let's say, about 10 minutes ago. The drivers whose carts have been pulled to one side, Pelle van Echtelt, Aiden Beekman, and also Lionel Munguia. So that is effectively going to initially eliminate 3 drivers from this first heat. But very shortly, it looks like we have reset the timer, so we are under current sporting regulations rules. If it happens within the first 2 laps, the race director, at their discretion, can instigate a full restart, and that looks to be the case. Okay, after a lengthy red flag stoppage, we are going to go on to another formation lap for this first of 2 Junior Rotax Heats. Thank you for everyone that has stuck with us on the YouTube live stream, on the Chrono Karting YouTube channel. Of course, 2 incidents, the biggest one of which, as I said, I've never seen anything like that on Karting Genk, where we've had half the field literally off circuit through a moment between possibly 2 or 3 karts. Now, I did see some karts bunching up together going through the tram lines, so they've got to be very, very careful on this occasion, because there are 3 drivers that did not, well, had their karts pulled to one side. Now, if they've been able to effect repairs, then that's all well and good, but we might have less than 29 drivers starting this first heat. But once again, it will be Lieke van Berkel and Trent van Melk that will have to control proceedings. Now, one kart that okay, so we've got Leon Herbo, Joao Pereira will be lining up on row number 2. So it is down to the front row to control the pace. The red lights are on the gantry. We have gone for a full reset, so it is 9 minutes plus an additional lap. Lieke van Berkel from the Netherlands. She will lead the field out of the final corner. And it's a slow crawl to the tram lines. Into the tram lines we go, revs up, lights on. And we get underway here in Heat 1. And into turn 1 we go, nearly 4 wide towards the middle part of the field and around about the bottom part of the top 15. Looks like, okay, so drivers that have not started this race. Joao Pereira, Jara Kiewicz-Bosch, James van der Poel, Devin Mieta, Lionel Maguire, Pelle van Eschtelt and Aidan Bigman. Those are the drivers that have not taken part. So we are down to what was from 29 to 22, but there's been an incident out of turn 6. One kart mounting another. And that is not, that's going to mean that yellow flags are waving. So let's see, who are the 2 drivers that have come through? We'll get an indication once we complete the opening lap. Lieke van Berkel, she leads the way. And there is the 2-2-3 of Justin Fonk. Mechanical black flag for 2-7-2. Kai Abelera from the USA. Oh, that's going to be Matthias van Aken and DD2 DD2 that have come together. And that's off of the entry point into turn 7. Justin Fonk to the inside of Trent van Melk. That's a change at the Europolaan at turn 5. For P2, Van Melk trying to swarm over the back bumper of Justin Fonk to get through. But the 2-2-3 from GKS Lemons Power holding on to that. Then we've also got Jenthe Moonen in the 2-10. Running out your top 4. Leon Herbos and Jur Drent round out the top 6. Change her position. 2-18, Trent van Melk being caught and nearly passed by the 2-10, Jenthe Moonen. And change for the race lead. Justin Fonk through on Lieke van Berkel. And here comes Jenthe Moonen to get the crossover on the 2-18 of Trent van Melk. Retakes 3rd position. I knew this race was going to be feisty, but I did not foresee the turn of events that we have had so far. 2.5 minutes in, 6.5 plus an additional lap to go. As Jur Drent is through. Right, Marshall post 1, I think we just had the briefest of yellow flags, which has been retracted. We've still got a green flying at Marshall post 2. Right, black flag has just been given to Kai Abelera in the 272 from the United States, who is currently sitting in 17th position. Vreken and Dedale are still running. Connor Halford down to 20th behind Leon Herboz. Meantime, Justin Fonk has been chased down by Lieke van Berkel. Jente Moonen makes it 2 Belgians in the top 3 with a Dutch lady driver in the middle. But Lieke van Berkel has shown that she is one that can race with everybody else. Oh, side pod is up on the 229. Tygo Holthausen from the Netherlands. You can see that it's angled up. Might have been a little bit of drama from the race, well, the starting grid incident we saw before the red flag was brandished. Here goes Kimi Mai up the inside. And that is through on Drent. So this is going to be very, very insightful as to what happens next. Kimi Mai and Gillian Dumas. Running line astern are the 2 from Germany. And unfortunately, Kai Abelera has been excluded from the session for failing to pay attention to the mechanical black and orange flag, or the meatball flag as we commonly call it in the United Kingdom. Justin Fonk leads the way. Van Berkel to the inside. And at the beginning of lap 6, she retakes the race lead. But Jente Moonen dives to the inside of Justin Fonk and steals 2nd position away from the 223. And here comes the 218 of Tren van Melk, who's got Drent all over his back bumper. So we have also had 2 other retirements, Leon Herboz and Connor Halfer. 29 starters, 19 still remain as we've got 3¼ minutes to go plus an additional lap. Van Berkel still keeping Jente Moonen at arm's length as they come through out of turn number 2. Moonen looking for the possible switchback here at turn 5. Can't get the job done. Drent keeps Klaus Hans, the youngster from Latvia, at bay. Klaus Hans now running with GKS 11's power, has done so, I think, for the last season and a bit. Hardest chargers in this race. Liam Hauger started 27th, now runs 12th. Tygo Holthausen started 21st, now runs P7. Change for position a little bit further back. Justin Fonk has dropped down to 6th place. Meantime, Jente Moonen has been able to get to the front of the field, overtaking Lieke van Berkel, who's got Tren van Melk right behind. 2:54, Matthias Vreken. 3-second time penalty for unsportsmanlike driving. As we are fast approaching the last minute and a half, plus an additional lap of this Junior Rotax opening heat of the season. To the inside on Van Berkel goes Van Melk. Change for P2. Drent and Hans are not that far behind, as Tygo Holthausen has got Kimi Mai to the inside. Look at that precision there from Lieke van Berkel. Gets through, and Jente Moonen. Oh, that was a switchback and a half right there for the race lead. Van Berkel went through on Van Melk, and Moonen at turn 1 And Jenthe Moonen went hold my orange juice and fired it to the inside at 3. And Van Melick and Van Berkel didn't have an answer. Right, it's kart 2-3-1. Liam Holger has just been given an official warning, reference driving standards. But we will be coming down to our penultimate lap of this race. We are about to start lap 10 out of 11. Jenthe Moonen leads the way. Kimi Mai now gets a 3-second time penalty. Reference braking formation. But Moonen leads. Van Berkel, Van Melick, Drent, Hans, Mai, Duma, Holthausen, Fonk and Mazurkiewicz round out the top 10. Timer has officially hit 0 on the counter. We still have 19 runners and riders. Rounded out by Matthias Verreken, Dion Brack and DD2 DD2. Drivers eliminated. Leon Herbos, Conor Haufer, João Pereira, Yara Kivitz-Bosch, James Van der Poel, Devon Yater, Lionel Munguia, Pelle van Echtelt, Aidan Beekman, and exclusion from the session, Kai Abelera. Meantime, Moonen has got a little bit of breathing space. Heading into the final corner. Through goes Van Melick. One more lap remains. And what is Jenthe Moonen's gap? 0.35 of a second. As Van Berkel through on the inside of Van Melick. Gets to the outside of turn 2. Parks it on the racing line and says to Van Melick, thank you very much. I'll take that every single day of the week, especially as it's race day on Sunday. Through down the Europolan they go for the final time here on lap number 11. And Lieke van Berkel has put some distance between herself and Tren Van Melick, who's been closed in on by Jur Drent, who is absolutely hell-bent on trying to possibly get through for P3 into Cafe Corner. Turn 10, the left-hander. Now the run to turn number 11, the final turn on this circuit. Out of the final corner, after drama at the first time of starting, Jenthe Moonen from 10th on the grid takes victory here in Heat 1. Lieke van Berkel finishes 4 tenths behind in second position. Tren Van Melick, Jur Drent, Julian Dummer round out your top 5. Julian Dummer, 13 places gained. Kimi Mai will get a 3-second time penalty post-race, which will drop him from 6th to 12th position. Klaus Hans, Olivier Mazurkiewicz also up a big amount of places. 14 for the 216. Had a Justin Fonk, Tygo Holthausen, Augustin Hanik, Liam Hauger, Jesse Andringa, Milano Shiphorst, Dimitar Lazarov, Sasha Al-Jabrail, Matthias Verreken, Dion Brakke and DD2 DD2, the last of the classified finishers. Eliminated were Leon Herbos, Conor Haufer, João Pereira, Yara Kivitz-Bosch, James Van der Poel, Devon Yater, Lionel Munguia, Pelle van Echtelt, Aidan Beekman and Kai Abelera, who ignored a mechanical black flag, thereby making it an exclusion. But Moonen wins from the outside of row 5 in Heat 1. Well, we now turn our attention to both the DD2 and the DD2 Masters divisions. Last year, Wout Kerstens took the title in Chrono Karting, and Wim Rouleau picked up a second successive title in a row that same year, but a total of 31 drivers. There's your pole sitter, Germany's Bennett Demmler, who took pole position by 23 thousandths of a second yesterday. Vincent van Kerkhoven, looks like quite nice new fetching race suits for the team at GKS. There is 468, Ralph van der Pavet, affectionately known from my side as the Mullet Man. Well, he's had some success moving into DD2, following in the footsteps of younger brother Mika, who we will see in action for the KZ2s. So before they get, well, they're going to head on their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the starting grid for Heat 1 for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Bennett Demmler and Jordi Kleber will be on the front row of the grid. Vincent van Kerkhoven and Axel Hoes celebrated his birthday earlier on this week, ran out row 2. Ralph van der Pavet and Rick van der Straat ran out row 3. Defending champion Wout Kerstens starts 7th alongside the hard-charging driver that is Imke Arts. Theo Lemoine and Pepin Reitman round out your top 10 ahead of Yannick Kilianski and Mike van der Maastricht, who round out row 6. Jim Ringelberg makes a return to DD2 Masters competition and takes pole position. He'll line up alongside newcomer from senior Rotax to DD2, Scott Westhovens on row 7. Noah Neumann, Hugo Klabots, Kibjorn Edstrom from Sweden, Dmitry Ostrovsky, Nick Danchenko, and Dami Siemens round out your top 20. Erwin Montfort back in a saddle. He'll be joined by the most qualified grand finalists in its history of the event, Christoph Adams. They round out row 11. Gwen Bloxhill, Derek van Kurt, Jeffrey Bars, Ron Verstegen, Douglas Knoll, Ton van Weert, Jort van Wijk, Jesse Spans, and Julian Glosman rounds out your grid. The Dr. Eloy. Demmler, Start, Kampf, Sieg, which basically means start, fight, and win in that order. So a little bit of a refresher for those that would like a little bit of housekeeping. It's always good to refresh the memory from my side as well. DD2, minimum weight, 175 kilos. Masters, 180 kilos. DD2, they start with the number 4. And DD2 Masters start with the number 5. On dry conditions, like we have here, sunny, it's getting warmer. Here at the Home of Champions, we're up to 9 degrees centigrade. Wind to the northwest of 5 kilometers an hour, that's 3 miles an hour. They'll be running on the Mojo D5s in the dry, Mojo W5 CIKs in the wet. DD2, you can start racing 15 years and above. When you hit the age of 32, you're stuck and slung into Masters. But that has to be on the year of your 32nd birthday. So, if you are 31 and later on in the calendar year, you turn 32, you go into Masters. So, 2-speed gearbox, partnered with the Rotax Max Evo engines on the left-hand side of everyone's chassis, with the ubiquitous power valve to boot. So, into first gear for the rolling start. Revs rise, lights on, we are underway, and there's a big old disparity between the back end of the field, but Bennett Demmler leads the field up into second through on Jordi Kleber, gets Vincent van Kerkhoven in the 4.83 as the field makes its way. Oh, careful of that dust tracking out of turn 3, folks. I've seen it where someone's caught a rear right wheel in the dirt, and then all of a sudden has ended up pirouetting around. Jordi Kleber had that drama. at the Champions Winter Trophy here at this circuit 3 weeks ago in the afternoon. So into the early stages. So Ron Verstegen, Ton van Weert and Jesse Spans round out the order. Julian Klausman currently sitting 28th overall. In terms of the DD2 Masters side of things, Jim Ringelberg now up into P12 ahead of Scott Westhovens. Biggest mover at the moment, Julian Klausman, who started down in last place. Now, he did admit, he messaged me this morning on Instagram, and I do appreciate when the driver takes the time out of their schedule. They know it's going to be a busy day. However, second place is going to change once again. Also, Yuri Klibol, the son of multi-time Rotax, Belgium Max Challenge and B&L Karting Series champion, Carl. As we're seeing some great battles up and down the order. Oh, and a big incident at the final corner. And hard straight into the barriers goes the 409. Oh dear, it's all gone horribly wrong on the first day of the season for Mike van Maastricht. And I think Jeffrey Bars in the 543 was the driver that he ended up going over the right side of at the same time. And, well, here's your top five. Bennett Demler leads. Head of Jordi Klebor, Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Imke Arts now up 4 places. And she's always been a fast peddler in the DD2. Multiple times she's represented the Netherlands at the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Was in the title fight for at least the last couple of years. And can always really push the opposition hard against the wall, so to speak. Axel Hoos, the man from Combi Kart Racing Team. He's rounding out your top 5. Ralph van der Pav at P6. And here goes Imke Arts to the inside of Van Kerkhoffen. She makes it through. That's P3 for the 421. So some drivers having a bit of a tough time out there. And Mike van Maastricht, well, looks like he might have got him going again, but this is a possible battle for the lead. There is a change for the lead. Jordi Klebor got through on Bennett Demler. There has been a lot going on here today, folks. And Klebor got through at turn 6 off the Uniplan. Demler looks to stick his nose up the inside of the Belgian through into the final corner. With 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go, it's anyone's guess what might happen. Demler, can he dive to the inside? No! A dive bomb again by Imke Arts. She did that to get third. She's done that to get second. And now the race begins in earnest. Demler to the inside of Arts. This time at turn 6 off of the Uniplan. The German makes his way through. Van Kerkhoffen is there. However, at this point, Jordi Klebor has got a little bit of breathing room. Oh, Ralph van der Paver. That was a cheeky move up the inside of Axel Hoos, who's now got teammate Wood Kirstens from the Combi Kart Racing Team squad. Shout out Willem van der Loos. Good afternoon, I should say. It's been a long day for many of us who are quite here at the circuit quite early. Bennett Demler, once again, has just got through, been pushed, well, not been pushed aside, robustly manoeuvred past by Imke Arts. And then Vincent van Kerkhoffen went and did, in the words of the late, great Brian Jones, the voice of Brands Hatch, he went high, wide and handsome and got through at turn 2 with literally he made it through with about half a kart length between his rear bumper and Imke Arts' front bumper. That was impressive. And with that track knowledge, you would say that the advantage would be with Vincent van Kerkhoffen. In the meantime, Bennett Demler, our pole sitter, now finds himself behind Axel Hoos and has got with him the likes of Wout Kirstens, who's through on Ralph van der Pavert. Jordi Klebo, in the meantime, has got a 1.1 second advantage and is clearing off into the distance. Can't say sunset because we're nowhere near 6:30 in the evening, folks. We're about 6 hours away from that point in the day. But Van der Pavert closing in on Imke Arts. This is the battle for P3. And Van der Pavert has been around the block once or twice in his career with regards to juniors, with regards to seniors. And obviously, last year, started to make the transition to DD2. I think he's... One of the good things is that... And I'm going to use the Julian Klosman story as a reference point here, because I think it's quite fitting. As Julian... I did say to Julian, just go out there and enjoy yourself. He's enjoying himself so much, he's up 16 places. He's up to P15. Is the man from SR Solutions, run by Scott Swart, who also celebrated his birthday this week. Max Timmermans, you get a shout out too, being another birthday boy this week. I did say to Max, 21 again. He went, no, I'm 27 now. I went, well, we all have to get old, unfortunately, my friend. However, we are coming down to the last minute and 3/4. And Jordi Klebo's lead over fellow countryman Vince van der Kerkhoff is now 1.1 seconds and climbing. Ralph van der Pavert, who started on the inside of row 3, now up to 3rd. Imke Arts, who at one point was closing in on 2nd position. She's moved up 4 places from the outside of row number 4 and now is currently 4th. Bennett Demmler has been the German cork in the wine bottle because he's got behind him Axel Hoos, Wout Kirstens, Theo Lemoine, Rick van der Straat and Scott Westhovens, amongst others. Scott is another driver that has moved up. As here we go to the inside for 2nd position. Neat as you like. The mullet man, Mr. Ralph van der Pavert, in full effect. That was a great move from him. As the trio battling over 2nd position. Right, kart 409. Mike van Maastricht has just been given, well, it's not going to make any difference now because he's out of the race after lap 3. 3-second time penalty, unsporting driving. Not just Mike van Maastricht, but also Germany's Nick Danchenko is out of the race. So we still have 29 out of the 31 drivers remaining. So we've got 2.72 kilometres left to go. 22 turns in all. That's 2 laps. You take the distance of Karting Genk. Yeah, 2.72 kilometres. I'll do it that way. Makes my life a little bit easier. 22 corners. Well, it's coming down all the while. But not is the gap between Jordi Klebo and 2nd place runner Ralph van der Pavert, who started on the inside of row number 3. Jordi Klebo fighting off the best advances from a certain Bennett Demmler, who is currently sitting in around 5th position. Last lap will be out. Last lap board will be out this time, and it is going to be Jordi Klebo that will bring us on to our 12th and final. Oh, it's checkered flag this time. So Jordi Klebo takes the win. Ralph van der Pavert takes P2. Vincent van Kerkhoffen takes P3. Now, Masters. Jim Ringelberg, 12th, takes the win. Kibjorn Edstrom in 15th. And then Dmitry Ostrovsky in the 519, who rounds out the top 20. completes your top 3 in the Masters, excuse me. So, Jordi Kleibor takes the win ahead of Ralph van der Pavert, Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Imke Arts, Bennett Demler down to 5th at the end of the race. Axel Hoes, Wout Kirstens, Theo Lemoyne, Rick van der Straat, Scott Westovens rounding out your top 10. Jort van Wijk, along with Julian Klosman, the 2 hardest chargers in this race. 18 places gained apiece. Van Wijk from 29th to 11th, finishing ahead of Masters winner Jim Ringelberg. Julian Klosman up from last to 13th. Noah Neumann, Kibjorn Edström rounding out your top 15 and top 2 in Masters ahead of Yannick Kiliansky, Hugo Calabos, Jesse Spans, Pepin Reitman rounding out the top 20 and the top 3 in Masters. Dmitry Ostrovsky, Gwen Bloxhill, Christoph Adams, Danny Siemensma, Derek Van Kurt, Edwin Montfort back in the saddle again, running Montfort Motorsports with his brother. Jeffrey Bars, Douglas Knoll, Don Van Weert and Ron Verstegen round out the 29 finishers. Nick Danchenko and Mike van Maastricht out on lap 3. So we head to our next race of the event, and it is going to be KZ2. Let's take you through the starting grid on this one. Enzo Bol will start from pole position, and joining him on the front row will be Robin Glerum. Row 2, René de Broeke and Jean Luyet. Mika van der Pavert and Samuel Luyet round out your top 3 rows. Giovanni Witteveen and Edgar Velkans. Row 4, Julian Carmen and Luca Brima round out your top 10. Jeffrey Fixer and Daniel Tenbach on row 6. Nick Ploymers and Sam van Verschoyler. Kevin Stayhauer and a previously crowned Motorsport UK British Kart Championships champion, Charlie Turner, row 8. Julian Boub and Jente Bommer, row 9. Rick Mewis, Kane Ince complete your top 20. And the last 2 drivers, Ryan de Jong and Bryn Kinch, complete the grid. We'll have this and 2 more races to go before we head into the break, well, the lunch break, effectively, Now, these particular vehicles producing around about 50 horsepower from their engines are mated to a 6-speed sequential gearbox. So the drivers will pull towards them for going up the gears and push the lever away from them to shift down. 0 to 100 kilometers in around about the same time as a Porsche high-spec 911, maybe say a GT3. And these karts at times can top out at around about the best part of 160 kilometers an hour. That's 100 miles an hour, folks. But that's dependent on the circuit layout. If anyone knows the circuit known as Rissington, Brian Rush, I know you do, because that was the first time we met at the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships when a certain Fabian Federer came across for a one-off incursion into the United Kingdom. And that has a very, very long back straight. But for KZ2 and KZ2 Masters, because of the sheer torque delivery through the back axles, it is standing start only. And when you think about what certain drivers have achieved in this kind of class, the legendary Davide Fore, the likes of, I think, Danilo Albanese, Paolo Ippolito, Mayan Kramers, Lorenzo Travisanuto, they have competed in this class. Max Verstappen also, if you might remember 2013, he went on to FIA Championship glory that year before moving into Formula One with Scuderia, well, a couple of years later. Okay, let's go for it. Green flag at the back. 9 minutes plus an additional lap. Drivers instructed to look at the lights. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's revs up. Lights out. We're underway here in the first heat. And a good start by Enzo Bol. A couple of other drivers getting caught out, trying to dump the clutch. But the 255 from the Netherlands leads the way as everyone scampers for traction and power. These cars, you're now going to see. Watch Enzo Bol accelerate. Like, literally, it's absolutely rapid. And within a matter of seconds, he's down into turn 6. He's been chased down by Robin Glirum. Jean Louillet rounds out your top 3. René de Bruyker, Samuel Louillet, Mika van der Pavet. They've all made some games. Some drivers not able to get through and move up a position or two. That does include Charlie Turner. As the field makes its way out of the final corner. After the opening lap, Bol leads Glirum by 2/10. And it's the brothers Louillet. Jean ahead of Samuel, who round out your top 4. Rune de Bruyker P5. Mika van der Pavet, Luca Prima, Giovanni Vittavine, Edgar Zvelkans, and Daniel Tenbach round out your top 10 as things stand. But Bol and Glirum have started to pull away into the distance. Last year, it was close between Tommy van der Sloys and Jens Steur, with the former getting the nod after a tribunal decided it went van der Sloys' way. We had to wait until a matter of weeks ago for that decision to be confirmed and ratified. But here goes Glirum, looks to the inside under braking, can't get through on Enzo Bol. Meantime, there are the two leaders heading into turn 5. Five seconds, that's all it takes out of what is a 53-second lap for those drivers to get from turn 5 to turn 6. However, at the moment, Robin Glirum did have the fastest lap of the race. It is now the fact that Enzo Bol did have it. Giovanni Vittavine down in 7th position in the 226, just puts in a 52.669. As the track is warming up and the temperature is increasing, the grip is increasing. Now, these drivers are going to be using the LeConte LMP Prime tyres provided by Kart Service Brabant for the entirety of the season for KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. But this discipline within the world of karting is incredibly aggressive. Oh, bit of a dive to the inside. I'm wondering who that might have been. I did try and check out the livery. But it was tough to find out who that was. Besides, we are just over 5 minutes to go until we have our last lap here in this opening heat. As Mika van der Pavert trying to close on in to Samuel Leuillet, running on the CRG chassis. And the CRG Belgium outfit run by Claude Ball. Funny enough, I was actually behind the Swiss-registered van that the Loyers arrived in at the circuit this morning. Right, okay, jump start penalties, 3 seconds apiece. Enzo Bol, Robin Glirum, and the 261, Jean Leuillet. So all three of our top three have got a 3-second penalty for jumping the gun on the start. That's going to change the way that the finishing order might be, depending on how big the gaps become over the next 3 minutes and 50 seconds, plus an additional lap. Air temperature now 9 degrees centigrade, northwesterly wind to the tune of about 5 kilometers an hour, and pretty much beautiful blue Belgian skies overhead, sunshine beating down, and Enzo Bol starting to move away. Now with the 3-second time penalty, that would put him P6. No, actually that might put him a little bit further up the order. That will probably put him P4 because you've got Bol, Glirum and Jean Leuillet. They've all been pinged for a jump start, so from that Enzo Bol, that would put him in front of Giovanni Vittavine, but behind Rune de Broeke. Then it would be Glirum. And then, well, Glirum would be behind Vittavine. And then Leuillet would be behind Edgars Velkans. But still a little bit further back. Samuel Leuillet trying to, well, he's trying to keep at bay Mika van der Pavert on the 286 Kart Republic chassis. Of course, the Pex family, known within motorsports and also particularly in karting. Stan and brother Jorrit have been running in KZ2 for the last few years. Of course, their dad Richard, now who's become a bit of a rally aficionado, courtesy of Max Verstappen's dad, Jos the boss in other words. And Stan is actually going to be competing in rallying this year in a Skoda Fabia R5, I believe, when I asked him. And he said, yeah, I might get behind the wheel of a kart. It's a long way to wait until the rally season gets underway. But you could understand it. You know, once a driver, always a driver. In the meantime, Julian Carmen has gotten through on Luca Brima, and that is for 12th position on the road. So we're heading down towards the final minute, plus an additional lap. Enzo Bol now nearly 9/10 clear of Robin Glirum. Mika van der Pavert still trying to close in on Samuel Luyet and try and get past the Swiss driver in the 260 for 4th position. So KZ2 minimum weights, including driver and cart, 175 kilos. They were on the LeConte LPM primes and in the dry, and the LWR reins in the wet. And for KZ2, if you are turning 15 in the year of 2026, you can start then. And then from KZ2 Masters, we'll get into the age bracket side of things for their next race. 2 laps to go, and Enzo Bol comfortably and calmly extending the lead. But here goes Mika van der Pavert on Samuel Luyet. Tries to get the crossover at turn 1. Can he make it through at 3? There's a little bit of touch between the pair. Right front to left rear. Van der Pavert lit up the rear tyres. And now they've got Rune de Broeke right with them. And Van der Pavert trying to get through. Can't get the job done as Samuel Luyet parks it on the apex at turn 6. Great work by the Swiss racer. But next time around, last lap, board will be shown to Enzo Bol. And at the minute, let's see if he can make it as high as possible. Samuel Luyet's gap between him. Okay. That could still put Bol on a race-winning position. Glirum is 1.1 seconds back. That will put him behind Samuel Luyet. But will put him in front of Mika van der Pavert. Jean Luyet, in the meantime, however, would go behind Mika van der Pavert as we keep an eye on our race leader, Enzo Bol, out of turn 8 into Cafe Corner at 9. The back end smoothly rotating out of 10. One more corner to go. How big will his lead be come the checkered flag? Out of the final corner, Enzo Bol wins KZ2 Heat 1 after 12 laps by nearly a second and a half. And it's going to be nearly 3 wide across the line. Witteveen closing on Van der Pavert. So, Enzo Bol, 3-second time penalty, will still win this race. And that will be the case of Robin Glirum. That will put him second. Jean Luyet, they might have just dodged a big get-out-of-jail free card. Well, they might have just dodged a bullet there and get the get-out-of-jail free card there. Bol wins on the road ahead of Glirum by nearly a second and a half, with Jean Luyet rounding out your top 3. Samuel Luyet, Mika van der Pavert, Giovanni Witteveen, Rune de Broeke, Edgar Zvelkans, Jeffrey Fichter and Kevin Stahauer rounding out the top 10. Daniel Tenbach, Julian Kamen, Luca Prima, Charlie Turner, Jelte Bouma, Sam van Verschoyle, Julian Boom, Nick Ploymers, Kane Ince, Ryan de Jong, Rick Mewis, and Bryn Kinch round out your 22 runners and riders. They all made it to the checkered, and it will probably be covered by about 18 and a bit seconds. But that's it for KZ2. Heat 1, KZ2 Masters up next. Now for our penultimate race of the morning's action here at United Karting Series 2026, the season opener at the home of champions. Time for KZ2 Masters, 9 minutes plus an additional lap. The defending champion, Jeroen Bos from SP Motorsport, will line up on pole position. Alongside will be the 199 from Belgium, Yannick Quirijnen. The 2024 Chrono Karting KZ2 Masters champion, Glenn Vandenhoek, will be joined by Erwin Jalving on the second row. It's an all-British row 3, courtesy of Sam Ward and Alan Kenyon. Marcel Ernst and Martin Versteeg round out your top 8, with Mick Bertram and William Klooster rounding out your top 10. Bas Schouten, Niels Beuler, Edgar Oosting, Bas Steen, Rickards Kalnzims, Niels Koster, Mike Hendricks, Sebastian Koppenol, Daniel Zalstra, Alexander Homerson ran out your top 20. Martin Dijkstra, Rutger Brakel, Mark Verhoeven, Benno Ridder and Leon Kaldijk rounding out your 25-strong grid. One notable absentee. I had a chat with this man at the Chrono Karting Awards in late January. Wesley de Waal will not be returning to the series. It's a real shame because he gave Glenn Vandenhoek and Jeroen Bos something to think about last season. And we had a very, very upfront and honest. So Wesley, if you're watching, thank you for the memories, my friend. I know that we have seen a little bit of posting on your social media. There'll be selected rounds you'll be running at, but thank you so much for being a part of this championship over the last couple of years. You've made it a lot of fun for me up here in the booth. So with the KZ2 Masters, $30 years and above. Minimum weight requirements, 190 kilos, including cart and driver. They will start with the number 1 at the beginning of their 3-digit number. Like the KZ2s, we'll be running on the LeConte LMP Primes for dry and LWR Reigns for wet. There is a discretion, however, 30 years and older, or personal weight of minimum 100 kilos, including complete race outfit. Jeroen Bos was the only driver to go sub 52 seconds yesterday in qualifying. We now hit double digits on the air temp. 10 degrees Celsius here at the home of champions. Here we go. The green flag will very shortly wave at the back of our 25-strong grid here in KZ2. There it is. Green flag is shown and it waves. Drivers instructed to look at the lights. The countdown starts now. All 4 lights are on. Oh dear, Glenn Vandenhoek mistimed the start. Jeroen Bos gets a flyer, but Glenn Vandenhoek instantly on the back foot straight away. I noticed it straight off the back. And just before the lights went out, Vandenhoek hit the throttle, gunned it, realised his mistake. As they now come through out of turn 5. Down the Europolan at breakneck speed go these drivers. A little bit of side-by-side argy-bargy going on through into turn 7. But Jeroen Bos, the 101 for SP Motorsport, leads the way here in the early goings of this opening heat. It's going to be a dive to the inside. Erwin Jalving makes a position. And that was on, I think that was, now, who is that? That is, well, Alan Kenyon on the Sodi kart is currently sitting in P4. I did say watch out for the drivers on row 3. Sebastian Coppenol has just become the hardest charger in the race so far with a 5-position gain at the minute. He's up from 18th, currently running P13. But at the moment, well, Jeroen Bos, after the opening 2 laps, he is nearly 1.2 seconds up the road from Glenn Vandenhoek. Erwin Jalving, Alan Kenyon, Jarek Quirainen and Sam Ward round out your top 6, covered by 2.3 seconds. Right, so 3 jump start penalties applied. Rickards Kalnzeems 109, Glenn Vandenhoek 141, and 156 also got caught. Mike Hendricks down in 17th position. And sometimes what can happen at the sharp end of the field, if someone does the unthinkable and sets off a chain reaction of people having a bit of a drama thereof, it can be the case that one driver will be like ruining the day when they went, why did I go early? You know, why did I make that mistake? But a jump start isn't going to hurt anybody, as long as you know that you can start clawing that distance back. But, right, what has oh, Jeroen Bos. Oh, he's standing by Marshall post number 1. Jeroen Bos, the race leader, the pole sitter, is out. What on earth has happened there? I cannot believe it. His kart has failed on him. And that is something you do not want to wish on anybody. I guarantee you this much. I did not want to see Jeroen Bos go and put it on pole for the first heat, and then within 4 laps his race is already done. So we're now halfway through this opening heat. And Glenn Vandenhoek is leading the way ahead of Erwin Jalving, Jannik Quirainen, Sam Ward now ahead of countryman from the United Kingdom, and a fellow countryman up in the commentary box, Alan Kenyon, and yours truly. They cover the top 5 by about 2.3 seconds thus far. So Glenn Vandenhoek with a 3-second time penalty jump start would be behind Niels Böhler and end up 6th. And there we see Ward and Kenyon. Well, Ward is on the Croc promotion, Kenyon on the Sodi. Actually, Sam Ward is on a CRG, apparently. There has been a change of position. Looks like Mick Bertram's lost the place, more than likely to Bas Schulten in the 197. And, oh, right, new track record, 52.584 for Glenn Vandenhoek. And he's now extended his lead over Erwin Jalving to 3/4 of a second after 7 laps. There is Sam Ward on the CRG, closely following Yannick Quirainen from Belgium. So we've got a Dutch 1-2, a Belgian in third, a Brit in fourth and in fifth. The next nationality is Germany, down in eighth, Marcel Ernst. And then also what we have got is the next one after that will be Richard Kaunziem's in 17th position. So with 1 minute and 50 seconds to go, Glenn Vandenhoek at the minute, with a 3-second time penalty for a false start, will be demoted down to 5th position ahead of Niels Berler. Who else do we have? 156 was Mike Hendricks. That'll demote him to in front of Alexander Homerson, so that'll be 18th place. And then the 109 of Richard Kaunziem's, that'll demote him in front of Benno Ridder. So the more time that Glenn Vandenhoek can gather in the next minute and a quarter, plus an additional lap, which equates to, I would say, give or take. Now, where is Glenn Vandenhoek at the moment? He's just heading into turn 11. So he's going to get 3 laps. 3 laps. So what is the distance between him and Jalving? As we've got someone stopped by the side of the road into turn 1. That is going to be more than likely. I fear that's Buzz Steen in the 136. It was the livery. I didn't need to check them up. It was the livery. So Buzz Steen becomes our second driver that DNFs in this race. There's the 134 of Marcel Ernst running with Door Motorsport, who've been running Julian Bub this weekend as well, I believe, and also run. Last year ran Ben Durr and Timo Glock in the McLaren 720S GT3 Evo in the Deutsche Turnwagen Masters. The DTM, in other words. But Glenn Vandenhoek, has he pulled the pin on the grenade? The timing will tell the story. 1.2 seconds. Alan Kenyon now is in P5 and he's 2.95 seconds behind. And Glenn Vandenhoek has gone quicker still. 52.558. New track record for KZ2 Masters. So within 2.5 minutes, Glenn Vandenhoek has broken the track record twice in this division. That probably might be for Chrono Karting. I will have clarification on that soon. But we're going to have 1.36 kilometers of racing left in KZ2 Masters for their opening heat. Glenn Vandenhoek, is he going to go quicker still here on lap 12? The answer is not quite, but he's opened the gap to 1.4 seconds. Vandenhoek doing what he can to pull away from Erwin Jalving. Quirainen, Ward and Kenyon. And Kenyon is outside of the 3-second bubble. So Vandenhoek has just got to keep on putting his head down. This will more than likely keep him in 4th position at the flag once everything's said and done. Through into Cafe Corner, now into turn 10. Hard on the power, up the gearbox, now shifting down 2 or so gears into turn 11. Out of the final corner, he will win on the road. He knows, I think he realises he's done that jump start, and that will put him down to 4th. Erwin Jalving will provisionally take the victory in that one, in the 141, ahead of Erwin Jalving, ahead of Yannick Quirainen, so 107, 199, and Sam Ward in the 163 for the UK will round out your provisional KZ2 Masters top 3 in this instance. Niels Berler up 6 places. Mick Bertram, Martin Versteeg, Marcel Ernst and Bas Schulten rounding out your top 10. William Klooster, Sebastian Koppenhol, Edgar Oosting, Niels Koster, Rickard Kaunsims, Mike Hendricks, Mark Verhoeven, Alexander Hommerson, Benno Ridder, Marnix Dijkstra, Leon Kaldijk, and then we've got Rutger Brakel, Daniel Zoustra, rounding out the 23 that finished. Unfortunately, retirements on lap 8 for Bastien and on lap 3 for Jeroen Bos, the defending champion. So here we go with our second of 3 senior Rotax heats to bring us to a brief pause in proceedings before we get on to the second bunch of heats. It's senior Rotax Heat 2, A versus B. Bran van der Weyken and Vince van der Halen lead on the front row. Lars Lambers, Boris Maximov, row 2. Luke Neeson, Robbie Storder, row 3. Max Sadowski and Lucas Storder, row 4. Krik Knorder and Sweddy up in row 5, ahead of Benjamin Van Hees, Ruben Verheyen, Taze Stevens, Mitch Haynett, Taze Van Wyk, Jay Zurveld, Sepp Terhorst, Flynn Fitters, Enzo Zani, Kaz Boshuis, Felipe Falk, Rein van der Meer, Filip Wisniewski, Kai van der Werf, Niels Verkooyen, Robert Serraris, Martin Herrera and Brent Spapen rounding out your drivers on this grid. Temperature has really started to skyrocket now. 14 degrees centigrade. Still a northwesterly wind to the tune of 5 kph. Blue skies here in Belgium, in the Limburg region. We're about a 20-minute drive, if that, off of the Dutch border. But it will be down to the front row that will control the pace. Everyone will have to get into formation pretty quickly. And it is 7 out of the top 8 drivers in this grid all represent Bouvin Power, with Max Swiderski in the 397, the sole SP Motorsport driver. Revs up, lights on, lights are out. We're green here for Heat 2. And Van der Weyken leads the field into turn 1. As this is definitely... Oh, Max Swiderski has just managed to get his way from 7th on the grid and now runs P4. Nearly a cat amongst the Bouvin Power pigeons. But Swiderski made good his intentions, and whilst these 6 drivers in front were battling away, he managed to get through at least half of them. As the field makes its way through in towards turn 9 here on the opening tour. Kaz Boshuis in the 363 has managed to get past Filip Wisniewski, down a little bit further in the order. Kaz Boshuis started in 20th, now up into 21st. And there's going to be a change. Lars Lambers gets through. Here comes a switchback. Vince van der Halle stumbles. And Max Swiderski nearly took complete advantage of it at that point. And Swiderski is through on van der Halle. Meantime, Niels Verkooyen having a drama at the final corner. The 381 from the Netherlands on the Tony kart nearly clattered into the foam barrier on the left-hand side of the corner itself. However, change for the race lead. Lars Lambers through on Bran van der Weyken. 2 minutes down, 7 to go. Van der Weyken unable to make the move at turn 1 to get through on Lars Lambers. It's not been going very well for the 363 of Kaz Boshuis. He's dropped a little bit further down the order, I'm afraid, folks, and is currently sitting in 26th position. So from that aspect, it's not going to be an easy day. Jay Zurveld, the number 349, under the Red Actions Driver Development Program. Hello, Bram Ossevaarde. Good to see you back in the paddock in a different capacity, I'm sure. So good to have Bram back as part of the paddock. But he's still planning on racing this year. Where? I don't know, but you'll have to check his YouTube channel to find out. Meantime, Luke Neeson closing in on the 3:45 of Vince van der Holle, who now rounds out the top 4. Max Swiderski now through on Bran van der Weken. Now, these two were battling away in the junior division last year. And now their contretemps have moved them up to senior Rotax. This might give Lars Lambers a little bit of breathing space coming out of the final corner. The gap between first and second was nearly 4/10. It's basically nigh on doubled. 6.5 tenths between Swiderski as, Philip Wisniewski has retired. Kaz Boshouse has also retired, so we're down to 25 runners and riders. And to the inside of Bran van der Weken goes the 3:45 of Vince van der Holle, and just behind is Luke Neeson in the 3:75. Daes van Wyk in the number 369 has just put in the fastest lap of anybody this race so far on lap 4, 54.456. And Van Wyk is already up 6 positions. Felipe Falk, the man from the Netherlands via way of Brazil in the TB Kart 378, has made up 9 spots. 2 places outside of the top 10 for the 378. Here's going to be a late lunge, 372. Knoren, and that was a nice little move. Robbie Stordeur, I think, also took advantage of that opportunity and keep behind Knoren. So coming down to the last 3 3/4 minutes. Elbows are starting to go out. Neeson, Van der Weken, Knoren, Stordeur, Van Hees are also in that mix along with Daes van Wyk. Oh, a little bit of an off track there for Lucas Stordeur in the 3:32. Some of the drivers will have completed both of their qualifying heats, and that will be Group C. So then it'll be A versus B, and that will be the last of the qualifying heats. Obviously with the delay that we've had today with the red flag stoppage after Junior Rotax Heat 1, it could be around about 3 o'clock, possibly, give or take. So drivers still playing that senior Rotax game of chess, but a nice move by Felipe Falk. Oh, there's a contact between him, and it might have been Benjamin Van Hees. Yes, it was, out of the final turn. Falk got through Van Hees, made contact. And it was coming out of that final quarter. Van Hees went to the inside, clattered into the right rear of Felipe Falk, turned the TB kart around right into oncoming traffic. And there is Kaz Boshouse sitting by the sidelines. And Benjamin Van Hees, well, coming out of that final corner, it can be a bit too close for comfort. So all that work that Felipe Falk had done had just been thrown down the drain. That's how he will see it. Not from my personal opinion, but it was unfortunate. You know, you're having to try and keep the kart on the racing line whilst trying to facilitate an overtake. And Benjamin Van Hees, I'm sure, would have thought in the back of his mind, yeah, I can get through on Felipe. And then all of a sudden, you go to broach the subject and something's got to give. And that's exactly what has happened in that. Benjamin Van Hees has tumbled all the way down to 24th. Felipe Falk, 21st. A real shame because both drivers would have really helped themselves to be in the top 36 at the sharper end come the end of the race day. But karting giveth and karting giveth and taketh away. And it can happen all at the same time. Meanwhile, we will have 2 laps to go. Lars Lambers continues to lead the way in the 342. Oh, and it's like the juniors all over again. Max Swiderski versus Vince van der Halle. So they make their way through in towards the Europalan for what will be the penultimate time here on lap 10 out of 11. Van der Halle trying to close in on Swiderski. The timer is fast counting down. After this, there will be that one last lap to go. And Lambers has a pretty decent stranglehold on this race. His lead over Max Swiderski, 0.66 of a second. Van der Halle just over 9/10 off of Lambers, his teammate from Bouvin Power. They're going to head into the Europalan for the what will be the 11th and final time. Van der Halle has the fastest lap of the race of 54.148. Swiderski defends into turn 6. Van der Halle trying to get the switch back here through into 7, and he's dived to the inside, but Swiderski able to carry the momentum through around the outside into turn 8. Van der Halle unable to do anything about it. However, it is going to be the case that Vince van der Halle is not going to take the win in this one. However, it will be Lars Lambers in the 342 that will take the win. The 397 of Max Swiderski and the 345 of Vince van der Halle round out your top 3. 3 retirements in that race. Philip Wisniewski, Kaz Boshouse and Mitch Haynert. Luke Neeson and Krit Knorden rounded out your top 5, ahead of Thijs van Wijk, who started 15th, finished in 6th, ahead of Robbie Stordeur, Bran van der Weken, Sverre Ubben and Ruben Verheyen. Boris Maximov finishes 11th, ahead of Lucas Stordeur, Enzo Zani, Flynn Fitters, Sepp Terhorst, Rein van der Meer, Dave Stevens, Martin Herrera made it up from 27th to finish 18th, ahead of Robert Serraris. Felipe Falk rounds out your top 20. Kai van der Werf, Brent Spapen, Jay Zurveld, Benjamin Van Hees and Niels Verkooyen round out your 25 finishers. 1 has gone the way of Van der Halle, 1 has gone the way of Lambers. Who's going to win Senior Max Heat 3 later on? Well, that concludes the morning action. Look at the steam coming off of the tyres of Luke Neeson on that one. Absolutely roasting hot. There is so much pickup and so much temperature in these Mojo tyres. Well, that concludes our morning action for the opening round of the 2026 United Karting Series Championship here at Karting Genk, the home of champions. Stick with us. Don't touch that dial, because we will be back just after the lunch break, getting ready for the second set of heats before the finals later on today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in action for this afternoon's action for the first round out of 7 for the 2026 United Karting Series here at the Home of Champions. Alex Goldschmidt up in the commentary box as we will be getting some interviews trackside a little bit later on. Quintin Kreins will start from pole position in the second of the 2 Micromax heats. We'll be joined by Amizio Zani on the front row. Henry Moyat, who won on the road earlier on, but was penalised post-race, starts on road 2 with Ian Halfer alongside. Evert van Middendorp, Aiden Zanders, Jeff Gainens, Atugru Yilmaz. I understand that Hossein Al-Hosseini has withdrawn from the event a little bit earlier on. Leonard Mark starts 10th ahead of Sven Borgesius, Kenji Schröers, who was a non-starter early on, and Marlon Wutzkowski rounds out your grid. So the drivers now onto their official formation lap. 9 minutes plus an additional lap for our respective heats. We are running about 10 minutes or so in arrears, reference the starting time after the red flag incident at the second of the first of the junior Rotax heats, which got red flagged after 16 seconds. So the field being instructed by the team on the circuit to slow down, heading into Cafe Corner. 9 minutes plus an additional lap. And then after these 2 heats have been decided and the event's results have been ratified and confirmed, it will then decide how the grids will stack up for our final later on. So 12 Micromax drivers come out of the final corner into the tram lines. Revs up, lights on, lights did not go out, and it is a false start that has been called. So they are going to go round again for another tour at this time. Now, if people might remember the chrono karting regulations that were enforced for at least the last couple of years, that if we get 2 false starts, we won't red flag it. We will start the counter. So it will tick down from 9 minutes. But obviously, with regards to that, that will then put the drivers under further pressure to perform. The drivers now into the customary side-by-side rolling start. Not too sure if any drivers may be out of position, but there's got to be a gap on the inside of row number 5 where Hossein Al-Hosseini would have started. And if there is no gap left, then the driver that would be behind may find themselves incurring a post-race time penalty for being out of position on the grid. So, second time of asking, revs up, lights on, and we're green here for Heat 2 in Micromax. Good start by Amizio Zani, getting the jump on Quintin Kreins, going through into turn 1. Takes the race lead, but then Ian Halfer manages to sneak his way through. Oh, that was a great opportunistic move as someone has a little bit of a Code Brown moment coming out of 3. Amizio Zani takes the race lead again ahead of Ian Halfer as Quintin Kreins on the Paralin chassis, trying to get round at the outside, might go for the switchback here through 7. Not quite. So the entire train makes its way through into Cafe Corner at turn 9. But at the moment, it is Ian Halfer the youngster from Germany that leads the way ahead of Emizio Zani, Quinten Krains, rounding out your top three. Ertuğrul Yilmaz in fourth. In the number 7 kart, has made up 4 places and has just posted the fastest lap of this race, a 1 minute 5.230. Zanders Moya as through for second position goes Emizio Zani. Kenji Schreurs, in the meantime, is the quickest peddler out, is the hardest charger so far, up 5 places from 12th on the grid, now runs P7. So at the moment, Ian Halfer trying to extend what is just over a 3/10 of a second advantage after lap 2. That's broadened to half a second. Aidan Zanders has got through on Kenji Schreurs, and with that has taken the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 3.762. Schreurs is up a whopping 7 places thus far. And there he is, just coming through the shot at turns 3 and 4. The number 14 started 12th, now in the top 5 overall. Great work by the youngster from the Netherlands in the number 14 entry. Into turn 6 off the Europolon we go again. Karts 22. Oh, jump. Oh, and there's been a little bit of a drama, I see. One of which would have been Ertuğrul Yilmaz in the number 7 kart. And someone also having a little bit of a drama. That might have been Quinten Krains. So there was a little bit of possible coming together. And it was the case actually throughout a turn 8. The pair clash wheels. Halfer's got a lead. Zani has got a 3-second time penalty for a jump start. The 2 Praga chassis at the front end of the field have bolted away into the distance, but Zani at this moment in time, with the top 9 covered by just under 3.3 seconds, Zani has got to try and build as much as a buffer as possible between himself and everyone else behind. Kenji Schreurs, who's now up into P3, battling away with Krains. They've got Henri Moyat just behind them. So 3-second time penalty indicated to the number 22. His lead over Kenji Schreurs is about 1.7 seconds. Yellow flags at turn 1. At Marshall Post 1 heading into turn 1. Looks like we've had a couple of drivers that have tumbled down the order. We will get an idea of that after this particular lap has been completed. Looks like Leonard Marx and Marlon Wutzkowski, the 2 German drivers, whilst their countryman Ian Halfer is leading the race. And they do say 2's company, 3's a crowd, especially when you're battling for 3rd position. Kenji Schreurs, who started from the last position on the grid, is now up to P3. Quinten Krains on the Paralin chassis, trying to stick his nose right, then left. Can't get the job done at the minute, but they're coming through out of turn number 2 into 3. Still, the leaders are battling away tooth and nail at the same point. But because of the sheer pace of Ian Halford and Amizio Zani, the latter has just put in the fastest lap of the race on lap 5, a 1 minute 3.087. So is putting the pressure on the young shoulders of the German in front of him, Ian Halford. Lap 6 now about to be completed. We have just over 2.5 minutes remaining. And oh, look at this, 3 wide. Muyat to the inside, Kleins to the middle. And Schreurs keeps a hold with 3rd position in the Haas chassis in the number 14. But here goes Muyat to the inside at turn 2. Through he goes on Quentin Kleins. And that is for P4 on the road. However, Zani is now 3 seconds and then change ahead of Kenji Schreurs, who still is holding on tooth and nail for that 3rd position as they come through out of the Europolon. Now go through into turn 7. And Muyat might have an opportunity here if he plays his cards right. However, he's left the inside door open through into turn 9. And Kleins retakes the place. 3 laps remaining. The top 2 have checked out. It's like the Great Escape Praga style. 0.19 of a second separates our 2 leaders. A further 3.3 seconds back are 3rd, 4th and 5th. Quentin Kleins trying to get through on Kenji Schreurs, but the number 14 staying on the racing line. Okay, 3-second time penalty for unsporting driving. That is for kart 3. Aidan Zanders down in 10th. But whilst the top 2 have been getting away and setting their best lap times in this race, Kenji Schreurs is the cork in the quartet kart wine bottle right about now. Schreurs looks over his right shoulder, sees Kleins there. Jeff Keenan's trying to get through on Henry Muyat, but on that particular occasion was unsuccessful. So we are very much on our penultimate lap. And Muyat, I think, was trying to stick his nose up the inside, going through out of turn 2, into 3 and into 4. Nearly possibly could have gotten the crisscross done at turn 5 at the Europolon. But Kenji Schreurs still holding on at this particular juncture. We have hit 0 on the timer. So after this, uno mas. 1 lap remains for the Micromax 2nd heat. At the moment, well, Ian Halford is leading the way. Last time out, it was Amizio Zani that took the victory. But it will be 1.36 kilometers of racing left to go. Here comes Kenji. Here comes Quentin Kleins. Bumps over the curbs through out of turn 11. Kenji Schreurs quick to anticipate. Here goes Henry Muyat to the outside at turn 1. Does he make the switch? Yes, he does. Great timing with millimeter perfect precision by Henry Muyat, the number 19. Meantime, our leaders are just about to hit the chicane off of the Europolon at turn 6 on the 10th and final lap. And still, this quartet are battling away like it's going out of fashion. Muyat trying to put the frighteners on Kenji Schreurs. But in the meantime, our race leaders now heading down to the final corner. And it is going to be Ian Halford, the youngster from Germany, that is going to win Heat 2. Celebrates emphatically. Amizio Zani will hold on to second, but how much is the gap behind them? 4.8 seconds. Amizio Zani's second position is safe. Henry Muyat, P3. Kenji Schreurs P4. Quintin Kynes 5th, having started from pole. Jeff Kanin, Sven Borgesius making up places themselves. Ertugrul Yilmaz, Evert van Middendorp. Then we've got Aiden Zanders, Leonard Marks, and Marlon Wutzkowski rounding out your runners and riders. Zani took first blood, but it was Halfa here in heat number 2 that showed that he's here to show and make an impression. Great job by the youngster from Germany, with Zani and Meyer your overall top 3 in heat 2. Right, that is the Micromax set of heats out of the way. Very shortly we'll be getting underway with our next race, which will be Minimax Heat number 2. Drivers now heading onto the weighbridge to make sure that they meet the minimum weight restriction of 105 kilos, but we're back trackside once again for our next race. Okay, let's take you through the starting grid for Minimax Heat number 2. Louis Letauer starts on pole position, Noah Stayhouder on P2, alongside him on the front row. Dean Habits and Lawrence van Vlaanderen round out row number 2 itself. Tristan Abiels and Xavi Redeker round out row 3. Arno Hardstar and Ryan Rampadarath round out row 4, completing your top 10. Danny van der Molen and Milo de Kaalsmaker. Nicky Naruhito Tomase and Julian Janssen round out row 6. Dean Berger and Islands Tale for Hair round out the top 7 rows, with Finn Locker, Dan Hillen, Matthias Clever, Lassie van der Wede and Livia Ploch rounding out your grid. Red lights are on the gantry for 9 minutes plus an additional lap. Let's see who takes top honours in this one. Day and Habits did take the win on the road in the opening heats of the weekend. Out of the final corner into the tram lines, revs up, lights on, and heat 2 goes green for 9 minutes plus an additional lap. It's an even start between Letauers and Stayhouder as they go across into turn 1. Day and Habit sneaks up the inside for P2. Tries for the crisscross here. Can he get the race lead by turn 4? The answer is yes. Well done to Day and Habits. Went to the outside, got the crisscross through 2, dived to the inside at 3, and boy, was that stretched out, but it was poetry in motion. Excuse me. However, 4 wide coming through turn 8, turn 7. That was very, very close indeed. between our 19 Minimax drivers. Lassie van der Velde bringing up the rear of the field as they go through into turn 8, now into 9, and well, into 9, into 10, now into turn 11. And after the opening lap is completed, it is the colours of Dams Racing, the team run and operated and owned by Jan Dams himself, who is here in person. His driver is leading the way by over half a second as Arno Hardstar gets very robust, trying to go through and gets past Noah Stayhouder. That was a bit of a tete-a-tete, so to speak. But Hardstar and Stayhouder have been battling away in the first heat. So you can be sure that the second heat is just going to be as highly charged. So we're going to see a move up the inside. 1, 2, 5. Nicky Naruhito Tomasa gets through on Noah Stayhouder. But they swap positions again. It's musical chairs between those two over fourth position. Tomasa tries to get through, but a dive to the inside. Arno Hardstar gets through on pulse. It's Louis Letauras, who's dropped down to third position in the meantime. But this is allowing Dayan Habits to clear off into the distance. Naruhito Tomasa through on Stayhouder at this particular point. But look at this train, a train of 6 as Naruhito Tomasa bumps over the curbs through at turn number 8. Nearly got the move done, but had to back out of it using discretion as the better part of Valor, as the 156 of Louis Letauras nearly came under the kibosh from the Esprit driver, who is looking to the inside of the exit of the final corner. It was nearly 3 wide. And Dayan Habits has a lead of 1.1 seconds at this juncture. And Naruhito Tomasa has just gotten through. That's P2. Stayhouder up to third. Laurens van Vlaanderen down in 6th at the minute, as there's going to be more battles for position. Side by side between the 127 of Danny van der Molen. I think that's Julian Janssen trying to get through at the same time. That's at turn 6 off of the Europalaan. Once again, the close quarter battling that might be prevalent in these young drivers and their mindset of how to go about winning a race. Yes, you can be aggressive, but it does not always mean that you're going to get the result that you want. Sometimes if you get aggressive, you might be having that sense of desperation rather than the sense of urgency, whereby you have to think now, do I go for it, or do I hold back and wait for another opportunity to present itself? And that can be easier said than done. Dayan Habits, with 4 1/4 minutes to go, plus an additional lap, still leads. A line of carts. Oh, dive to the inside at turn 9. Someone was definitely playing with the elbows out. Could be a possible opportunity here for Miller de Karlsmaker to close in on Laurens van Vlaanderen, but it's not going to be an easy mountain to climb, let me assure you of that. But with 3 1/2 minutes to go, plus change, and that all-important additional lap, it is going to be the case of whoever gets across the line first is going to find themselves in a very, very happy situation Day and Habits, having taken the win in the first heat, now has an opportunity to double up. It's like a Rotax hornet's nest. That's what that sounds like. When all the carts rotate through the corners, you can hear this distinctive, raucous exhaust note. And to the inside, we're going to have another change. That was by Laurens van Vlaanderen in the 170, representing the Netherlands in this class. Some drivers are looking rather racy through into turn 9 at Cafe Corner, just off of the grandstand. And now Nicky Naruhito Tomase will have the likes of Noah Stayhouder, Laurens van Vlaanderen, Arno Hardstra, Milo de Kousmaker closing in. You can add to that Tristan Abiels and Julian Janssen. And here we go for a move. And that was Laurens van Vlaanderen through, Noah Stayhouder through. Milo de Kousmaker, I believe, got through there at the same point when three drivers went to the outside to effect a in order to effect a positional change. But with 1 minute and 20 to go plus an additional lap, time is going to fast run out for some of these drivers. But it is going to be down to the wire. We're going to have 2 more laps to go. Julian Janssen battling away with Tristan Abiels. Dean Habits has a 1.4 second lead. Second, third and fourth. You cannot separate them at the hip or the bumper thereof. They were covered by less than a quarter of a second. This is going to be quite crucial. This and one more tour to go for the Minimax division before we head back to Junior Rotax. This time around we will get the last lap board. More overtakes happening through into turn number 10. Day and Habits is running away with it. Nicky Naruhito Tomase gets through. And oh, bit of a sideways moment there for one of the drivers, and that is going to be Arno Hardstra, I believe. Noah Stayhouder gets through on Laurens van Vlaanderen, but Milo de Kousmaker are unable to make any sense of this. Can the 106 make it a 1-2 for the team? With his countryman, Day and Habits at the front end of the field. Now, can de Kousmaker get it put through at turn 6? Not quite. Not quite for the youngster. And this can make all the difference. And that relates to your positioning on the grid for the final. But out of the final turn, double delight for Dams Racing and Dejan Habits. The 131 takes the checkered, winning by 2 seconds ahead of Noah Stayhouder, Laurens van Vlaanderen. And look, there are multiple drag races to the line to secure positions. Laurens van Vlaanderen ahead of Milo de Kousmaker, Tristan Abiels, Danny van der Molen, Julian Janssen, Louis Letauers, Ryan Rampadarath and Nicky Naruhito Tomase. Completes your top 10. Flynn Locker, Dan Hillen, Dean Berger, Matthias Clever, Arno Hardstra drops all the way down to 15th. Head of Lasse van der Weyde, Xavier de Decker, Theo Freher, And Livia Ploch bringing up the rear of the field. 2 for 2 for the dominant Dayan Habits. Can anyone stop his run in the final later on? Now we go in with our penultimate heat for the, well, our penultimate race of the weekend for the junior Rotax division. Let's take you through the starting grid. Lieke van Berkel will start on pole position. Trent van Mullik on P2. Leon Herbos P3. João Pereira P4. With Matthias Verreken, Justin Fonk, Klaus Hans, Jur Drent, Dimitar Lazarov, and Jente Moonen rounding out your top 10. Conor Halford, Diddy Dala, Jarakiewicz Bosch, Dion Brakke, James Vanderpoel, Jesse Andringa, Kimi Mai, Gillian Dumna, Devin Mieto and Augustin Hunique rounding out your top 20. Togo Holthausen, Olivier Mazurkovic, Sasha Al-Jabrail, Lionel Munguia, Pele Van Echtelt, Milano Shiphorst, Liam Hauger, Aidan Beekman and Kai Abelera rounding out your 29 strong grid. So we keep our attention poised on the field. Van Berkel and Van Mullik lead the way. It was the 2:10 on the road that took the win, Jente Moonen, from the outside of row number 5. But who knows what might happen in this race. Red lights on the gantry. Revs up, lights on, and we go racing for 9 minutes plus an additional lap. Van Berkel leads the way. Bit of jockeying for position with the likes of Leon Herbos and João Pereira. Look at the freight train. It's nearly 3 wide coming out of turn 2 on the opening tour itself. They all get safely through to turn 5. Let's see. Pretty much everyone has got through unscathed. Give or take maybe a little bit of rubbing or so by the end of the Europalan. But someone's just got off at turn 7. Oh, and has just rejoined. That might have been Lionel Munguia for the Redeka kart racing team. But Lieke van Berkel leads the way ahead of Trent van Mullik. Who, though, is in P3? It's the 222 of João Pereira, the Portuguese man of war in third position. And behind, looks like Justin Fonk has made his way up to P4. Great work by the two GKS karts. As here goes Van Melk for the lead on Van Berkel and takes it without any hesitation on the commencement of lap 2, turn number 1. However, Van Melk has turned from the hunter into the hunted and knows he's got the likes of Van Berkel, Pereira, Fonk, Moonen up 5 places already on the opening lap alone. And can Moonen on the Haas chassis do exactly the same as what he did in heat number 1? Well, there's definitely an opportunity in the air. Justin Fonk dives to the inside of GKS teammate João Pereira from Portugal for P3 as we complete lap number 2. 7 minutes remain plus an additional lap, and here goes Fonk again up the inside at turn 1 for P2. Slingshots past Lieke Van Berkel with the greatest of ease. And now Jenthe Moonen to the inside, João Pereira ending up having to open up the steering. Loses not just 1, but 2 places as he lost 1 to Matthias Verhaken. And now here goes Pereira to the outside. Oh, that's brave at turn 8. And now it's a bit of who's going to get there first. And into turn 9, he's going to be a little bit wide. Oh, Pereira bumps into the air, manages to hold on. Has got the likes of DD2 DD2, Klaus Hans, Liens Herbos. They are absolutely going at it like the clappers, but there's an incident out of the final corner and hard into the barriers. Oh no, that was Liens Herbos. Up in the air, back axle, hits the ground hard, and he spears into the right side barriers off of the start-finish straight. Marshalling team are with him at the moment. I think he might be in a little bit, well, it looks like they are able to move the foam barrier off of the kart. I think Liens Herbos was very, very lucky. That incident did not end up being worse than what it looked like. But Liens Herbos, if he oh, right, we've been given the red flag. Red flag is out. Second time of asking in the juniors. We've been given the red flag straight away with 5 minutes and 19 seconds still to go. They have red flagged the race. Liens Herbos, I'm pleased to report, is up and out of the kart under his own power. So red flag, 5 minutes and 19 to go. Liens Herbos is walking on his own feet away from what has just happened. The front end of the Bouvan Power Tony kart, I'm going to say, is a far cry from what it was. So red flag, Junior Max Heat 2, 5 minutes 19 seconds plus an additional lap to go.
everyone and welcome to Karting Genk here in the afternoon. We just had a red flag. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Noah and I'll be doing some interviews after the races and also the finals. And what a beautiful day of racing it has been so far. This morning started out foggy, but currently it's sunshine all around. We're in the red flag conditions right now. It's been an action-packed day with lots of spectacular racing moments, also some incidents. And we'll soon be heading back onto track with Alex. Yeah, so I'm gonna have a great afternoon. See you later.
Big thank you there to Noah Roivers, who will be, as he said, he'll be down in the pit lane speaking to our drivers. The medical team has been on the circuit as well. That's actually on the outskirts of turn number 1. So with 5 minutes and 19 seconds remaining, what will then happen is that the grid will then be reorganized. And thereby, we will then get underway. It has been, as Noah rightly said, an action-packed day here at the Home of Champions for the opening round of the United Karting Series, live and direct from the Limburg region of Belgium. So there have been some tweaks and changes to the sporting regulations, of course. Big thank you to Noah for introducing himself to you folks out there. He'll be helping us out with getting the real-time adrenaline-fueled emotions and statements from our drivers whilst I'm up here in the commentary box. I mean, the thing is, the heat is, we've now hit 16 degrees Celsius. They're now gesturing to the drivers to get out of the carts. So, of course, we normally go to a grid that was decided via previous laps. So, looks like our man who is overlooking our proceedings here as our official series race director, Michael van der Riet, and now having a chat with the junior Rotax drivers. Of course, we've had 2 red flags today, and both in the junior Rotax division, as we wait to see when we'll be getting back underway, hopefully very shortly here at the Home of Champions.
I'm here with Grit. He's driving in the senior class. How has your day been so far?
Been good. Finished heat 1 and P5, so was good.
So the second heat is coming up now. How are you preparing yourself going into this heat?
Just nothing. Just having fun.
And obviously we have got red flags conditions now. It delays everything a little bit. Does that do something with you mentally?
No, nothing.
Perfect. I wish you the best of luck in the race.
Thank you very much to Noah Roivers down in the dummy grid, getting some interviews with some of the senior drivers that will be going out for their, well, that'll be groups A and C for heat number 3 coming up very, very shortly. We are still under a stoppage in the second of the junior Rotax heats. Both medical vehicles
standing
are
here
on
with Vic.
site.
He's starting mid-pack in senior.
As,
we got a red flag condition right
well,
now.
someone
How are you
is
preparing
actually
yourself
on
mentally going into this race?
Just keep your head down. Just concentrating a little bit on the race, how it's going to be. Talking with some teammates, friends. So yeah, just keeping calm.
It's been a beautiful day of racing so far under the sun here in Genk. Can you please talk me throughout your day? Like, how did the first heat go for you?
Good, I went from P12 to P7, so it was quite good in mid-pack starting with some crazy starts. But yeah, it was pretty good.
Thank you so much. It's now back to Alex.
So just an update with regards to what's happening out on track, which is out of sight from what you are currently seeing on your screens on the official Chrono Karting YouTube channel. I have seen that one individual has been stretchered into the back of one of our medical vehicles that have now vacated their positioning at turn number 1. So if I am able to provide any further updates about what has transpired, because that was very much out of my line of sight. I only saw the incident on the start-finish straight, including involving Lee and Herbos. So whether there has been a further problem afterwards, I have not seen it. So thereby I cannot make any comment or I can't comment about it because I haven't seen said incident, so at the moment we will leave it for that. We are still under a delay through to a red flag stoppage at 5 minutes and 19 seconds plus an additional lap to go here in the second junior Rotax race of the day. Their second heat, so we were pretty much the best part of nearly 4 minutes through. But hopefully we should very soon, I'm hoping that we will get underway with the resumption of this race very shortly. So the drivers will now get themselves ready. It looks like we will be going back to green very, very shortly indeed. And it will be down to Tran van Melk, who will be the person that will effectively restart this race. 5 minutes, 19 seconds plus an additional lap to go here in Junior Rotax Heat number 2. Thank you so much for everyone bearing with us through what has been going on. But the temperature now hitting a peachy 16 degrees Celsius. It will be a single file restart. It will be between the corridors. Green flag waves, and we're back underway for our last 5 minutes plus an additional lap of the heat stages as everyone filters their way into turn 1 for the first time. Yenthi Moon and sideways. Oh, that was a bit of a scuffle with Justin Fonk as they get back under green flag conditions. DD2 DD2 is the other driver that I have no further information on at the moment, but that may be the reason why we had the red flag stoppage. I think there are also other reasons that, oh, and we've had a couple of drivers have a drama down the Europalan of all places. Not exactly the best place to have an off-track excursion or a slight contretemps, because now keep your eyes on Yenthi Moon, and he's right with Lieke van Berkel and Tran van Melk, and this is going to be three very headstrong young drivers. Van Berkel gets the race lead through the final corner. Moonen to the inside. Van Melk might thread the eye of the needle here into turn 1. Van Berkel back in front, and now did I just see that? João Pereira managing to get through on Justin Fonk round the outside at turn 2. We've got just over 3.5 minutes to go. And Lieke van Berkel is leading the way on her 285 SP Motorsport Run Kart Republic chassis. Okay, we've got a couple of 3-second penalties for starting procedure infractions. One of which is Jara Kivitsbosch in the 205. 236, Jur Drent in 7th position. As now Van Berkel is getting the opportunity to scarper away because Moonen and Van Melk have started battling tooth and nail. And it allowed the pair of Fonk and Pereira to close on in. Matthias Verreken is there. Jur Drent is there. Klaus Hans, Julian Dumner. Oh, no. Someone was slow through. Someone was pointing the wrong way at turn 2. Now, someone has had a big old drama at turn 2. Going to wait for the timing to update once we cross the line. João Pereira through at turn number 8 on Yenthi Moonen, who tries to dive through at turn 9. The Portuguese driver runs wide. Justin Fonk nearly sticks his nose up the inside into turn 9 itself. The elbows are out and more keep on moving forward. Fonk to the inside of teammate Pereira. Verreken trying to get through at the final corner. He can't. Oh, no. Van Melk on the back of Van Berkel. Van Berkel's opportunity of a race victory in Heat 2 has just been ripped away. And somebody else in the background, Augustin Hanik, the 215 from France, has just also hit trouble, maybe clutching an arm. But I only caught the tail end of what happened, that dramatic moment between Tran van Melk and Lieke van Berkel. Van Berkel was leading the race. Van Melk got the run coming out of the final corner, and as they exited it, he went over her right rear wheel. And that has caused significant damage to Lieke van Berkel's kart. She will not take any further part in the race. And that just goes to show someone getting a little bit too impetuous can make the wrong decision at completely the wrong time. But Van Berkel had the right to defend against Van Melk. Van Melk went for risk versus reward. And now it's Justin Fonk leading the way. Matthias Verreken trying to dive up the inside of João Pereira. Julian Dumna in this. Klaus Hans in this. Oh, no, 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 no. Pereira got spun around by Moonen, who had Verreken right on his rear bumper. And Justin Fonk is now thinking, hang on a second, I've got this one potentially in the bag. Well, Justin, let me say to you this. You've got 2 laps to go. Verreken through on the inside. No, it's not. It's Jurd Drent, who has got a penalty hanging over him. 2.78 and 2.96 get a 3-second time penalty for ignoring the yellow flags. And here goes Moonen. Well, here goes Moonen trying to get through on Jurd Drent. And there is Matthias Verreken just behind Julian Dumna. So 2.78, Connor Halfer, 2.96, Dimitar Lazarov. Oh dear. The 2 youngsters from Germany have just been hit with a slap on the wrist and a 3-second time penalty for ignoring yellow flags, which meant they may have more than likely overtaken. If there was a post-race Grand Prix analysis on this one, they'd have an absolute field day, believe you me. But Justin Fonk for GKS Lemons Power has weathered his way through the storm. 1 more lap to go. 8/10 is his advantage. Jurd Drent looking for a move on Jenthe Moonen for that 2nd position. But Justin Fonk has been given more than a lifeline. He's been given the race lead just by a sheer incident that can occur when you're trying to accelerate onto the fastest part of the circuit and you get it all wrong. It just causes drama for you and the other individual involved and hands the lifeline to the person behind. This has been a very, very long time since I said these words, because in a heat, it's the home team on home soil. It's Justin Fonk who will win Heat 2 in Junior Rotax. Jenthe Moonen. Oh, and there's, oh dear, dear, dear. Just when you think things could not go more awry, we have an incident on the final corner, final lap of the race. Okay. Here's your results. Justin Fonk for GKS Lemons Power, based here out of the circuit, win Heat 2 in Junior Rotax. Jenthe Moonen, Jurd Drent, Julian Dumna, Matthias Verreken, Kimi Mai, Dimitar Lazarov, Olivier Mazurkiewicz, Tren van Melk, Klaus Hans, and Redeka's Lionel Munguia round out your top 11. Covered by 3 seconds at the end of the race. Dion Brakke, Connor Halfer, Tiger Holthausen, Jarakiewicz Bosch, Devrim Yeta, João Pereira, Sasha Algebra, Liam Hauger, Milano Shiphorse round out your top 20. Andringa, Van Echtel, Beekman, Abelera round out your finishers. Van Berkel, Hanik, Dadale, Herboz, and Van der Poel out.
Justin, a win for you in junior. A lot happened during that race. Just talk me through it from your perspective.
Yeah, the start was pretty good. We went through the outside, and then I overtook Lieke van Boekel for second, and she overtook me back. Then it was the red flag, and from then on, I lost the position to Jente Mone, and then the two guys in the lead, they crashed, and I overtook Jente, and then I got a gap because they were fighting, and yeah.
I'd like to look back at that red flag moments. Obviously, it's very difficult when it takes like 15 minutes to get back onto racing again. Like, how do you go through a process like a red flag as a driver? Getting ready again to start racing, because theoretically it are like basically 2 races in one.
Yeah, I just sit there. I don't know. It's just like starting from the pre-grid. It's about the same.
Well, I think we're talking with a cool-headed winner over here. Back to you, Alex.
Thank you very much, Noah. Great to hear from Justin Fonk, who has picked up a win in the house that Lemons built. GKS Lemons Power, who have also, as part of their ranks, had the likes of Robin Freins, current Formula E driver. And also a man who is no longer competitively racing, made his final race at the final round of the World Endurance Championship last year, Jenson Button of all people, but time to go back racing. Okay, it's the third and final senior Rotax heat as we get back underway for another 9 minutes plus an additional lap. Here is your grid. It is going to be Groups A versus C. Bran van der Weken and Boris Verhaag line up on the front row of the grid. Second row, Lars Lambers, Jon Jelle Bremer. Luke Neeson and Mick Vandenhout round out the top 3 rows. Max Sederski, Miel Hendricks, Knet Knoren and Jur Valkenaars round out your overall top 10. Benjamin Van Hees will be joined on row 6 by Vic van Kampenhout. Thijs Stevens and Tristan Shays on row 7. Thijs van Wijk and Koen Willems, with Sepp Terhorst and Reimer van Beek rounding out your top 18 drivers. Rounding out the top 20, Enzo Zani and Jake Menton, Felipe Falk, Karl Hulmans, Philip Wisniewski, Nick Studant, Niels Verkooyen, Olivier Lemons, Martin Herrera and Fabien Galou round out your grid. Yes, so Jenson Button, 2009 FIA Formula 1 World Champion with Braun GP, who were the phoenix rising from the ashes that was Honda Racing and then turned into the powerhouse that is now Mercedes AMG Petronas F1 Motorsport. And I'm not going to talk about who won today's Australian Grand Prix because I don't even know myself. So no spoilers in chat. I'm warning you. You'll get banned. Believe you me. Right. And that year, Jenson Button drove alongside Rubens Barrichello, who last year picked up another title in Brazil, the NASCAR Brazil Championship with Full-Time Sports, before moving over to Scuderia Bandeiras in the BRB Stock Car Pro Series. 2-time champion of that, whose sons Dudu and Fefu are currently racing. Fefu has been in action at Albert Park this weekend as part of the beginning of the 2026 FIA Formula 3 Championship. Here we go for Heat 3 for seniors. It's revs up, lights on. Lights did not go out. False start called. And breathe, ladies and gentlemen. Oh dear. Right, we've got a Haas chassis on the outskirts. Oh, and that has got some bent. That's a bent right steering arm. And I would hazard a guess it's probably Fabien Galou in the number 368. So, at the moment, after this race, once the results have been confirmed and ratified, the top 36 drivers out of 42 will go through into the final this afternoon. Was scheduled at 5 p.m., but we are going to be running these races back-to-back as quickly as we can and hopefully get some interviews courtesy of Noah Roivers. But full start last time, second time of asking. Into the tram lines, revs up, lights on, and we are racing here for race number 3 for senior Rotax. Lars Lambers trying to get through on Bran van der Weken, and the move has happened. There's a stumble over the curbing by Lambers as he tried to get through on Boris van Haag, who is in the race lead as we head to the Europelan for the first time. 27 drivers make it through into turn 5. Oh, and there is a slowing 3-2-5. That is not what your Valkenars needed. That kart is coming to an abrupt halt on the Europelan. Yellow flags will be out shortly, I'm sure, for that position on the track. So, non-starter by Fabien Galou, and by the middle of the Europelan, it was game over for the 3-2-5 of your Valkenars. And I think it might have just been a control out and delete, but there's a bit of argy-bargy. Hand signals from the 3-5-4 of Kyle Hulmans. Not quite very much happy about what happened there at turn 11. Nevertheless, it's, come on, get on with it. That's what your mechanicals say. Get on with it, get on with the job at hand. Don't get stressed, don't get nerved, don't get annoyed. Or words to that matter of fact. So, at the minute, at the sharp end of the field, we have Bran van der Weken. Waiting for Patrick Verbiss to jump into chat as he normally does. Lars Lambers, Boris van Haag, and Luke Neeson. The quartet are going away into the distance. Mick van den Hout in the number 322 rounds out 5th. But that has quickly changed because Max Sadursky in the 397 SP Motorsport Kart Republic is up into P5. Benjamin Van Hees up from 11th, now runs 7th. Jon Jenny as, 372. Crit Knorren, the bad run of luck for the youngster continues as to the inside goes Luke Neeson, and that was on Boris van Haag for position at turn 8. That was P3. And I'm sure that Verhaag will want to get that place back. Dives to the inside at turn 11. And that's out. No, that's Bran van der Weken. So who is leading now? It's Lambers. Verhaag in second. Van der Weken P3. Neeson, Sadursky. Van den Hout, who's got the fastest lap of the race. 54.892. Benjamin Van Hees, Jon Jelle-Bremer, Thijs van Wijk, and Dave Stevens. They round out your top 10. They are covered by 3.5 seconds. So the countdown continues. Hasn't been an easy start in this race for the 3-2-4. Vic van Kampenhout, who had a brief catch-up with him and the family yesterday when he was talking to his dad, Stephen, and I just went, hello there, you've grown a bit. Right, 10-second stop. 10-second penalty. Starting procedure infraction. Olivier Lemons, who's up from 26th, now runs 16th. That is a 10-second slam dunk, I'm afraid. And now at this point, well, what I can say is that there's still plenty to play for, but someone who's on the move, keep your eyes on the 397. Man with the SP Motorsport colours with the blue, the baby blue accents on the centre of the front bumper and on the edge, the outside edges of the rear bumper. That is how you can determine Max Swiderski. You can't exactly miss that colour, can you? It's baby boy blue there, that is. Swiderski now up into P3. Van Wyk now quickest of anybody, 54 for 757. So he's definitely moving up the order these days. And there is a change for the lead. Lars Lambers now deposed of first and second. And here goes Swiderski for the lead. All right, here we go. This is where things might get a little bit frisky, let's say. Thijs van Wyk, however, is closing in on the top septet. That is a posh term of calling it 7 in a row. 7 karts in a line. Well, the top quintet, top 5, are line astern, led by Swiderski. Van der Weyken into P2 now. Lambers, Verhaag, Van den Hout. Then you've got Jon Jelle Bremer. Thijs van Wyk is only 2.4 seconds off the lead, but he might have Benjamin Van Hees to his immediate left-hand side going through turn 3. And all I'm going to say about this race, folks, strength in numbers. But there is a story that has been told in Truth in 24-2, every second count, and that was the battle between Audi and Peugeot at the 2011 Le Mans 24 Hours. Right, Kart 350 has just been hit with a 3-second time penalty for unsporting driving. Enzo Zani, I'm afraid, has copped that one. Now, if anyone might remember that Peugeot and Audi were very big rivals in the World Endurance Championship back in those days. And when Alan McNish and Mike Rockenfeller ended up having 2 respective crashes that year, Alan McNish just off of the Dunlop curves after taking the lead from Timo Bernhard on the opening hour, and then Mike Rockenfeller having a crash down the Mulsanne at 3 o'clock in the morning at over 300 kph. It was the trio of Trullier, Fessler and Lotterer that took the win against 4 other Peugeots. So that's it. Effectively, we've got the karting equivalent in a heat, and Max Swiderski is that sole trooper. But at this moment, he's got 4 against 1, so the numbers on the karting playground do not look to be in his favour. But he's got to be very, very cautious. Nice move up the inside there on Boris Verhaag. Mick van den Hout and Boris Verhaag just clattered into each other's sidewalls coming out of turn 5 after Swiderski put the move up the inside there. And here comes the cavalry. Thijs van Wyk has just arrived on the scene. So we're going to have 2 more laps to go. And leading this race at this moment in time is Lars Lambers. Here goes Bran van der Weyken up the inside, through at turn 1, through at turn 2. Oh, that's a bit too close for comfort. Lambers had to, I think he decided, I'm going to lift off that throttle somewhat so I don't give myself and Bran a problem. But down the European, this is the penultimate lap, and Lambers was more than entitled to go for the race lead. But as that happened, look at Swiderski. Look at Mick van den Hout, not too far behind. All I'm going to say is this: with 1.36 kilometres to go, I'd rather be in the position that Max Swiderski is currently in. 3rd place, chasing the front 2 down. 1 lap to go here in the last qualifying heat for the seniors. Oh, and a dive bomb from Swiderski. 2 wheels into the air. Knight Rider style over Lars Lambers, and it causes him to make an inadvertent shortcut. And that was some big air X Games style from Max Swiderski. He looked for the lunge, went in. Oh, and it was a turning from Lambers that, yeah, it's just one of those things that Lambers, I think, didn't anticipate Swiderski to be there. He's turned in, bang. And straight away, Swiderski's ended up in the air. But it is going to be the 396 of Bran van der Weken that is going to take the win. So 11 laps in the books. He'll take first place. Lambers in second. Thijs van Wijk from the inside of row number 8 makes it up to P3 ahead of Mick van den Hout. And then after that, Boris Verhaag rounding out the top 5. Luke Neeson, Jon Jelle-Bremer, Koen Willems, Benjamin Van Hees, Max Swiderski, despite having the fastest lap of the race after that big hang time moment he just had, ends up 10th ahead of Emil Hendricks. Dave Stevens, Seb Terhorst, Felipe Falk having a little bit more luck in this race, ends up moving up 7 positions to finish 14th. Then Jake Menton, Philip Wisniewski, Vic van Kampenhout, Martin Herrera, Carl Hulmans, Olivier Lemmens running at your top 20. Tristan Shays, Nick Soudan, Niels Verkooyen. Ensel Sani, Rema van Beek, Jur Valkenals running at the 26 finishers. Quick Knorren retiring on lap 2. And Fabian Galou not even making it to the start of the race.
All right, I'm standing here with Bron, who just won the race in senior. And what a race it was. Quite a lot of battling. Tell me all about it.
The start was pretty clean. Everything went pretty well. Worked together with some teammates of mine. And then at the end, it became quite a crazy battle. And I just got out of it lucky, I guess.
Did you see what happened behind you with your teammate as well?
No, I didn't. I heard, but I didn't. I didn't see it.
Well, I think it's time for you then to watch the stream back and have a look at that moment, because it was quite hectic on that final lap over in senior. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Noah. Speaking down to our winner, Bran van der Weken. Let's take you through the grid for our second heat for DD2 and DD2 Masters. From pole position, it's going to be FM Racing's Bennett Demler from Germany that's going to lead the way from pole position. Yuri Klebor will start on the outside of the front row. Vincent Kerkhofer and Axel Hoes ran at row 2. Ralf van der Pevert and Rick van der Start ran at row 3. Wout Kersens, Imke Arts, Theo Lewan and Peben Riedman round out your top 10. Yannick Kilianski, Mike van Maastricht, Jim Ringelberg, Scott Westhovens, Noah Neumann, Hugo Klabos, Key Bjorn Edstrom, Dmitry Ostrovsky and Nick Danchenko round out your top 19 drivers. Danny Siemensma, Erwin Montfort, Christoph Adams, Gwen Bloxhill, Derek van Kurt, Jeffrey Bars, Ron Verstegen, Douglas Knoll, Tom van Veer, Jort van Wijk, Jesse Spans and Julian Glosman round out your 31 strong grid. So, red lights on the starting gantry. After this, we've got 2 more races to go before we get to the finals. And this is where crunch time does definitely get their best foot forward. Here we go, 9 minutes plus an additional lap. And the lights do not go out on the starting gantry. It is a full start called. They're going to send them round for another lap. So once again, the drivers have to settle down and get themselves ready to race for what will be the penultimate time. Now, with regards to the scoring, reference the UKS. That's long, that's complicated, but scores do happen for the ranking after heats, and then, of course, after the finals. Normally 55 points. So say, for example, if you're the top senior Rotax driver after the 3 heats, you have 55 points to your credit. And then there's a 55-point score if you take the win in the final. Right then, 2-speed, DD2 and DD2 Masters action about to get underway. 16 degrees air temperature. Wind to the northwest, still at around 5 kilometers an hour. Brilliant blue. Belgian skies up above here at Sunday afternoon. We're around about 25 past 3. Oh, someone's coming to a grinding halt. Nick Danchenko from Germany. We go revs up, lights out. For 9 minutes, Danchenko left in the wilderness. He has stopped at turn number 11. He's tried to bump the kart forward. It's not giving him any juice. And Danchenko is not at all surprised. Well, I'm not at all surprised. He's absolutely infuriated, is the man from Germany. He tried to kick-start the thing. It jolted forward and stopped right again. So Danchenko, it's at a snail's pace as the field makes its way through in towards turn number 8. Danchenko out of the kart. Marshall has touched it. Game over for the German in the second qualifying heat. Meantime, his countryman Bennett Daimler leads the field out of turn number 10 into turn number 11. And he leads ahead of Vincent van Kerkhoff. Jordi Klebor, I would imagine, is in P3 at the moment. Who's in 4th? Well, it's not Ralph van der Pavet, it's Axel Hoos. As through we go into turn number 1 once again. Daimler starting to try and break away into the distance. Now, there were a couple of drivers that made significant inroads, one of them being the 499 of SR Solutions, Julian Klausmann, who, if I remember correctly, got as high as 13th in the previous heat. And if he can do something similar today in this second heat, this might give him the modus operandi and the impetus to get through. Ralph van der Pavet with a dive bomb. Beautifully timed by the 468 into turn number 9 at Cafe Corner. Axel Hoos gets through, and it's switcheroo central between Vincent van Kerkhoff and Jordi Klebor. A little bit further back, we've got Rick van der Straat, Imke Arts, Theo Lemoyne, Pepin Reidman, also at the bottom part of the top 10. There are squabbles everywhere you can look here in DD2 and Masters. It's that tradition that we have here in the Rotax racing family. If we don't have enough numbers to make up one grid, by gum, we will stick 2 grids together and give the commentators something to talk about, because you're doing double race reporting duty on one race itself. Also had some confirmation reference our positions for the finals, which means that Micromax will be first up. Oh, Ralph van der Pavet looking on the inside of the final corner. Can he slingshot past Combi Karts? Axel Hoos? No, he can't. Not out of the final corner, not into turn 1, and he is the SP Motorsport meet in a Combi Kart Racing Team sandwich. Jim Ringelberg, however, the man who is a total lunatic, but he's a great guy to know. Had a chat with him when I arrived at about 11 o'clock on Friday, and I said, you're always a glutton for punishment, Jim. And he goes, yeah, but I love racing. You know, he doesn't just do karting, he does like car racing as well. He's had some madcap Volkswagen Group projects aligned, but as in builds, not with Volkswagen Group directly, I might add. However, Axel Hoos now through into 3rd position, past Van Kerkhoffen. I'm getting him confused with another driver, Matthias Van der Kerkhoff. What am I doing? Van Kerkhoffen. Sorry, Vince. My apologies, mate. It happens. But we are coming down to the final 4 minutes and 50 seconds, plus an additional lap. And there is still all to play for, especially if you are in the top 6. The defending DD2 Chrono Karting champion from last year is at the back of it. Wout Kirstens, keep your eyes on him. He is going to be more than likely a dark horse. Van der Pavet to the inside of Van Kerkhoffen. And is he going to get through? Yes, he does at turn 11. Beautiful move by the 468. Van der Pavet has found his rhythm. And now, is that Wout Kirstens through? Yes. Kirsten's through for 5th position at turn 1. So by the end of the start-finish straight, Vincent van Kerkhoffen not just loses 3rd, he loses 4th and is down to 5th. Actually, you can make that. He loses 4th, he loses 5th, he's down to 6th place. Sounds like I can't count, but never mind. Hang on a second, because at the front end of the field, Bennett Demler, keep your eyes behind you at times, my friend, because Jordi Klebo, Axel Hoos, they are closing in. It's like I'm waiting for Richard Dreyfuss to start, make my ears start burning with the Jaws music. And no, we're not going to play that on the YouTube stream, folks, because otherwise we'll get copyright struck. But as the heat has increased, the sun has brought the fantastic conditions out here in the Limburg region of Belgium. The heat might, well, they do say that hot air rises. And what I mean by that is that drivers can get a bit hot-headed. And we have seen that today as the temperatures have risen. But also with regards to that, you've also got to look at the fact of how the D5s are gripping in. And then, after this, we've still got 2 more heats to go to conclude the heat stages of the opening round of the season. We're not even in the finals yet. That's how crazy it can be. And when the driver has the red mist fully engaged, if anyone might remember the film Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country, with the legendary actor Christopher Plummer playing General Chang, the words "cry havoc" and "let slip the dogs of war" might be used in context to what we have seen in terms of the full throttle, high-paced, exhilarating action we have had on track all day since we started morning warm-up amidst the low-lying dense fog and mist at 9:10 this morning. Demler still holding on at the front end of the field. It's like the man from FM Racing has not put a foot wrong in the 402 Tony Kart. Jordi Klebo in 2nd. Axel Hoos now up to 3rd, being chased down by Ralph van der Pavert from SP Motorsport. And obviously Nick Danchenko, my heart goes out to the man from Germany in the 497. His race ended abruptly before it had even gotten started. It's going to be 2 laps to go. And now it's about seeing who's got the sense of desperation in their driving style, who's got the sense of urgency, and it's a sense of urgency. Axel Hoos through on Jordi Klebo for P2 at turn 1. That was beautifully timed. And not only that, Klebo has lost 3rd to Van der Pavert from the Netherlands. This is why I understand why Rotax introduced this class all those years ago. It was a concept that the main chassis manufacturers sort of swept it to one side like dust under a carpet. And then Rotax themselves, they took the risk. They created the R1 chassis. They took it to the grand finals. They made sure that people stood up and took notice, and every single chassis manufacturer that was sort of like poo-pooing DD2, they went, oh, actually, this is pretty good. 2-speed gearbox, front and rear brakes, and a pretty good engine too. Right, kart 471 has just been hit. Hugo Cabos from Belgium, 3-second penalty for unsporting driving. We're on the final lap. in the last heats of the Rotax divisions. We've still got the shifters to go, folks. Don't touch that dial. But out of the final corner, from lights out to checkered flag, it's victory. Gratulation, Bennett Demler from MF Racing. He led every single one of the 11 laps and won it by 3.5 tenths of a second ahead of Axel Hoos and Ralph van der Pevert, who rounds out your top three. Jordi Klebo, fourth, third of Wout Kirstens. Vincent van Kerkhoffen ends up P6, ahead of Imke Aartrik, Van der Sart, Pepin Riedman, and Jort van Wijk moving up from 29th on the grid to finish 10th. Mike van Maastricht did not go head-on into a barrier this time. He ends up finishing in 11th position, ahead of DD2 Masters winner Jim Ringelberg. Yannick Kilianski, Danny Siemensma, then we've got Hugo Klabots, Scott Westhovens, Keenbjorn Edstom, second in Masters, 18th overall, ahead of Noah Neumann, Theo Lemoigne, and Dimitri Ostrovsky. A repeat of what we've had in Masters. The top three make it into the top 20, and Ostrovsky rounds it off. Julian Klosman, Jesse Spans, Christoph Adams, Gwen Bloxil, Derek van Kurt. Then we've got Erwin Montfort, Jeffrey Bars, Douglas Knoll, Ton van Weert. Ron Verstegen rounds out the finishers. Everyone making all 11 laps. And Nick Danchenko, his race stopped before it even got started.
Well, there was a lot happening in the DD2 race, but this man over here, he was in charge. Tell me all about it. How did you do it as a driver? How did you stay in front of a charging Axel Hoos?
Yeah, first of all, I had to make sure that I had a good start, and then I just focused on myself and tried to make every lap the perfect lap, and then in the end it worked out really well.
All right, we're getting ready to go into the finals pretty soon. How are you preparing for that?
Mentally just leaving a little bit down and just focus on myself. I mean, the pace is there, so I think I can do it.
You sound pretty confident. All right, we're going to go back to Alex for the next race.
Thank you very much to Noah Roivers. They're speaking to FM Racing's Bennett Demler. And I'm wondering if this man might be watching. Konrad Bayer, liebe Grüße. Another man who has been part of the FM Racing infrastructure for many a time. In more recent times, DD2 Masters a few years back. But we are still waiting for our DD2 and DD2 Masters drivers. Someone's having a bit of difficulty pushing the... Now this is... you can see in the background, one driver trying to get the kart moving forward, and it seems to be, let's just say, not the driver pushing it, but the machinery might have been a little bit belligerent. However, we will very shortly be getting underway with our penultimate heat of the weekend. And that will be KZ2. So, folks, here it is, your grid for our penultimate heat of the weekend. It's Heat 2, KZ2. Let's take you through the starting order. And it is going to be as follows. Enzo Bol starts from pole position. Robin Glirum alongside on the front row. René de Bruyker, Jean Louillet, Mika van der Pavert, Samuel Louillet, Giovanni Witteveen, Edgar Wilkans, Julian Carmen and Luca Prima. Round out your top 10. Jeffrey Fixer, Daniel Tembeck, Nick Bloemers, Sam van Verschoyle, Kevin Steyhard, Charlie Turner, Julian Bub, Jalf de Bomme, Rick Mewis, Kane Ince, Ryan de Jong and Bryn Kinch round out the starting order. So the drivers making their way around the final few corners of this iconic circuit here in the Limburg region of Belgium. As we will have 22 competitors go into battle. For what will be the next 9 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. And we wait. Green flag at the back. Drivers now will start to look to the lights as they ignite. Revs up, lights out, we're underway. Slow start from the inside of row number 3 by Mika van der Pavert. As Enzo Bol leads the field into turn number 1. A little bit of pushing and shoving, a little bit further back. That is not going to help some of the drivers. Oh dear. Julian Bub is by the side of the road, I'm afraid, and the man from Der Motorsport is out of the race early. And that was very, very close indeed. So one casualty falls by the wayside. And now a dive to, the Liés have got their elbows out, folks. Hold the phone, the Swiss cavalry is coming. Now, I did say that Mika van der Pavert did get a very, very Slow start. But at the minute, Robin Glerum is now leading, I believe. Is that the white, black and red of a Birlots I see in front? It is. Enzo Boll currently second, and it's Jean and Samuel Lier, the two from Switzerland, that are going to be closing in. Samuel's going to get through on Jean if he's careful enough. But at this point, well, KZ2 always frantic and filled to the brim with full throttle. Fun and madness all at the same time. So Julien Bub is the only driver that is out of this race, I'm afraid. And his first lap didn't even get completed. A real shame for the DR Motorsport driver. But as they say, these things do happen. And at this point, the top four last time around were covered by just under 0.6 of a second. We complete lap 3. Gap is now 0.7. Boll trying to close in on Glerum. Jean and Samuel Lier fancy their chances to try and get through, but at this moment they're unable to do so. However, you might want to hold the phone on who's done the fastest lap. It's not one of the top 4. It's not one of the top 8. It's our 9th place driver. Julian Cummon, 53.446. Drivers on the move include Kevin Stahauer and Charlie Turner, 11th and 12th respectively. Charlie's race helmet design hasn't changed over the years, but it's quite recognisable. And he's got Jeffrey Fixer to his inside, along with Daniel Tenbach right on his rear bumper to boot. So out of turn 5. Didn't know what that was coming up with the left rear tyre location of Charlie Turner's Formula K kart. And don't worry, Brian Rush, I'm not trying to intimidate you in saying that, oh, there's something wrong with it. No, it's just something I've been commentating on KZ's. As here we go, change for the race lead. Glerum has just been passed by Boll at turn 11. You know, it's been basically a work in progress, as Brian was explaining to me earlier on this week. And the engines are of higher displacement, higher power, you know, 50 or so horsepower being literally thrown down the transmission tunnel into the back axle, and hoping that the back axle does not bend itself in two in the interim. Because there is quite a lot of talk in the in the back axle. Yeah, so, you know, when you think about it, these drivers, they're, you know, these 125 two-stroke engines that, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Samuel Lier, that is not what you do when you're battling away with Robin Glerum. So normally between 50 to 52 horsepower, the karts are designed to go from 0 to 60 2 miles an hour. That's 100 kph in under 2 seconds. That's about as quick as a Bugatti Veyron. And they rev, these KZ2 engines, depending on the model, will rev anywhere between 8 and 15,000 RPM. Now you consider the old naturally aspirated 2.4 litre V8s that were in Formula 1. They used to rev at some points, and this is where I mentioned Jensen Button again. I think his BAR Honda could rev 1,000 RPM more than everyone else on the grid, which was 18,000 RPM, and everyone else could, you know, go up to 17,000. But we have just over 2 minutes to go in this penultimate heat of the opening round of the 2026 United Karting Series season. And in 5 weeks, we then head to the southern region of Belgium to a track that is actually 6 meters longer than this one. I'm sure that Thierry Lepine will appreciate me saying that. Yes, it has seen a who's who of drivers, including Sebastian Vettel, Michael Schumacher, Fernando Alonso, Pastor Maldonado, Kimi Raikkonen, et al. That is, of course, Karting Genk in Marienborg that will host round 2 of the series on the 11th and 12th of April, where Dan Pepples will step in the commentary box. Good to have Dan with us here as part of the UKS commentary team for this season. But there is some real humdingers of battles happening along the way. Mika van der Pavert is behind Rune de Broeke, running in the Le Hook Racing Team colours. So De Broeke has little bit of a moment trying to get in. I think that was Giovanni Vittavine that might have just gotten through on Edgar's Vilcans at turn 6. Maybe, yeah, and also Kevin Stayhauer might have just got through as well. So more dive bombs being attempted as we've got 2 laps remaining. We'll make that 1 lap remain. It's going to be now after this. We've hit 0 on the timer. So next time around will be last lap. And there is Jeffrey Fixer, who's got right behind him Luca Brima in the Triple 2. Another one that's joined the Power Kart Racing Massive. I still remember when you had the likes of Zen Lindemann, Gage Moyes, who have also been part of that team. Even also the outgoing champion from last year, Tommy van der Stoys, was with Power Kart Racing in the 2025 season. So last lap is underway. Enzo Boll continues to lead in the customary fashion that we are. So Jeffrey Fixer has a little touch with Edgar's Vilcans. So we are coming to the final few corners. Enzo Boll at this moment in time will book himself on pole position for our penultimate final of the weekend. So Enzo Boll, 1 more corner here on the 12th and final lap. He will do the double in KZ2, the man from SP Motorsport. Finishes ahead of Jean Louillet. Robin Glirham rounds out your top 3, with Samuel Louillet completing your top 4. Rune de Broeke, Mika van der Pavert, Julian Carmen, Kevin Stayhauer, who puts in the fastest out of the race, round out your top 8. Giovanni Vittavine, Edgar's Vilcans complete the top 10. with Jeffrey Fixer, Luca Prima and Charlie Turner rounding out your top 13. Daniel Tenbachs, Sam van Verschoyle, Jelte Bouma, Nick Bloimers, Ryan de Jong, Rick Mears, Kane Ince and Bryn Kinch round out the finishers, with Julian Bub unfortunately out on the opening lap. But Enzo Boll, double bubble for the man from SP Motorsport as he books his place on pole position for today's final. Time for our last heat before the finals. It is KZ2 Masters Heat 2. Despite the dramas and technical notwithstanding for Jeroen Bos in race 1, he starts on pole position for this final heat of the weekend. Yannick Quirijn, Glenn Vandenhoek, Erwin Jalving, Sam Ward, Alan Kenyon, Marcel Ernst, Martin Versteeg, Mick Bertram, William Klooster. They ran out your top 10. Bas Schulte, Niels Beuler, Edgar Oosting, Paul Steen, Richard Kansiems, Niels Koster, Mike Hendricks, Sebastian Koppenhol, Daniel Zilstra, Alexander Hommersen, Marnix Dijkstra, Rutger Brakel, Mark Verhoeven, Benno Ridder, Neon Caldike round out your 25 strong grid. But the drivers have one last opportunity. To put their best foot forward. The drivers now make their way to the starting grid. 25 drivers, 12 and a half rows of competitors, and one last 9 minute plus an additional lap heat. We wait for the green flag to wave at the back of the starting grid. There it is, drivers instructed to look at the lights. And once those 4 red lights are out, the revs rise. We go racing. Bad start by Jeroen Bos. Straight away, Yannick Kudainen jumped across the front of his bumper. Oh, and someone is definitely not having a great time of it on the Cali kart. Mark Verhoeven. Not now. Oh, whoa. I did say about turn 3 in the runoff area. Obviously, someone did not listen. Their ears were pinned shut. Oi. But that just goes to show how quickly things can change. Yannick Kudainen still holding on to the race lead. Jeroen Bos in P2. Glenn Vandenhoek in third. As Jeroen Bos to the inside at turn 9. Masterfully placed. And didn't really need to sweat about it. Glenn Vandenhoek through on Kudainen at turn 11 on our first lap of racing. Jeroen Bos continues to lead the way. Oh, and there's been a big drama. Jeroen Bos, Glenn Vandenhoek involved. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe it. Jeroen Bos for the second race in a row is out. I caught the tail end of that. I'm going to have a look back through the footage. And yeah, Jeroen Bos. Oh, well, Jeroen Bos, did his engine seize on him? I think his engine seized. Yeah, look like the back axle. Because when it seizes, the back axle just locks shut. And Jeroen Bos, has that happened twice? Has he had 2 seized engines in 2 races? I cannot believe that. I really am flummoxed. And Glenn Vandenhoek had nowhere to go. So Jeroen Bos's kart is by the side of the circuit. So Mark Verhoeven is out. I'm just waiting until I get confirmation on the live timing. Well, Man with the worst luck this weekend, well, Buzz Steen out. Mark Verhoeven out. Jeroen Bos, I would say, within the next few seconds, I'll see it on the timing screen, retired DNF. Now, has Glenn Vandenhoek managed to get the number 23 going? Jeroen Bos confirmed DNF. Glenn Vandenhoek, also a confirmed DNF. The last runner on the field at the minute is the number 199, Yannick Kwiainen. So this is going to change the complexity of how the grid will look for the final a little bit later on. Meantime, Edgar Oosting battling away with Sebastian Coppenol. Coppenol's got a loose right rear bumper. So the bolts are broken. Oh dear. That, I think, will very shortly be indicated to race direction, who will say, yep, that man gets a mechanical black flag. Well, Jeroen Bos got a 3-second time penalty for instigating a jump start. And, yep, there we go, 150 is now going to be shown, and that is Sebastian Coppenol, who's got a mechanical black flag, so he's going to have to park it within 3 laps. Now, if Sebastian Coppenol does not park that thing within 3 laps, he'll be excluded via a black flag in the session. And we have seen that before. We saw that in the seniors with our sole American representative not paying heed to the mechanical black flag. So Sebastian Coppenol made up 9 places, currently sitting in P9 at the minute. And that is not going to help Coppenol, I'm afraid. As we see the Baz Schulden in the very, very nice matte black turnout. We still have 4 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And it is, well, in all the midst of what happened to Glenn Vandenhoek, okay, we've got more retirements now. Niels Berler in the 118. Leon Koundijk is currently sitting in 20th position. And it's a Brit 1-2 leading the way. Alan Kenyon and the... I wonder if Alan and Sam Ward are outdoing each other. But the driver with the fastest lap of the race so far, who's up 2 spots from 7th on the grid, that is going to be Marcel Ernst, the sole German driver in the field. So we've got 2 from the UK, 1 from Germany. Some drivers getting a little bit too close for possibly what they might feel comfortable in terms of the optimized setup. And Marcel Ernst is closing in on William Klooster, so that is a battle for 5th overall. So 1 minute and 45 left to go on the timer, plus an additional lap. Hardest charges in this race so far. Benno Ridder up from 24th. That is the penultimate grid place. As there is a change. Erwin Jalving through on Bas Schouten. And that was through at turn 3. Now they come out of turn 5 onto the Jutterplan. So this, and I would imagine 2 to go. This is where it will all make a difference. So the 150, Sebastian Coppenol, has he pulled into the pits? I would imagine so, because he hasn't exceeded 5 laps. We'll make that 6. 2 laps remaining on the books. I know it's... Let's just have a look. So as you can see, I'm just going to have to go by the live timing on the left-hand side. So Berle, Bos, Van den Hoek, Steen and Verhoeven out of the race. Who is lead? Well, we got William Klooster there in front of Marcel Ernst. The two Brits at the sharp end of the field. Oh, there we go. Ernst up on the inside. That was a great move on the Croc Promotion chassis. Gets through with next to nothing to spare. Five seconds. We're going to be tight on time. We will only get 1 more lap to go. And Alan Kenyon will see that lap ahead of Sam Ward. Then Mick Bertram, who is 0.9, who's just under a second behind. Marcel Ernst, who's just got through on William Klooster. Bas Schouten, Erwin Jalving, Edgar Oosting, Martin Versteeg, and the man who won a 50% discount voucher to enter the entirety of the UKS for 2026. Great to have you back, superstar DJ Niels Koster. But the drivers make their way to the final few corners. And despite dramas for Jeroen Bos, the defending champion, here in race 2, the win is going to go to the United Kingdom. Out of the final corner, it will be Alan Kenyon that wins the Masters division in KZ2 here in Heat 2, and he leads home a British 1-2 as well. Sam Ward and Mick Bertram rounding out your top 3. Then it's Marcel Ernst, William Klooster, Erwin Jalving, Bas Schouten, Edgar Oosting, Martin Versteeg, and it was, well, Daniel Zastra that got up into 10th position at the end of the race itself. So there is your top 10, or top 9 in the running order of things. Martin Versteeg rounding out 9th. Zilstra, Koster, Hendricks, Kansims, Ridder, Homerson, Digster and Brakel rounding out the drivers that did finish the race. And everyone else, unfortunately, retired. That is it for the heats. Join us very shortly as we'll be back for the finals. So here we go for our first final of the day, and we will head to Micromax first of all. And here is your grid. Ian Halfer will start from pole position. Alongside him, Amizi Ozani. And then we will have several other drivers. I've been given the grids thanks to Martin from our timing team. So, Tugrul Yilmaz, Quinten Kleins, Evert van Middendorp, Jeff Keenans, Henry Meyer, Aiden Sanders, Kenji Schreurs, Leonard Marks, Marlon Wodskowski, and Sven Borgius round out the drivers on the grid. They go on to their official formation lap, ahead of what will be a shortened final. It will be 12 minutes plus an additional lap for every single final. We've had to condense them down because of the delays that we've had through the 2 red flags earlier on today, both that occurred in our junior Rotax divisions in both respective heats. So for the final time for Micromax, we go revs up, lights out for 12 minutes plus an additional lap as the field makes its way through into turn 1 on the opening tour. And as the sun is starting to lower a little bit at 20 past 4 local time, it's going to be a 5-kart battle for the race lead. As to the inside goes the number 7. And that was very, very close between the drivers at the sharp end of the field. So, Amizi Ozani leads the way. Quinten Kleins, Ian Halfer, Henry Moyat round out your top 4. Tugrul Yilmaz looks to have made a move or two in the meantime and has gotten up the order, so to speak. But the field makes its way through on lap number 2 into the Europalan. And Amizi Ozani has managed to get away a little bit further from those behind. And it is getting very, very close indeed between the two at the sharp end. But Amizi Ozani holding on in front of the Paralin of Quinten Kleins at this particular moment. They make their way through in towards what is turn number 8. But then Ian Halford dives to the inside of the final corner in the number 28. It's 3 wide for second position. For the briefest of moments, keep your eyes on Henry Meyer trying to get through. Up to second goes the German, up to third goes the Belgian. And there is also the number 7. Who manages to squeeze through by the briefest of amounts of space. And it's becoming a little bit of a free-for-all at the front end of the field. Battles here and there. So these drivers are continuing onwards. Zani still leads. Halfer in second. Moya, Kleins, et al. Are all trying to make their way through, including Ertuğrul Yilmaz, who is holding up P5 at the moment, but Zani has gotten away into the distance. And all 12 drivers are still running on the circuit as things stand. So Zani continues to lead the way as we have 6 minutes and 35 seconds plus an additional lap remaining on the counter. Halfer in second, Moya P3. Cranes and Yilmaz rounding out your top 5, nearly a slight lapse of possible concentration. Here goes Ian Halford to the inside at turn 5 for the race lead. Switchback attempt by Amizio Zani. And now that means that we have got a little bit more of robust action happening here on the circuit. So 5 minutes and 45 seconds plus an additional lap still to go in this first final out of 7. And it's a drag race between the top 2. Halford to the outside, across the line quicker than Zani. To the outside goes Halford, has to open up the steering. Zani gets through, but Halford back through at turn 2 for P1. Keep your eyes on the driver with the Bumblebee style design. That is Henry Meyart, who's gone a bit black and yellow all the way around his kart, along with the race suit. Quentin Kleins, Ertuğrul Yilmaz rounding out your top 5. Schreurs, Gainens, Van Middendorp, Zanders, Marks, Woodzkowski, and Borgesius rounding out your 12 strong. Everyone's still within about 8.2 seconds. But it is the 22 of Amizio Zani that continues to lead the way. And once again, Halfer back in the race lead, was for a moment. Now to the inside he goes. This time it works for the German. But Zani, will he try and get the switch back through out of 2? He's sort of been between a bit of a rock and a hard place as Amisio Zani at the minute in the number 22, because he's having to go on the offensive against Ian Halfer. He dives to the inside of turn number 5. And at this point, Zani will get through. Krains might try on Moya going through into the chicane. The Paralin can't get through for 3rd position. Yilmaz. And here goes Kenji Schreurs to the inside through on Ertugrul Yilmaz. And that is a change for 5th position. And Yilmaz has got a 10-second time penalty for incorrect starting procedure. To the inside, looks Amisio Zani on Ian Halfer. But the German holds his line, holds his nerve. They're wheel to wheel again as we complete lap number 8. 11 thousandths in it was the difference, and Halfer from way back when dives to the inside, runs deep. Zani takes back the race lead. Keep your eyes on Henry Moyet to the outside. Oh, great move by the number 19. Absolutely timed that to perfection. And here goes Kenji Schreurs on Quintin Krains. That's for P4 on the road. The number 14, who has had to fight tooth and nail from the back end of the field, this time started in P9. And now it becomes about who wants it the most. And at the minute, that driver is going to be the number 22, Amisio Zani, leading the way on the Praga. Ian Halfer down to 3rd position. Between him and Zani is Henry Moyet in the number 19, who started down in 7th, has made his way up to P2. Quintin Krains, in the meantime, has managed to get his way through on Kenji Schreurs to retake that 4th position. And there is Yilmaz, who will find himself way down the order, I'm afraid, after a 10-second time penalty post-race. That will put him 10th behind Leonard Marks. But at this point, Krains trying to go through on Halfer. And Halfer just doing the old Gandalf, thou shalt not pass. Moyet for the lead. Not quite, I must say. Went in deep, got the dive bomb sorted, went a bit too deep on the brakes. Halfer and Krains battling away over P3. And with just over a minute to go, it's going to be this and, I would imagine, 2 more laps remaining. Henry Moyet, too, is trying to do his level best to get through on Amisio Zani. Zani is making the number 22 Praga as wide as humanly possible. Halford defending against Krains. Through into turn 9 they go. Now turn 10. 2.72 kilometers of racing left to go. Zani will lead them on to the penultimate lap, but here comes Henry Moyet to the inside on the start-finish stretch. It was 6 1/1000s in favour of the number 19, who will take the race lead going into the penultimate tour. We're on lap 12 out of 13. Can Zani pull something out of the magician's hat? Not necessarily a rabbit, but maybe a trick that he's been waiting to play for the majority of the race if he was overtaken. And at the moment, Zani will have this and 1 more lap remaining. So coming up to two last corners on this penultimate lap of the weekend for the drivers. Now Halfer, Krains, Yilmaz, Schreurs, Keenans are also in the mix. Look at this, top 8 covered by 2 seconds. As we head on to the final, round about 1,200 meters of the race to go. Halfer is closing in on Zani for that second place. I think Ian Halfer's got definitely the bee in his bonnet saying, look, I'm not going to want to finish in third. I want to be a little bit higher than that, but he tries to switch back. Zani counters it. Here comes Cranes. Halfer defends going into turn 6 for the final time. But whilst that battling has been happening, it is the fact that Henry Moyat, with that outside move that we saw a few moments ago, was the race decider into turn 9 for the final time. And Henry Moyat comes through into the final corner. And it will be the Belgian that will win the opening final of the series here in 2026. It's Moyat that is victorious here on home soil at the home of champions. The number 19 from Belgium wins by 0.8 of a second. Amizio Zani P2, Ian Halfer P3, and with it the German also records the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 2.828. Quinten Kreins, Tugru Yilmaz, who will be demoted to just ahead of Leonard Marks, so that will drop into 9th in the revised classification. So Evert van Middendorp 5th, Jeff Keenans, Kenji Schreurs, Aiden Zanders, then Quinten Kreins, no, not Quinten Kreins, my apologies there. Tugru Yilmaz, Leonard Marks, Marlon Wudskowski, and Sven Borgesius rounding out the 12 runners and riders. And earlier on today, Hossein Al-Husseini, the number 6 from the Netherlands, did withdraw from the event. But Moyat takes the first win in a final in UKS history here in 2026. And now we go to our second final. Also, all finals have been reduced to 12 minutes plus an additional lap. We just caught sight of Henry Moyat in Parc Fermé after having gone over the weighbridge. Here's your starting grid for the Mini-Max final. 12 minutes plus an additional lap. Dayan Habits and Noah Stayholder round out the front row with Habits on pole. Lawrence van Vlaanderen and Louis Litauras on row number 2. Ryan Rampadarath and Nicky Naruhito Tomasi, row 3. Arno Hartstraff and Locker, Julian Janssen, Xavier Dedeker, Milo de Kousmaker, and Tristan Abeels round out your top 12. Dean Berger, Dan Hillen, Theo Freher, Danny van der Molen, Matthias Clever, Lassie van der Wede, and Livia Ploch round out your runners and riders in this one. So after this, we will have 5 more finals to go before we call time on round 1, United Karting Series 2026. And then head to Karting Genk in around 5 weeks' time for the second round of the series. So that will be at Karting Genk in Marienborg in the Covent region of southern Belgium, around about a 20-minute drive from the French border, with Dan Pepples stepping into the commentary box for that weekend. And then after that, well, we'll have round 3, Circuit de Lansard, on the 16th and 17th of May, when I'll be making my return for the next couple of rounds. 6th and 7th of June at Circuit Park Wertheim, Kerpen, Round 5, 11th and 12th of July. Dan will be back in the commentary box for that one, and then I'll be back for the last 2 rounds. Circuit Park Belgium, 5th and 6th of September, and Karting Genk on the 31st of October and the 1st of November. Right. Dejan Habits and Noah Stayhalder on the front row of the grid. Here for the final race for the Minimax drivers as we go out of the final corner. Lights on the gantry. Revs up, lights on, and we are not going to go green. We are going round again. False start called. So now, second time of asking here for this Minimax Heat, or Minimax Final thereof. So Dejan Habits has been the driver to beat this weekend in the Minimax division. Can he get the three-peat here? Revs up, lights out, and the final is underway. Into turn 1 we go. Habits leads with Louis Letauras. Oh, drama in the background, I'm afraid. 3 karts into 1, never really go that well. Ryan Rampadalath has just lost a couple of positions, started P5 on the road. And that is the 105, Julian Janssen from the Netherlands for SP Motorsport. So the top 4 starting to mount a little bit of a breakaway at this point. But we have got some contenders at the sharp end of the field. Leading the way after the opening lap, it is Dejan Habits for Dams Racing. Laurens van Vlaanderen, Nicky Naruhito Tomase, Louis Letauras in the 156 and Noah Stayhalder rounding out your top 5. Livia Ploch has managed to capitalise on others' misfortune. Looks like Tristan de Beals, Dan Hillen, and Julian Janssen, they all came into strife. As all, a little bit of argy-bargy. Ryan Rampadalath getting through on, I think that was Flynn Locker or Arno Hardstra at that point. For position, neither wanted to give an inch. Someone definitely didn't want to take a mile on that particular occasion. Nevertheless, there is still plenty of action in the pipeline. Dive to the inside. I think that might have been a move from... Well, I'm wondering if that might have been Milo de Karlsmaker, because Milo has been making up positions. So whether there is an opportunity. And that would have been on Theo Freher, the youngster from Ireland. Habits still continues to lead. It seems to be a good habit, not a bad habit. I'm not going to go through all the permutations of what you would consider a bad habit. If you know, you know. That's all I'm saying. Top 5, line astern last time round with Stayhalder rounding out the top 5. Were covered by just under 1 second, and they come through in towards turn 8, the left-hander here. And Habits still holding on to that race lead. In towards turn 11. Naruhito Tomasi looks over his right shoulder, sees Louis Letauras there, waiting in the wings. And they are covered by 6 3/4 tenths of a second after the opening 3 laps. That's pretty close. But all it takes is one person to make one wrong move at the wrong time and it can go horribly wrong. We've seen that in a couple of examples today. And if you have been watching along on the YouTube channel, if you haven't subscribed, please do. It's one click for you to do, and it means a lot to us here at Chrono Karting. Right, Noah Stayhouder seems to be having some battles happen around him. So it looks like Louis Lettauer's got through. And after that drama on the opening lap, Julian Janssen is all the way down in 19th and last, I'm afraid. But this could be an opportunity for one driver to make their mark, others to make a statement, one to say, well, I'm here not just to make up the numbers. And despite the fact Julian Janssen has dropped from 9th to last, with the fact that Janssen is still circulating, that speaks volumes, because there are still points up for grabs, even for finishing as low as 19th in the championship. Of course, as I said, and I intonated towards earlier, the fact that we have 3 championships within 1 championship. So for those that missed the introduction at the beginning of this show, well, I'm going to basically put it as crystal clear as possible that you know, these drivers just have to do what they can. Thank you, Basker 500. Red Actions will drive the CR. Oh, crazy man. The CRG 20, is that the 24 hours of Italy next week? Oh my goodness me. Yes, it is. And I've been here at Karting Genk for the 24 hours of Karting Genk. Of course, if you want a real endurance test, give Martin Roivers at Kart Center Campilos in Malaga a call and go for the 30 horas. And that is 15 hours one way and then 15 hours the other. Now, the opportunity of being a part of that event a couple of years ago, Martin, whose son Jeremy competes in karting, him and his family. Martin is originally from the Netherlands, but fluent in Spanish, now resides over there in Spain with his wife and children, including eldest son Jeremy. That is also a fantastic venue in its own right, but yeah. 24 hours karting of Italy next week. Bram, what are you doing? A man who has competed in the Chrono Karting Dutch Championship along with the B&L Karting Series and maybe the odd occasional... I don't think he's competed in the Euro Trophy. I can't remember, Bram, but you're going to have to send me a WhatsApp and remind me of that. But we're coming down to the final 5 minutes, plus an additional lap of this Mini Max Final. And still, Day in Habits leads the way. Laurens van Vlaanderen, Niki Naruhito Tomasin, Noah Stayhouder, Louis Lettauers. They continue to round out your top 5. However, here's the battle for P6. Xavier de Decker versus Ryan Rampadarath. And this battle has been going on for a little while. Rampadarath trying to do what he can to get through on Redeka, but the 117 making the cart as wide as possible, but they are catching. Louis Lettauers at this moment in time. And now change for position. 1-2-7. That is Danny van der Molen. I think has just got past Flynn Locker. And Arno Hardstad is there in the mix. Oh, that you got in the Theo Freher, who's now running under the GKS colours. As someone, who is that slowing? Who is that slowing in a Dams racing cart? A little bit further back. I'm wondering who that is, because Dayan Habits has been leading this race significantly. I'm wondering who the other driver is. Now it's going to be, I think it might be Tristan Abeels. Tristan has not had the best weekend, in all truthfulness. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! Flynn Locker at high velocity, straight on at turn 3. Mamma mia, you are such a lucky individual. You are Flynn Locker. Oh my, I have not seen... There's been, this weekend has been a couple of firsts for me. Flynn Locker running on the LNK chassis. I think, yeah, that's in the Montfort Motorsport colours. That was scary. That was real. And I know for a fact that Flynn Locker will have been going like, oh my, Mum, help. You know, it is one of those... It is one of those situations where it can happen that a driver will go off the circuit whilst battling away. And here we have Nicky Naruhito Tomase. Oh, don't you dare start swapping sidewall rubber with Laurens van Vlaanderen. He gets through, does Tomase, and then they've got the 1-1-2. Noah Stayhalder right with them. This is going to prove to be a little bit close for comfort if I'm truthfully honest about this. Because what you don't want to have happen is that three going into one. And no surprise, Flynn Locker has been given a 10-second time penalty, leaving the track and gaining an advantage, which is effectively saying, yes, he cut the track. Noah Stayhalder, however, has managed to get through on Nicky Naruhito Tomase, trying to go for the inside line on Laurens van Vlaanderen through at turn 5. And Van Vlaanderen says, no, you don't. It won't happen here. So coming down to the final few seconds, we are going to be tight on time. It will be last lap. Dayan Habits, who's been putting up with a very, very good habit of winning so far this weekend, leads us on to the 13th and final lap. And they do say that number 13 is lucky for some. Well, Dayan's got 1-3 as his first two numbers. That makes 13. If you add the 1 to it, unfortunately, it makes 14, so it's not a lucky number anymore. But Dayan Habits has crossed every T, dotted every I, and has not put a single foot wrong here this weekend. And through in towards the second from last corner, turn 9 here at Cafe Corner, just off of the grandstand. Dayan Habits, the wunderkind for Dams Racing Team, is going to make his way through into the 11th and final corner. Powers out of the final turn. Dayan Habits with the clean sweep here in round 1 for Minimax. He wins after 13 laps of racing by 1.5 seconds ahead of Laurens van Vlaanderen. Nicky Naruhito Tomase takes P3. Noah Stayhalder, Xavier Dekker, Ryan Ramperdarath, Louis Letowers, Milo de Kousmaker, Danny van der Molen, Theo Freher, Dean Berger, Arno Houtstra, Tristan Abiels, Matthias Clever, Flynn Locker, Dan Hillen, Lasse van der Weyde, Livia Ploch, and Julian Janssen rounding out your finishers. Everyone making it to the checkered flag, but Dejan Habits, what a way to kickstart his 2026 UKS campaign with a trio of victories here at his home circuit. Right then, let's take you through the 29-strong grid for our Junior Max Final. And it starts as thus. Jent Timonen leads from pole position ahead of Justin Fonk, Jurd Drent, Julian Dumna, Tren van Melk and Kimi Mai rounding out your top 6. Liam Hauger, Matthias Verreken, Dimitar Lazarov, Klaus Hans, Olivier Mizerkovits and Dion Bracker round out row number 6. Row 7, Sasha Al-Jabral with Lieke van Berkel alongside Jesse Andringa, Milano Shiphorst, Augusta Hanik and Lionel Munguia round out row 9. Completing the top 20, Conor Haufer and Devrim Yater, Joao Pereira and Didi Dadala start on row 11. Tiger Holthausen and Leon Herbos round out row 12. Row 13, Jara Kivits, and Aidan Bigman, Pelle van Echtelt, Kai Abelera and James van der Poel bring up the rear of the grid. Right, so as with the previous races, so it is going to be the case. At the moment, 2 different winners from 2 different outfits. So Henry Wyatt won in micro, Dejan Habits just won in mini. I'm going to ask the chat this. Who do you think's going to win in juniors this weekend? Who's going to win the final? Because we've had 2. I'm going to put it out there before we go lights out. The 2 junior Rotax heats, I thought I'd seen everything, and then it was like, no, here's some new bits of vocabulary to add to your thesaurus in your mind, Mr. Goldschmidt. Well, they certainly didn't disappoint whatsoever, but we are on the cusp of going lights out and racing for the 3rd out of 7 total finals. Time for Junior Rotax to make their way out of the final corner. Revs up, lights on, lights out first time. Jent Timonen leads us into turn number 1. Keep your eyes on Justin Fonk to the outside of Jurd Drent, and there's a tangle in the bottom part of the top 10. Oh dear, dear, dear. I cannot believe it. As soon as we've gone green, there's been an incident within the first minute. Well, let's not even... It pales in comparison to Heat 1, which was 1 incident on the start-finish straight before some had even crossed the line. And then another incident at turn 2, which brought the red flag out. I think that's the quickest I've seen the red flag brought out, where we've had, I think it was 16 seconds we were into the race. So there will be some drivers that will be compromised in their point-scoring opportunities in this 12-minute plus an additional lap final. Jent Timonen leads, Jurd Drent second, Justin Fonk, Julian Dummer, Tren van Melk, Liam Hauger, Matthias Verreken, Kimi Mai, Sasha Al-Jabran and Jesse Andringa. And Jesse van Berkel cheering on Lieke van Berkel at the moment. So we have to see how things are going to pan out in the next 10.5 minutes. So we are about to complete lap number 2. Jenthemunen continues to lead the way. Drent now less than 0.3 of a second behind. Liam Hauger, fastest driver out there in the 2:31. Now, some drivers have made some big gains. Hardest chargers that have gone into double digits of positions gained. João Pereira started 21st, now 11th. Tygo Holthausen started 23rd, now 12th. Leon Herbeau started 24th, now 13th. Jara Kivitsbosch started 25th, now 15th. James van der Poel up 12 and is currently 17th. Van der Poel is, at this moment in time, the hardest charger in the field. But there is drama. Justin Fonck. Oh, someone's got a noisy exhaust, I'm afraid. I think someone's... And there is someone slowing down on the Europolan at the minute. I'm trying to pick out who that was. But with it, Kimi Mai now having a battle with the 231, Liam Hauger. But at the moment, Jenthemunen is still continuing to lead this race. Drent, Justin Fonck, Julian Dummer. Oh, it's 2x2 Noah's Ark style as the 228 gets a wake-up call. That was Sash Al-Jabrail nearly clattering into the wall on the left-hand side of the final corner. Aidan Beekman, I think, is possibly the driver that has a noisy exhaust. I think someone might have just gone into pit lane. So that is not as now. Oh, dear. Elbows out at sundown here in Karting Genk at the moment. We still have 7 minutes and 30 seconds plus an additional lap. Chat, if you're watching on YouTube, who are you betting on? Come on, stick with us. Kimi Mai has really put himself into contention here. Where is Lieke van Berkel in all of this? Van Berkel is currently down in 26. So Drent is out. Dion Brakke out on the opening lap. And there is a change for the lead. Jenthemunen now passed by Teun van Melk. Oh no, Moonen goes over the back bumper of him. Oh, and he nearly lost it into the barriers off of turn 3 and 4. Co Brown clean up on aisle 3. Somebody get the mop for Jenthemunen. That was heart in the mouth stuff right there. A split-second judgment by the Belgian. And all of a sudden, Jenthemunen could have been straight off and into the barriers hard. Meantime, keep your eyes on our 3rd and 4th place drivers. Belgium's Matthias Verreken in the 254. And here comes Germany's Kimi Mai in the 250. Fastest lap of the race so far. It's all the way down to 9th place. Julian Dumner ahead of Didi Dadale, Jara Kivitsbosch rounding out your top 11. Oh, Bo Albert Jorgensen. Are you betting? Now, are you betting on Kimi Mai because it said Jimmy May? Get your German keyboard out on your phone. There we go, Kimi Mai. Fantastic. Right. Unsporting driving, 3-second time penalties going to kart 216 and 278. 216, Olivia Mazurkiewicz. 278, Connor Halfer. Well, that just goes to show how quickly you make one wrong move and it's picked up by race control. Tobias Frank Schweren cheering on Matthias Verreken in the chat. Maria Life 333, Tren Van Melk is who she's supporting. Come on, the more the merrier. We've got over 240 of you watching on YouTube. Who are you cheering for? We've got 4 minutes, 38 seconds, plus an additional lap. And now we do have a new race leader. Tren Van Melk is down into third. He's got João Pereira, who has fought his way back to the sharp end. He's through on Germany's Kimi Mai. But the question is, who is leading? It is not Jens Moonen. It is Matthias Verreken who leads in the 254. And there goes Kimi Mai for a dive bomb at turn 8 on João Pereira. But the man from Germany unable to make the move complete. Tygo Holthausen, Liam Hauger. Imagine this. If anyone might remember the opening round of the Karting Champions League, for the juniors, we had 5 karts going for the lead. At this moment, we have 10 drivers, rounded out by Didi Dadala, who's moved up from 22nd on the grid to round at the top 10. They are covered by less than 3 seconds. Damien Allo 7594 says, come on Jens Moonen. Moonen's got to move mountains at this point because he's just been passed by Tren Van Melk for second position. And now the musical chairs game starts in earnest here in Junior Rotax. And don't touch that dial, folks. We've still got Senior Rotax, DD2, DD2 Masters, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters to keep you all entertained. Moonen is dropping positions. And here comes Tygo Holthausen. There is a 3-second time penalty. It's going to the 2-2-3, I'm afraid. Justin Fonk, he's got 2 of them. Oh dear, Justin Fonk has not got the funk in his footstep today, I'm afraid. And this is where the elbows come out. We are T-minus 2 minutes. Plus 1 additional lap remaining. And at this point, this is the beginning of the road to Portimao for our Dutch and Belgian drivers. Oh, dear, well, Finn is hopping up and down for Tren Van Melk. Okay, Finn Albert Jorgensen, get your Viking hat ready for the Viking Trophy. First weekend in your backyard. Voyens, I'll be there. Right, 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Van Melk, Pereira, Mai, Verreken. That is the top 4, with Verreken leading from Melk, Pereira, Mai. I would say, if I was in their situation now, I think I'd like to be at the back end of that train where Kimi Mai currently is at the moment. But after this, 2.72 kilometers of racing here at the home of champions in what has been a very, very highly charged junior Rotax division. With 31 seconds, we go on to the penultimate lap of the race. Verreken defends from Van Melk, who's trying to bump his way past. Keep your eyes on Pereira. Kimi Mai nearly goes over the back bumper of the Portuguese driver. And that was coming out of turn number 2. We are not done yet, despite the fact the timer is on 10 seconds. Verreken still leads. Mai and Pereira, what's happening for third? No, there's been an incident. I cannot believe my eyes. And who is beached on the curbing? I think that might, I'm wondering if that might be Pereira that's stuck on the curbing. Meantime, we concentrate on the 2 gladiators of the junior Rotax division who are out for glory here in the final lap of the junior Rotax final, 1.36 kilometers. Verreken has got to defend as if his life depended on it. And the gap between them was 0.68 of a second. Verreken defends into turn 5 for the last time. Matthias Verreken started on the outside of road number 4. Here goes Van Melk through at 6. He takes the race lead once again. Julian Mazak saying, come on, Matthias Verreken. Verreken might have one last opportunity. It's going to come down to the final corner. Here at turn number 11, Mai and Pereira languish at the bottom end of the field. To the final turn we go. Verreken to the inside. Can he get the over-under completed? It's the run to the line. Van Melk's going to pull alongside. It is going to be Matthias Verreken that wins by 18 thousandths. Hold the phone. Oh my days. Photo finish. 18 thousandths of a second. Matthias Verreken came from the outside of row 4 to win what was a... I can't put into words what kind of final this was, but it had anything and everything. Matthias Verreken wins ahead of Trent Van Melk by 18 thousandths of a second after 14 dynamite, explosive, action-packed junior Rotax laps in this final. Jens Timonen, Gillian Dumna, Didi Dadala from 22nd on the grid finishes P5. Leon Herbos from 24th finishes 6th ahead of Dimitar Lazarov. Klaus Hans, Tygo Holthausen, who made it from 23rd on the grid to finish in P9 ahead of Liam Hauger, who rounds out the top 10. James van der Poel from 29th finishes 11th ahead of Pelle van Echtelt, who made up 15 places from 27th to finish P12. Lionel Munguia, Olivier Mazurkiewicz, Augustin Hanik, Milano Shiphorse, Sasha Algebrail, Lieke van Berkel, Justin Fonk, Connor Halfer, they round out the top 20. Jesse Andringa, Devram Yeta, Kai Abelera from the USA, and Kimi Mai in 24th, our last classified finisher, who finished on the lead lap. Then Joao Pereira, Jara Kivitsbosch, and Jörg Drent, unfortunately out of the race. If that's the juniors, what are the seniors going to bring for their final? That's coming up next.
Matthias, wow. Talking about a final lap. That was quite an overtake there in the final corner. And that was exciting up until the checkered flag over there. Just tell me about your race. How does it feel to be winning here?
First race win, cannot complain. I'm flabbergasted. It's crazy. From P8 to P1, crazy.
I can see that you're shaking currently. That must have been a race.
Yes.
How are you going to celebrate it later tonight?
Little bit of a drink, maybe go to eat or something.
Well, talking about the winner, that was one hell of a final over here in Junior. Back to you, Alex.
That was great to hear from Matthias Verreken after that photo finish. 18 thousandths separating him and Tren van Merlik. I don't know what to say. Folks, stick with us. We've got 4 more finals to go. Great to hear. I mean, like, I bet Matthias Verreken didn't know until he crossed the line. He went, "I've done it." But like literally, it was about the length. It was about the length of his front bumper on his kart. And it's great to see flat-out battles. And then you've got 2. And I did say that Matthias Verreken, he needed to nail it on the final corner, and that's exactly what he did. But Van Merlik gave him a run for his money. Roy de Jonge is already in chat saying, let's go Boris Maximov. Well, no surprise there, who you're supporting. But wow. Still a little bit of clean-up operation happening on the circuit. So what we're now going to do, whilst we've got some time, we're going to head down to Noah Roivers, who's standing by very shortly with another interview down in the Parc Fermé area.
Well, Tren, well, you must be good at how that race went, but you made it amazing. For everyone watching back home and on track here, that was quite a race from you still.
Yeah, I have no words. P2 with 18 thousandths of margin, yeah. Yeah, I have really no words to say, to be honest.
Well, good job today, and we're heading straight back to the track.
Thank you very much there, Noah. Here is your starting grid for the top 36 final for Senior Rotax. Let's get to it, because there's 36 drivers that have made it through to this stage. Pole position, Lars Lambers. On the front row alongside will be Vince van der Halle. Boris Verhaag, Brand van der Weken, row 2. Robbie Storder and Thijs van Wyk round out your top 3 rows. Luke Neeson, Mick Vandenhout, row 4. Row 5 completing the top 10, Sverre Ubben and Boris Maximov. Ruben Verheyen, Miel Hendricks round out the top 12 drivers on the grid. Jorn Jelle Bremer, Lucas Storder, Max Sederski, Sepp Terhorst, Koen Willems and Dave Stevens round out the top 18 drivers. Vic van Kampenhout and Jake Benson will round out the top 20. Felipe Falk, Martin Herrera, Flynn Fitters, Krik Knorren, Benjamin Van Hees, Rein van der Meer, Enzo Zani, Kaz Boshuis, Jur Valkenaars, Tristan Shays, Jay Zurveld, Raymer van Beek, Kai van der Werf, Robert Serraris, Carl Hoemans and Nick Soudan being the last of the 36 drivers that made it through to this stage. I could use the terminology from Martin Lawrence from Bad Boys 2, which is Woosah. The calm before the storm here, folks. But when you have 36 drivers, that is the maximum we can host on this circuit at any one point. Oh, hello to Austin Lee. Go on, Vince. Vince van der Halle. Right, Austin, good to hear from you. Hope you and the family are well. Come on, there's more than 250 people watching on the YouTube chat, and there's only a handful of you deciding to pick up that smartphone, laptop, or tablet and type in who you're cheering on for. Because for the next 12 minutes plus an additional lap, hold on, get your popcorn, get your soft drink of choice, because we go revs up. We are lights out and racing here for the final into turn 1. Oh, there's nearly a coming together in the opening corner. And the carambolage has been avoided, but no, it hasn't. Into turn 2. Oh, it's like Skittles. 3, 4 exit stage left. Sorry, exit stage right. One I don't think is going to be going. And that driver's, well, is that? No, that's Max Sadursky. I think that might be Max Sadursky who's gotten into the kart. He's pulled it back and he's actually going longer around the circuit. So that's indirectly not a shortcut as far as I'm aware. But that's going to be determined. AJ Berggraf cheering on his teammate Max Sadursky. Julian Mazak saying, come on, you're Valkenars. But let's go. After the opening lap, your leader is Lars Lambers, and he's leading Robbie Stordeur by over 6.5 tenths of a second. And there is Ruben Verheyen in the 348. He's up from 11th on the grid. He's now P3. Oh, Miel Hendricks with a dive bomb and a half through into turn number 5. And now Finn Albert Jorgensen via his dad. Bo, have you and Finn ever heard of YouTube chat? Because we do have a channel. Have you subscribed? Please tell me yes or no via Facebook Messenger. And AJ Berggraf going, no, Max, come on. Well, that was a real shame. Here goes Lucas Stordeur, the little point-sized wonder from Bouvin Power. He's got through on Ruben Verheyen, but keep your eyes on the driver in 3rd position. Miel Hendricks on the Carlos Sainz 55 chassis. And might go for the move, dives to the inside at turn 5. Hendricks through on Robbie Stordeur. It is game on. Here with 9 minutes and 40 plus an additional lap still to go. And if your heart rate is not through the roof right now, I don't know what to say to you. I think in the words of John Hindor, you must have a rock for a heart. And he was talking about the 24 Hours of Le Mans at that point. So the entire field rounded out by Max Sadursky, covered by just under 33 seconds after 2 laps. Lars Lambers is going into the distance. He is up the road by a second. And now, Miel Hendricks, who started on the outside of row 6, that is 12th, is now P2. Lucas Stordeur up 10 places, now running P4. Krit Knorren, who had an absolute nightmare in this final heat, has moved up 15 places from 24th, runs 9th, had a Vic van Kampenhout who's made up 9 places. Keep your eyes on the TB cut of Felipe Falcon, the 378. He is moving up the order, is the part Dutch, part Brazilian driver for TB kart, and there he is in the back of shot. And he is up 13 positions. He started 21st. Max is not out, AJ. He is still circulating. But he started 15th. He's been dumped all the way to the back of the field. And I think really for Max, it's going to be a fait accompli, as they say in France. But Miel Hendricks is being challenged by Robbie Stordeur. Look who's now in 4th position, Thijs van Wijk in the 369 for SP Motorsport. He's moved a bit further forward. Then there's Ruben Verheyen, Luke Neeson. I think Felipe Falk could be a bit of a danger driver here, and not by bad overtakes. So there we go. Up through, past Robbie Stordeur. Thijs van Wijk on the SP Motorsport Kart Republic chassis has moved his way to 3rd. The Stordeurs do not want that to happen. Robbie gets through. Luca finds he's unable to make his way past and is put straight into the clutches of the 348 of Ruben Verheyen, aligned with Thomas Verheyen, of course. Felipe Falk is not that far away from the top 6. He's got to find about a 1/10 of a second. Oh, hang on a second. There is Felipe Falk. Now, has he got through on Ruben Verheyen? The answer, I would say, is more than likely a resounding yes. 6 minutes and 30 to go. Lucas Stordeur gets through on Robbie. Oh dear, I would imagine that the older of the two would be going, no, I don't want that happening. But the thing is, they are teammates, they are related. The little brother's always going to go and outshine somebody else. But Felipe Falk, do not count this man out. He's up 15 places. Now, I have seen stranger things before, whereby the driver one driver in a senior Rotax race, I can't remember which one it was, managed to make it from the penultimate row of the grid in a race and went on to win it. And unfortunately, RE Driver Developments, Jay Zurveld, the 349, has retired on lap 4. We've got Kyle Hulmans has got a 3-second time penalty for unsporting driving. And there is Felipe Falk ahead of Bran van der Weyken in the 396. And Van der Weyken with a little bit of a hip check to Felipe Falk, the 378, teammate with Mitch Haynert. Looks like Mitch unfortunately did not make it through to the final 36. But the top 10 rounded out by the 360. And it's not how many degrees he's spinning, because I'm sure that he's going the right way down the track. Flynn Fitters is now up into 9th. He's got through on Vince van der Halle. The top 10 covered by just over 5.3 seconds. Thijs van Wijk trying to get through on Lucas Stordeur for P3. But Lars Lambers is definitely controlling this race. The 342 from Belgium for Bouvin Power is now nearly 1.8 seconds up the road. Hendricks is starting to build a little bit of a buffer between himself and Lucas Stordeur, who is being chased down by Thijs van Wijk. Oh, and oh dear. Vic van Kampenhout has just dropped down the order. He was running as high as 11th. He is now running 25th. Oh. Now, I'm wondering if there might have been a drama. However, the battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Maybe also include... No, yeah, between the top 6, they're covered by just over 3 seconds. Felipe Falk might as well drag Krit Knorren along with him, kicking and screaming, because now it's going to be 2 seconds plus that. Well, make that 2.1 seconds. Hendricks defends against Lucas Stordeur. Oh no, big hit between the pair, and that gives 2nd place to Thijs van Wijk. And Miel Hendricks has just said to Lucas Stordeur, what on earth are you playing at? Well, the thing is, and this is, it's never an easy, you know, it's, from my perspective, when you see that drivers go for a lunge, and he went for it quite late, and it was just a case of Hendricks went to try and cover him off. Oh dear. Bran van der Weyken just caught his front bumper. Oh dear, now that is stuck. That's probably fouling the left front tyre. So he just hit the back of Thijs van Wijk coming through into the final corner. And now Thijs van Wijk is backing everybody up a little bit here, just to give himself the best opportunity possible. And now this is bringing in so many other drivers, and at the back end of the train, Flynn Fitters. So this is second to 9th place. And through on the 372 of Krit Knorren goes Bran van der Weken. And now, oh dear, elbows out time, I think. So yeah, just having a look back at the footage, the front bumper of Bran van der Weken got caught up when he braked behind Thijs van Wijk, and that is not how you get past somebody. I think Felipe Falk was robustly forced wide through into turn 5. Now the thing is, yes, as commentators we do have opinions, but we can agree to disagree. Right, 348 has just got, Ruben Verheyen has just got an unsporting driving 3-second time penalty. Oh, dive, and that was a bit too late there once again. This time Bran van der Weken. So Miel Hendricks is out. Lucas Stordeur, after that contact with Miel Hendricks, has ended up 17th. We've got 2 more laps to go, including this one. And the lead that Lars Lambers has, he'd be halfway up towards the Ibis budget in Steen in Maastricht by now. He's that far up the road. It's about a 15-20 minute drive. He's 7 seconds up the road. Vince van der Holle, who's made his way back up into P4, has got the fastest lap of the race. And Finn Albert Jorgensen, thank you for jumping into chat. Yes, 20 place gain is crazy. Last lap is underway. Krit Knorren is up 18 spots. And this is the battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Van Wijk, Van der Weken, Van der Holle, Stordeur. That is your top 5. That's the remainder of the top 5. Lars Lambers, however, is 7.7 seconds up the road. Probably call that 8 seconds. AJ Bergeraff saying, come on, Thijs, Van Wijk. Oh, what's now? Oh, there was a big, big cloud of dust there. And there has been an incident, that's why. But Lars Lambers wins it by a country mile. Thijs van Wijk from the outside of row number 3 will pick up the runner-up step. Bran van der Weken holds on. And oh, no, 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 no. And that is a very, very badly damaged radiator on top of a Rotax Max Evo engine. Okay, moving on. Let's take you through the results of this top 36 Senior Rotax Final. Lars Lambers winning by 8.7 seconds ahead of Thijs van Wijk, Bran van der Weken, Vince van der Holle, Robbie Stordeur, Krit Knorren, the hardest charger in this race, equal with Kaz Boshouse. You'll be pleased to hear AJ Bergeraff. 18 spots apiece. Luke Neeson, Felipe Falk, Boris Verhaag, and Kaz Boshouse ran out your top 10. Benjamin Van Hees, Sverre Ubben, Rein Vandermeer, Lucas Stordeur, Jake Menton, Vic van Kampenhout, Enzo Zani, Jur Valkenhaas, Dave Stevens, Koen Willems ran out your top 20. Mick van den Hout, Jon Jelle Bremer, Raymer van Beek, Martin Herrera, Robert Serraris, Sepp Terhorst, Kai van der Werf, Nick Soudan, Tristan Shays, and Max Swiderski, the last of the classified finishers in 30th. Miel Hendricks, Jay Zerveld, Boers Maximal, Flynn Fitters, Ruben Verheyen, and Kyle Humans, your retirees. But Lars Lambers draws first blood in Senior Rotax in the final for round 1 of United Karting Series 2026.
Today has all been about tiny margins. But this man over here, Lars, he won by a country mile. Can you please tell me about your race?
Yeah, but we were in the start and the whole inside, they pushed each other and yeah, I heard everyone go off. Yeah, I saw a gap and just pushed till the end.
Well, very good job. We're straight back to trackside.
"19 races down, 3 to go." We head to DD2 and DD2 Masters for their 12-minute plus an additional lap final. So here is your grid. Jori Kleber and Bennett Demler will line up on the front row of the grid. Then it's Ralph van der Peewert and Axel Hoes, Vincent van Kerkhoven, joined by MK Arts on row 3. Wout Kirstens and Rick van der Start, Jort van Wijk. And rounding out the top 10 as our DD2 Masters leader, Jim Ringelberg, Scott Westhovenson and Theo Lemoyne on row 6. Yannick Kiliansky, Kibjorn Edstrom, Noah Neumann, Julian Klosman. I bet he didn't expect he would be P16 for the final, did he? He's ahead of Pepin Riedman, Danny Simensma, Dimitri Ostrovsky, Hugo Klabos, Jesse Spans, Mike van Maastricht, Christoph Adams, Gwen Bloxhill, Derek van Kurt, Erwin Montfort, Jeffrey Bars, Douglas Knoll, Tom van Weert, Ron Verstegen, and Nick Danchenko, rounding out your 31-strong grid. Danchenko did not get anywhere as his kart jolted forward. And as you can see, we are now, we are approximately 50 minutes away from sunset. 6:30 predicted local time here at the home of champions. But after this, we have KZ2 Masters to conclude the opening round. I think excitement is probably an understatement. Finn Albert Jorgensen, he's put his card down. He said Axel Hoos is winning. Anybody else to challenge Finn Albert Jorgensen, the might of Denmark? You know what, Bo, I know you're watching as well. Get on the phone to Robert Schlunzen. Ask him and tell him who's racing. And then tell him to put it in the chat. Just for giggles. So, 2-speed, gearbox, Rotax action about to get underway. All drivers instructed to start from first gear. As for 12 minutes plus an additional lap, we will start to very shortly go into the tram lines. Revs up, lights on, and the final gets underway for the first time of asking. Demler to the outside of Jordi Klebol. He cuts across the nose of the Belgian into turn number 1. Ralf van der Pavert stays ahead of Axel Hoos as Vincent van Kerkhoven finds himself down a position. Ava Donnerstein, welcome along. Jim Ringelberg is who she's supporting. The man who has dominated the Masters division all weekend long. But after the opening lap, Bennett Demler, Basket 500, Ralf van der Pavert wins. Well, van der Pavert has been on the podium twice in the last 2 events he's been a part of. He's also supported his brother Mika in the Karting Champions League, which has hosted its first round here at Karting Genk last weekend of January / early part of February, and then at Marienborg just last week. Oh, Jordi Klebol is feeling racy, and here comes van der Pavert to the inside, and he's through. And now Axel Hoos is closing in on the 411 from Belgium. Tries to look up the inside at turn number 9. No room in the in there for the Dutchman from Combi Kart Racing Team. But van der Pavert, having got through by next to no margin whatsoever on Jordi Klebol, he made good his intentions, and now he's going to charge. And now there's going to be some more overtaking. Imke Arts, oh no, clatters wheels with Vincent van Kerkhoven. They interlock wheels, and Imke Arts has tumbled as a direct consequence. She made the move at the same time that Axel Hoos went up the inside of Jordi Klebol. And now van der Pavert is right on the back bumper of the man from FM Racing in the 402. Well, Imke Arts and Vincent van Kerkhoven, I think, got away with that one. There's the 433. Jort van Wyk, he's got company. As... we are seeing some proper DD2 elbows out argy-bargy here at Genk. Jort van Wyk being chased down by the Sony car of Rick van der Straat in the 495. And then to the inside of Julian Klausman. Oh no! Both him and the defending champion, Wout Kerstens, they have touched. And both of them, oh dear, I'm wondering if that steering has all gone wrong on Wout Kerstens' kart. But that was a big old, oh dear. I don't think the right front was playing ball. We'll see whether Wout Kerstens parks that thing. Meantime, leading after lap 4, Ralph van der Pavert for SP Motorsport with the deep purple, or purple rain if you want to quote the artist Prince back in the day. And we're talking 1980s, folks. I'm showing my age again. Oppa. We have had a retiree in the DD2 Masters class, I'm afraid. Bjorn Edstrom is out on lap 3. Good afternoon, Sam Knopfiers. Hope you and your dad are doing all right, whether you're over in the Middle East. We know that you guys are based quite a lot out there. But Van der Pavert is leading the way, but that has quickly changed here on the front of the field. Bennett Demler through on Van der Pavert for P1 as we're now on to lap number 6. We've got 7 minutes, so 5 completed, 7 to go. The sunlight starting to fade here at the home of champions. Now, despite the contact between Julian Klausmann and Wout Kirstens, Kirstens is currently down in 24th position. Klausmann is still in 8th. Guten Nachmittag, Luca Thiel. Oh, right, move made. Scott Westovens on Theo Lemoigne. That was for position. Man behind Acceleris Racewear. The 434. He's also moved up. Finn Albert Jorgensen saying, come on, Axel Hoos, full push. Come on, the more the merrier. There's over 210 of you watching. And I'm sure we might have a few people giving their, who will be getting their shout-outs in the last 2 races, let me tell you. Lemoigne through on Westhovens. And that's a nice little move by the Frenchman. For Arthur Lehouk's team. Now closing in on the 434 of Scott Westhovens. Now that's a livery I recognise, Yannick Kilianski. And at the moment, well, with Bjorn Edstrom's retirement from the DD2 Masters class, Ringelberg leads in the 547, he's 14th. Dmitry Ostrovsky, who is 3rd in both previous heats, he is 2nd. And he is ahead of the number 582 from the Netherlands, Dennis Siemensma. So we still have got a fight on our hands, but look at this. Van der Pavert back through on Demler. Klebor and Hoos, and now it's going to be a switch between the German and the Dutchman at the front end of the field. I could start a joke like saying, well, we've got 2 Dutch DD2 drivers, 1 Belgian and a German, and they're battling for the race lead. How does that joke end? Probably not that well. But, oh, Jordi Clairbolt, he got the switch back. He caught out Ralph van der Pavert going through into turn 6 off of the Europelan, and van der Pavert had a bit of a line dancing misstep, if you will. But he is not out of this. And look, he's got company. Oh, strength in numbers, folks, because Jort van Wyk in the 433 SP Motorsport. As here we go, Van der Pavert dives through an Axel Hoos. Now there's still time. There's 3.5 minutes. He could go chasing. And I think probably one of the best things that both, not just him, but Axel Hoos and Jort van Wyk If they work together, Axel, if they work together indirectly speaking, they can then battle each other for the last few laps of the race. And that will be very, very important. However, yes, it is going to be a tall order. And here goes Jort van Wijk to the inside of Axel Hoos, and he blocks the crisscross from the 455. Now Julian Kloosman is now rounding out your top six. He's 2.7 seconds behind the race leader. So considering out of 31 drivers, Julian Kloosman was 31st and last in qualifying. If you'd have said to him right now, you get a P6 in the final, he'd rip both arms, both legs off you and shake your hand whilst doing it at the same time. And as I say that, he's just got a 3-second time penalty. And that was my microphone clattering against my watch. Whoops. It's been a long day for everybody, folks, myself included up here in the commentary box. But 0.8 separates the top three. Jim Ringelberger's got more than light at the end of the tunnel. Someone for him has just left open both barn doors on the farmyard, and he can go and take the General Lee and go and yee-haw it over the nearest ramp with reckless abandonment. And Julian Kloosman's 3-second time penalty was for unsporting driving. Now, we had a photo finish in the juniors. In the seniors, we had someone take a country mile, because if you ask certain people, they go, what the is a kilometre? Yes, it's times your miles by 0.62. And then you get your answer. So 7.5 tenths cover our top three. 1.4 seconds cover the top five. Right, Dmitry Ostrovsky no longer is second in Masters. He's dropped a couple of places. Siemensma now in P2 and rounds out the top 20. Now, if Jordi Kleebol starts to put the pressure on Bennett Demler for the race win, you can bet your bottom dollar that the two SP Motorsport karts of Van der Pavert and Van Wijk will be with them. We are going to be tight on time here, but I think we might just about scrape it through with 2 more laps. 3 seconds. 3 seconds, maybe make that 2 seconds, and our leaders were across the line. Just over 2.7 kilometers of racing left in DD2 and DD2 Masters. Van der Pavert has closed the gap, but not by much. Jordi Kleebol will want to win on his home circuit. And now Demler defends. Kleebol to the outside for the switchback. This has brought Van der Pavert into play. They've got this half and 1 more lap to go. And I did say keep your eyes on Van der Pavert and Van Wijk. To turn 9 on lap 14 out of 15. Demler still has the opportunity. There's a big old indent on Jordi Kleebol's front bumper. 1.36 kilometers to go. Last lap underway. 0.261 was the gap between first and third. 0.5 was the gap between first and fourth position. Top 5 now are nearly line astern in each other's wheel tracks. Onto the Europlan for the 15th and final time. Bennett Demler has been fighting. He defends from Jordi Kleebol in towards the chicane. Can Van der Pavert get through for second? Yes! But that in itself has given Bennett Demler the advantage he needs as the German from FM Racing will make his way through to the final corner. Van der Pavert has got a block. Teammate Van Wyk for the runner-up step on the rostrum. It's victory for FM Racing and Germany's Bennett Demler. Ralph van der Pavet was in contention for the race win, but he ends up on the runner-up step on the rostrum. Jort van Wyk takes P3. Axel Hoos, Jordi Klebor ran out your top 5. Julian Klosman will get a 3-second penalty post-race. That'll drop him to around about 9th place. Promoting Rick van der Start, Vincent van Kerkhoff and Theo Lemoine, who will finish ahead of Julian Klosman. Imke Arts 10th. Scott Westhovens, Pepin Reitman, Yannick Kiliansky, Wout Kirstens and Hugo Klebors ran out your top 15. Noah Neumann and DD2 Masters winner for the opening round, Jim Ringelberg. Welcome back, my friend. 17th head of Mike van Maastricht. Yes, Spans. Danny Simensma that rounds out the top 20 and also second in Masters. Nick Danchenko, 21st head of Christoph Adams, who rounds out the top 3 in Masters in 22nd. Ostrovsky, Bloxhill, Montfort, Van Kurt, Bars, Knoll, Van Weert. They all made it to the checker with Ron Verstegen retiring on lap 12. And Key Bjorn Edström from Sweden out on lap number 3. "20 races in the bag. We've still got 2 to go. We now head to our penultimate final of the weekend for UKS Round 1 2026. And it is the 12-minute plus an additional lap final for KZ2. Enzo Boll starts from pole position and he'll be joined by Samuel Luyet on the front row. Samuel's brother Jean will be on the inside of row 2, joined by Robin Glerum. Mika van der Pavet and Rune de Bruyker ran out row 3. Kevin Stayhauer, joined by Latvia's Edgars Vilkans, will complete row 4. Jeffrey Fixer and Gillian Carmen round out the top 10. Giovanni Vitivine and Daniel Tenbach round out row 6, head of Luca Prima and Charlie Turner, who complete row 7. Jelte Bummer, Sam van Verskoylen, that's row 8. Row 9, Nick Plumers and Ryan de Jong, with Gillian Bubb and Rick Mewis rounding out the top 20. Completing the 22-strong grid, Kane Ince and Bryn Kinch. Oh, Finn Jorgensen, you are a brave young man. He says Samuel Luyet is winning. Oh, the jury's still out, Finn. I won't hold it against you. Don't worry. Don't worry about that at all, my friend. Right. All I'm going to say is 2026... I've seen some cracking racing. I've never had a day like this in the office for a very, very long time. But I have seen that Luca Prima's transponder hasn't gone past the start-finish line. Interesting. So Luca Prima could either be out of the race or might be starting from the dummy grid area, because he will be waiting there for a significant amount of time with the revs being built up, let's say. The field makes its way down towards Cafe Corner at turn 10. Turn 9. You can tell it's been a long day, folks. My maths aren't quite what they used to be. However, there's a good friend, David Robinson, you get a mention, dad of Lockie. We go again. And that's exactly what we're doing here today. Sunset making its way here at the home of champions. What a wonderful backdrop via our walking camera. The 21 drivers are making their way to their respective grid positions as we are set and ready for the penultimate race of the opening round of the 2026 campaign. So, get yourselves ready for this one. Green flag waves at the back. The revs start to build. The 4 red lights, they ignite. And we're underway and racing in the final. Good start from the outside of the front row by Lier. Samuel Lier, but Enzo Bol leads the field into turn number 1 as they are trying not to trip over each other. Edgars Vilkans gets a little bit sideways coming out of turn number 2 in the Sodi karts, but the Latvian holds on to around about 7th position at the moment. But down to turn 6 off of the Europlan for the first time. Bol leads. Samuel and Jean Lier. Here comes Robin Glirum up the inside. He's through for 3rd. But Enzo Bol is not quite running away with this yet. 1 lap almost completed. Bol leads. His advantage will be minuscule at best. Across the line they go with a 2-kart length lead. Samuel Lier, P2. Robin Glirum, Jean Lier, René de Bruyke, Edgars Vilkans, Kevin Stayhauer. Well, it's not Edgars Vilkans. It is going to be Jean Lier, René de Bruyke, Kevin Stayhauer, Edgars Vilkans, Mika van der Pavet, Jeffrey Fixter, Daniel Tenbach, and up 3 spots on the opening lap. Hello, welcome back, Charlie Turner. You've gotten yourself a wake, sunshine. Another driver moving up the order from 21st on the grid. Luca Brima opted to not start this race. So as you can see, the sun starting to lower. We are just under half an hour away from sunset here at Genk. What has been an absolutely crazy first race day of the season, let me tell you that much, folks. But Enzo Bol trying to keep it on the black stuff. Robin Glirum is closing on in. And the 216 from the Netherlands for Power Kart Racing is the fastest driver out on track at the meantime. 54.291 is his lap around this circuit. But Enzo Bol keeping a hold of proceedings. So he's going to do what he can to keep a hold on to that race lead. Oh, dive bomb to the inside of the final corner by Robin Glirum. And Samuel Lier does the old shimmy to tell him, you're not going to do that on me, sunshine. And his brother Jean is right behind. René de Bruyke trying to get his elbows out a little bit. He's currently sitting in P5 ahead of Kevin Stayhauer, who looks like a man possessed at the minute. So Stayhauer hoping that he's going to be able to close on into those in front. Can prove to be a little bit difficult from time to time, you never know, but there's still 8.5 minutes remaining plus an additional lap of this race. But if you said to me now, who's going to win this one? I might plead the fifth on that. The reason why I say it is because you never can be too careful what your opinion might be. But having followed quite a few of these drivers over their journeys, I still remember Edgar Zvelkans running in the... Shouts out Yanis Karjuks. Because Edgar Zvelkans ran against the likes of Ragnar Virus, if you know that name, Carthletics. A good friend from Estonia who does his online training courses. Oh, right, I've got to shout out somebody else. That's going to be a certain person from the island of Taipei. the Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan, Roger Young. You've just been checked. Another man who has represented Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan at the Grand Finals, but last year he went different. He went back to his roots. He went to Kiwi land. He went to New Zealand. Of course, people from that locality, Brendan Hartley, Shane Van Gisbergen, Scotty Mack, a.k.a. the man who likes to give it a bit of jandle. Scott, all I can say. Oh, dear, dear me. There's going to be a... now, that is... Scott McLaughlin was the man I was trying to think of, but there we saw the perfect personification of how to deal with an incident. Get out of the cart, walk over to each other, give each other a dap, and then just walk off. It's the end of the day. It's been a long one for everybody. People have been here since about 7 o'clock this morning getting carts ready. And that is the thing with this business. There are so many unsung heroes, but look at this. Kevin Stayhauer and Jeffrey Fixer, they're trying to tag team Rune de Bruyke. We've got a yellow flag, obviously, at Marshall Post 7 for the two carts involved. One of which I think will probably more than likely be Kane Ince and Julian Bubb. They are out. Ryan de Jong retired, lap 1. Bryn Kinch out lap 5. Julian Bubb out lap 5. Kane Ince out lap 5. So that is Julian Bubb and Kane Ince's car. Oh, dive to the inside. 229. Julian Carman. He took an inch. He saw an inch. He took a country kilometre there. Whoa, hold the phone. The Sony kart threaded the eye of the needle through the final part of the Europalan. So now, Samuel Luye has got to make an executive decision. Should I stay? Oh no. Should I stay or should I go? Musical references. Look, I said, folks, it's been a long day. Don't blame me for the music and the film references because, well, I was about to throw another one in there. If you know you're smoking the bandit, we've got a long way to go and a short time to get there. Well, we've got this and one more race to go, and then we got the podiums. But still, it just goes to show that these drivers are incredibly, incredibly committed at what they do. And there's no stopping them. But Enzo Boll still holding on. He has been at the sharp end. Right, okay, retirees. Non-starter Luca Prima. Then retirees, Ryan de Jong, Bryn Kinch, Julian Bubb, Kane Ince. Nick Pluimers is the last classified runner on the field in 17th position. And there is still 3 minutes and 24 seconds on the timer, plus an additional lap remaining. So there is still some real estate that our drivers will be covering over the next 4 minutes or so. But what a sight this is. In the last few moments of not just this race, but also the next race coming up. We have got still KZ2 Masters, and we might be close on that point. We're about 22 minutes away from sunset. And we've had further dramas because, oh dear, I think Giovanni Vittavine has just ended up in the barriers. And that is not going to help. 226 in the Birillard, that much. And that was effectively just over a minute ago when that happened. Well, that was Vittavine. It might have been the fact that the kart might have decided to give up the ghost. And Vittavine out on lap 9. We have 1 minute, 40 seconds plus an additional lap. Robin Glirum in third position is the fastest out of the quartet on your screens. But Kevin Stayhauer, I still remember he had an absolute mare in the opening round. Well, no, it was Robin Glirum that had a mare in the opening round of the Karting Champions League. And then Kevin Stayhauer went one better and didn't record a lap time at all in qualifying at Marienburg last week. But still came through. Still got a fairly decent result to the man from the Netherlands for VRL Motorsport on the LGK chassis. And, oh, well, Giovanni Vittavine in the number 226 pushing the Birillard off of the turkit with a little bit of assistance there. So we are getting down to the nitty-gritty. 2 more laps to go. Enzo Boll starts lap number 13. Samuel Luyet, 0.138 of a second back. Then it's a further nearly 2/10 back. Make that 0.190 back to Robin Glirum. Jean Luyet rounds out the top 4, covered by just under 7/10. Now this is going to be the game of chess that I've been waiting to see all day. Who's going to make the first move out of the top 4? It is Samuel Luyet. Enzo Boll straight away counters. Glirum nearly saw the door open at turn 7. And still, here goes Luyet to the inside. Little bit of contact, and Glirum's to the outside at turn number 10. Oh, that's a brilliant bit of anticipation. Robin Glirum, unfazed, took complete advantage of the situation, but Enzo Boll leads us on to the final lap of the race. It's Boll versus Glirum versus the 2 Luyets. Luyet to the inside, Luyet to the inside of Glirum. Glirum gets forced out wide. Here comes Stayhauer, and it's the 261 of Jean Luyet that's got through on brother Samuel. Glirum will not be happy about that at all. Down the European we go for the final time, and Enzo Boll has got daylight. And this is exactly what the Dutchman needed. He did not want any trouble from Robin Glirum, and the Luyet's solution was to force the number 216 wide, and it made it work when it happened. Enzo Boll will kickstart his KZ2 UKS campaign right here, right now out of the final corner. The man from SP Motorsport, Enzo Ball, wins the final. You'd think this would be the championship finale, let alone the season opener. My goodness me. So, after the dust has settled, retirements, Giovanni Vittavine, Kane Ince, Julian Bubb, Bryn Kinch, Ryan de Jong, with non-starter Luca Brima. Enzo Ball wins the final by just under 4.5 tenths of a second ahead of Jean and Samuel Lillet. Robin Glirum takes fourth ahead of Kevin Stayhauer, who picks up the fastest lap of the race. Jeffrey Fixer, René de Bruyke, Julian Carmen, Edgar Zvelkans and Mika van der Pavet ran out your top 10. Charlie Turner, in his return to Europe in a KZ2, goes up to 11th from 14th on the grid. Daniel Tembach, Hjalte Bulmer, Sam van Verschoyle, Rick Mewis and Nick Ploymers are your runners and riders that made it to the end of all 15 laps, covered by 12.3 seconds. Next up, final race of round one for United Karting Series 2026. It's the final for KZ2 Masters. Right then, you wanted it, you got it. Race 22 out of 22 for the opening round of the United Karting Series for 2026 here at the Home of Champions. It's KZ2 Masters, the final. It is an all-British front row, courtesy of Sam Ward, and he will have countryman Alan Kenyon alongside in the front row. Owen Yalving and Mick Bertrand will be on row 2. William Klooster and Martin Versteeg, row 3. Row 4, Marcel Ernst and Edgar Oosting. Bas Schouten and Yannick Quidainen round out your top 10. Niels Koster and Glenn Vandenhoek round out the top 12 drivers. Niels Böhler, Rickard Kaunzims, Sebastian Koppenhol, Alexander Homerson, Daniel Zilstra, Benno Ridder, Mike Hendricks, Monix Dijkstra, Rutger Brakel, Mark Verhoeven, Leon Kaldijk, Jeroen Bos and Bas Steen round out your runners and riders in this division. Jeroen Bos has had 2 failures on him in 2 successive heats, which has really put the defending champion on the back foot coming into the first round out of 7. And as you can see, the sunlight starting to fade here in the Limburg region of Belgium. What a sight. What a way to end the opening round of the series. The drivers now make their way to the starting grid for the final time of asking. And it is going to be fast and furious for the next 12 minutes plus an additional lap. Emma Barrett, good to hear from you. All the best to Alan Kenyon from all at Sodi UK. Let's go. The team formerly known as Sodi Vitesse. Hope you, Mark and Brad, are keeping well. Green flag waves at the back for the final time as we get set and ready here in KZ2 Masters. Lights are on. We're away and racing here in the final. And a great start by Alan Kenyon from the outside of the front row. Gets the jump on Sam Ward as the two Britons lead the field into the opening couple of corners. Oh, and there's been drama in the background. Someone's been left high and dry at the back end of the 25-strong competitors. As look at that shot down the Europalan from camera point 1, operated by Renz. Big thank you to him and the other rest of the camera crew team, Yilles, and also our man on the gantry just by the grandstand. But Alan Kenyon is looking to put Sodi UK on the map here in the United Karting Series. He's got Sam Ward on the CRG breathing down his exhaust pipe. They come across the line to complete the opening lap. The gap between them, 0.173 of a second. And there goes Sam Ward, he's through. So it's CRG Independent versus Sodi UK. Here we go. And they've got to watch out because they've got Mick Bertram on the crop promotion chassis right behind them, along with Rinjalving. Jeroen Bos up 5 spots already. And it looks like him and Leon Kaldijk are making some tag team maneuvers up the road. But this is where things do get interesting, folks. We've got a top 4, a CRG, a Sodi, a crop promotion, and a Birrell. That's your top 4 marks in there. Finn Albert Jorgensen saying, yeah, Alan winning this, I can feel it. Well, Sam Ward now leads the way after the second. But Alan Kenyon is not going to take this one lying down. He is going to fight tooth and nail with Sam Ward for the race win. They come out of turn 5. Look at the acceleration. These karts accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in 2 seconds. That's about the same as a Bugatti Chiron. Maybe even the Bugatti Tourbillon that's about to be released very shortly, courtesy of Bugatti Rimac. Mate Rimac, the man from Rimac Automobili, and it is said Rimac. It sounds like it's not a C, it sounds like a CZ at the end of it. Yannick Kwidainen has retired on the opening lap. Meantime, change has happened. Edgar Oosting has got through on William Closter. Meantime, Alan Kenyon is holding on to that second position ahead of Mick Bertram at the minute. But there's still plenty of this race left to go. 8 minutes, 45 seconds plus an additional lap. You tell me what's going to happen, you lot out there in YouTube land, because there's still nearly 160 of you watching. And Emma Barrett, Finn Jorgensen, you are the only 2 people that have bothered to engage their typing fingers. Shame on the rest of you. Hey, I'm just putting it out there. You know, don't... I'm sure, Emma, you and Mark are laughing right about now. Just make sure that Mark hasn't got a beer in his hand, all right? I know what he's like. Oh dear, someone has got to go to the naughty step and wear the dunce's hat. Sebastian Coppenol has just got a 3-second time penalty for starting procedure. Let's just say he did not follow the starting procedure protocol that has been told to the drivers, and that would have been parlayed. Reference the driver's briefing notes. However, Sam Ward is not getting away, and it's become a quintet at the front of the field I spy with my little eye Glenn Vandenhoek at the back of this train. All the 2024 Chrono Karting KZ2 Masters champion. And I'm going to say this. Warning, warning, Jeroen Bos is 11th. We've not even hit halfway in this race. We're about a minute away from doing so because the finals have had to be shortened from 14 minutes plus a lap to 12 minutes plus an additional lap because of the delays that we were having. And sometimes these things do have to happen. But Sam Ward, he's got to have his head on a swivel at the moment. And we'll see whether he is able to keep all and sundry behind him. So 24 out of the 25 drivers who started this race. A real shame for Jannik Kuidainen, who would have started a bit further up the order, started P10, has now fallen by the wayside. The only driver that has actually retired from this race but the KZ2 Masters game of chess is very much front and centre with the quintet leading the way. Last time they were covered by a second, make that now 9/10. Rinjalving looking for the inside line on McBertram. Oh, and there's a bit of a side-by-side bit of contact as Glenn Vandenhoek tried to get through an Rinjalving, and it looks like the pair made a little bit of they touched a little bit going through into turn 2. Jalving had looked to go up the inside of Bertram through into 1, and then Vandenhoek just completely mistimed it, hit the curb with the left front wheel, and the back end stepped out, and through he went on Jalving on that particular occasion. Meantime, there's Niels Böhler, Marcel Ernst, and the forever forward, Jeroen Bos. That is now P9. He's put in the fastest lap of the race. Now with 4 dentures. 4 3/4 minutes plus an additional lap. Well done, Alex. He is now up 16 spots. He's just put in the fastest lap of the race on lap 7. 53.023. Jeroen Bos is out to prove a point. That everyone else was lucky that his mechanical difficulties threw a spanner in the works. And here we go. That is position 17 gained by Jeroen Bos through on Niels Böhler. And Jeroen Bos has now got Martin Versteeg for DJK Racing. Meantime, at the front end of the field, Glenn Vandenhoek has got through on Mick Bertram for P3. So he's going hunting after the two Brits in front. The first one ahead of him is the 146 of Soda UK's Alan Kenyon. And now we've had our next retirement, William Cloister, the 111 from the Netherlands. I'm afraid to say has just retired from this race. Didn't know what chassis he rode on, and according to the entry list, he ran as a privateer. But with 3 minutes to go, oh, Glenn Vandenhoek is really looking racy. What he wants to do is get the jump on Jeroen Bos at this opening round of the season. Now, at the minute, Alan Kenyon, pardon my French on this one, Emma Barrett. He's the sody meat in a CRG sandwich at the minute, is Alan. But he's holding on to that second position. And one thing that he has done is not let Sam Ward on that CRG get away. But Vandenhoek, the 2024 champion, he finished third last year in the Chrono Karting KZ2 Masters Dutch Championship, the national championship that is. This has been, now if someone was to say to me that this is being processional, I'll be like thinking, where have you been putting your head? In the sand like an ostrich? No. KZ2, whether you're a KZ2 driver or a Masters driver, it is the most physically demanding discipline in modern day karting. Even I won't go and try a KZ2 because I know that the fact that the shift lever will rip the arm out of my socket. And that's my shoulder I'm talking about. Otto Shadow. Is that William van der Kai I spot in chat? The man that had one of the flukiest wins at Circuit Park Bedham 2 years ago. Glenn for the win, question mark. Well, William, I've got to say this. Glenn needs to pull his finger out. Because it's got to be a case of now or never. Can he get through, first of all, on Alan Kenyon? You can see how hard these drivers are working behind the wheel. Van den Hoek through. That is second. But Kenyon will now be the hunter. Mechanical black flag. Who is that? Who is that for mechanical black flag? Rear bumper. 1-3-4. Germany's Marcel Ernst has got to park it. Oh dear. Marcel Ernst has now Jeroen Bos up 18 places. Now runs P6. Now, Alan Kenyon has got to hold on for just the next 2 laps to hold on to P3. Meantime, Glenn van den Hoek, who's up from 12th position, the outside of row number, oh dear, Jeroen Bos. He is, oh my goodness me, he's up 19 places. Can he get on the rostrum by the checkered? We've got this and 1 more lap to go. Jeroen Bos has about 2.6 kilometres to negotiate his way past Mick Bertram, who's done really, really well this weekend on the DJK Croc Promotion chassis. And now Sam Ward. Here, yeah, Jeroen Bos just went through, I think. Yes, he did. That's 4th place. That's 20 positions gained by the legendary Jeroen Bos for SP Motorsport. Van den Hoek is going to dive to the inside of Sam Ward. Through at turn 9. And the Dutchman gets through. And we've got 1 more lap to go. Imagine this. Van den Hoek and Bos, if they go back wheel to wheel for the race lead. But Jeroen Bos has got to get through on Alan Kenyon, and he's done that. Time is run out. Last lap underway. Jeroen Bos is on the final step of the rostrum. Can he make it through on both Brits? Because it is going to be too little too late to close in and take the win from back end of the field. He dives through on Sam Ward, that's second. But when it was all said and done, through out of turn 8 for the final time, the short shoot into Cafe Corner. Glenn van den Hoek, he might have lost his title last year, but he's back fighting fit at the front end of the field. Van den Hoek will be closed in by Jeroen Bos, but out of the final corner, Van den Hoek is victorious in the KZ2 Masters Final. From 12th on the grid, from the outside of row 6, and who'd have thought of having a Dutch 1-2 with Jeroen Bos from pretty much the second from last position on the grid, 24th, and he gets to second at the checkered flag. Wow. If you'd have told me that UKS would be throwing a script at Hollywood for this round of the championship, I would probably say the following. They tell you to go to hell, rip up the script, throw it back in your face. But what a way to end the opening round out of 7. Van den Hoek wins from 6 out of the outside of row 6. Jeroen Bos from the outside of row 12 finishes second. Sam Ward takes third, ahead of Alan Kenyon, who was on the front row and took the initial lead. Mick Bertram, Erwin Jalving, Niels Berler, Martin Versteeg, Edgar Oosting, and Buzz Schuten round out your top 10. Rickard's Count teams, Sebastian Koppenol, Niels Koster, Mike Hendricks, Daniel Zilstra, Mark Verhoeven, Alexander Homerson, Benno Ridder, Martin Dijkstra, Leon Kaldijk and Rutger Brakel. Round out your runners and riders that made it to the end of 15 laps. Basteen retired with 1 to go. Klooster out on lap 7. Quirainen out on lap 1. And Marcel Ernst with a black flag disqualification for ignoring the mechanical meatball flag was excluded from it. But what a way to end off an action-packed, exciting opening round of the 2026 United Karting Series. Well, there you see a lot of discussion happening. Jeroen Bos from the outside of row 12 to finish second. And Glenn Vandenhoek from the outside of row 6 finishing as your winner in the KZ2 Masters Final. But this is only just the beginning of the new chapters that will be written between now and the 1st of November. Looks like we might be getting ready for an interview very, very shortly, but there is the Parc Fermé side of things.
All right, that was quite a race for you. First, in KZ2 Masters, can you please talk me through your race?
Yeah, it was a fantastic final. Catch up 12 places, and the first race was not so good. Second race, I crashed, and I thought it was not possible anymore to win. And we put head down and had a fantastic final, and yeah, and win.
Well, sounds like an amazing day, and I think we all had an amazing day here at Genk. The first round of the United Karting Series. It's been a pleasure having you here today, trackside, and I hope to see you again in the future.
Thank you very much to Glenn Vandenhoek. That's the Glenn I know and love, just like when he celebrated his title at the 2024 prize givings early last year. Big thank you to Noah Roivers for being our man on the ground in the Parc Fermé and getting some interviews whilst we had the opportunity. Big thank you to, at one point this week, well today, we had over 300 people watching on the official Chrono Karting YouTube channel. If you have not subscribed, please do so. It means that it might be one click for you, but it means a lot to us. It helps us promote the sport of karting, which we all are passionate about and what we enjoy. There are, before we go here on the UKS live stream for round 1, firstly, a big thank you to our men and women in the Orange Army, our team of marshals. Big, big thank you to them for their hard work amidst low-lying fog and mist, high sun, Also, the medical team, a big thank you to them for their assistance. Everybody behind the scenes, from the cafeteria, the a la carte brasserie run by Patrick and his crew, thank you very much to them for helping to sustain people both with regards to food and also refreshment, depending on obviously what time of day it is. Of course, Patrick, I know it's 5 o'clock somewhere. A big thank you to everyone behind the scenes, timekeeping, administration, race control, scrutineering, race direction, our clerks of the course. Also, along with that, tyre park, scrutineering, parc fermé. A big thank you to all of the teams that have joined us this weekend. A big thank you to Camp Company GmbH for provision of the live timing software, the live streaming, and also some of our members of Race Control here this weekend. A big thank you to you all watching at home. This is just the first round out of 7 for the United Karting Series for 2026. But what will happen of Chapter 2 out of 7 when we head to Karting Genk in Marienborg in Courvin in 5 weeks? I won't be there, but you'll be in capable hands as Dan Pepples will step into the commentary box for his first of 2 appearances this season. On behalf of myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and Noah Roivers down in the pit lane, it's Todd Snell op de baan. We'll see you next time in 5 weeks as United Karting Series kickstarts into high gear for round number 2. Good night.